Those saved by Qin Feng were still trying to recollect themselves. The charming and slender Qin Feng came down from his hovercar and stood imposingly in front of them. The badge that represented his tier hung proudly on his chest. The letter E imprinted on the badge signified his exceptional strength and social status. Qin Feng walked up and gripped the slippery python body with his bare hand. With a yank, he helped release the person entangled by it. Qin Feng then promptly stored the beast general materials into his spatial equipment. He now had enough food materials for the next few days. Poof! The guy had failed to escape the python's entrapment, despite using up all of his inner energy. He was only delaying his ultimate fate. It never occurred to him that he would be rescued. Thank you. I owe you my life. Cough, cough. He spewed out a small pool of blood. A few of his rib cages were snapped, but fortunately, none of his internal organs was punctured. Such an injury would not be lethal to an aptitude user. He would be fine after resting up for a week or so. Can you walk? Qin Feng asked. Not a problem. The guy answered hurriedly. But Qin Feng remained cautious and shared some of his own internal force with that guy. Redness slowly returned to his pale face with Qin Feng's help. After that, Qin Feng walked to the SUV and pushed it with one hand. Without much effort, the large truck flipped back upright. The tires made a loud bang when it came into contact with the ground once again. Mister, thank you for saving our lives. Thank you. One of the teenage girls stared at Qin Feng with admiration like he was some sort of a hero. It's nothing. Leave this place at once. Qin Feng replied casually. To him, this was nothing more than a small favor. Those who were saved by him, however, were not ready to part ways yet. They felt obliged to thank their savior. Besides, it was not every day that they would come across someone as powerful as Qin Feng. They yearned to know more about him. Mister, are you going to Pingyuan? I am a local there. Please allow me to treat you to a meal as a sign of my gratitude. The guy offered sincerely. Qin Feng looked at him and contemplated it. He then nodded. Sure. Let me ensure you all return safely to the colony. At first, Qin Feng wanted to advise them to stay away from Pingyuan. He swallowed his words after learning that they were residents there. It seemed that the calamity had not befallen Pingyuan yet. They introduced themselves to Qin Feng. The F3 tier aptitude user was Qian Yuan, while the two girls were sisters, Feng Yu and Feng Ling. As for the G8 aptitude user, he was a friend of Qian Yuan's called Guang Xiaojiang. He was not a very competent fighter. Their SUV trailed behind Qin Feng's hovercar. It paled in comparison to Qin Feng's classy vehicle. E-tier aptitude user. Is he a gunner? He needed only one shot to finish off an F-tier beast general. Feng Yu lamented. That's only because he has a powerful weapon. Do you know what gun he is holding? A decomposition blaster. We wouldn't be able to afford it even if we sell all our belongings, including ourselves. Guang Xiaojiang was the one driving. He had yet to fully recover from the traumatic encounter, evident from his quivering body. Secretly, he was not entirely convinced. It was normal to envy those with greater power. Moreover, Qin Feng's moderate temperament did not strike him as a fearsome figure. Not to mention, he had long been having affection for the two sisters. So it was only natural for Guang Xiaojiang to repel Qin Feng when he became the center of attention and drew endless compliments from the two sisters. He is probably not a gunner, but an ancient warrior. The internal force he shared with me felt dense and vibrant. My meridian flow has become much smoother than it was before. This was the strength of a high-tier ancient warrior. Qin Feng had unintentionally reinforced Qian Yuan's meridian while attending to his internal wounds. The latter felt that this was a blessing in disguise. Have you seen how he fit such a huge beast general into his spatial rune equipment with ease? It must be quite spacious. Furthermore, the communicator on his wrist is the latest version. That alone costs 100,000. I don't even have that much money in my savings, Feng Ling babbled excitedly. Feng Yu and Feng Ling had been awakened for more than half a year now. They had only reached G3 tier after training for so long, and most of their salaries had been spent on buying potions. The two sisters had been following Qian Yuan out to the field for 3 months now, but failed to gain much. The danger they faced today only added to their terror toward the wilderness. Nonetheless, they felt fortunate and thrilled to have been rescued. After all, the person who saved them was none other than an E-tier aptitude user, one that was capable of leading a medium-sized colony. Pingyuan was smaller than Han Town and could only be considered as a small colony. Nobody would have come to this remote place if it did not serve as an important transportation hub. In other words, even the colony chief of Pingyun was inferior to Qin Feng. Hence, their excitement was understandable. Knowing someone so powerful was only going to benefit them. After all, they would improve substantially if the E-tier aptitude user was willing to give them some guidance or rare items. Soon, the two vehicles entered the colony one after the other. The houses here were not particularly new, but its roads were undoubtedly broader than most large-scale colonies. People were rushing in and out of different buildings. Most of the vehicles were commodity trucks. There were also railways all around the colony. Mr. Qin, the tall building in front belongs to the Zhongqing organization. The restaurant at the highest level of the building is the best you can find in Pingyun. Let's go there. Qian Yuan's voice came through the communicator. Okay. Qin Feng answered back and stopped his car in front of the building. The others came down from their car, and Qian Yuan led them to the top floor using the elevator. Welcome. Please allow me to escort you to your table. Qian Yuan was supposed to be the host, but the waiters showed more respect toward Qin Feng. They centered their service around the latter as if he was the host. Even the main chef came out from the kitchen and asked Qin Feng what dish he would prefer. We have recently purchased a jungle bear and yet to remove his palm. There's also a living sea monster delivered here fresh from Sea City. Another recommendation would be our classic fiery chicken. Qian Yuan gulped hearing the chef's enthusiastic recommendation. He reckoned that this meal would punch a hole through his already thin wallet. Qin Feng, on the other hand, paid little attention to the chef. He ordered nothing from the menu but said instead, I have just slain a python. Make us a snake feast with its meat. Qin Feng skinned the snake in his spatial equipment using his conscious energy. After removing its energy core, he cut out a pierce of 1 meter long meat and passed it to the chef. That should be sufficient to make a meal for 5. All right, the dish will be ready in no time. The chef brought the meat into the kitchen and switched on the projector. Through it, they could view the entire cooking process. Qian Yuan admired Qin Feng even more after his generous gesture. At the same time, he was a little embarrassed. Mr. Qin, how could we use your ingredients when I have promised to treat you? Don't mention it. It ain't much. That's right. Mr. Qin is an E-tier aptitude user, so he must be very wealthy. He wouldn't mind those few slices of meat, Feng Yu chipped in. Mr. Qin, you are so strong. Are you an ability user or an ancient warrior? Feng Ling asked curiously as well. Qin Feng drank his tea in silence and refused to answer their questions. Qian Yuan frowned and chastised. Who are you two to decide for Mr. Qin? Even though he is rich, he is only treating us out of his kindness. Don't take it for granted and ask insensible questions. The two teenage girls immediately went silent. They observed Qin Feng's facial expression carefully and noticed that he remained undeterred, and he had no intention of barring Qian Yuan from paying. Qian Yuan, too, was observing Qin Feng quietly. He figured that his hunch was right. Qian Yuan sighed silently. Of course, he understood what Feng Yu and Feng Ling were anticipating. If they could build up some sort of connection with this E-tier aptitude user, a small gift from him would perhaps be enough to turn their lives around. With his backing, they could stop risking their lives in the wilderness for disproportionate rewards. Qin Feng had learned enough about human beings from his past life till now. Their intention did not escape his keen mind, but he figured it was too much trouble to meddle in it. Thus, he refused to say anything and did not console the two sisters. Qian Yuan, being the most tactful among them, was the only one Qin Feng was willing to talk to. He tried to gather information about the rift without giving away too much. He found out that the incident indeed had not taken place yet. Since it was something he read on the battle net before he was reborn, Qin Feng had no idea about the exact time. Thus, he could only wait. The dishes were served swiftly. The Feng sisters dared not utter another word and devoured the food greedily after Qin Feng asked them to dig in. It was meat from an F-tier beast general. Eating it would boost their physical strength. Besides, from the looks of it, this would be the only meal they would get from Qin Feng. Hence, they set their pride aside and gobbled up as much meat as possible. Qin Feng paid little attention to their lack of manners. He did not mind letting them have most of the meat since he had a lot of better ingredients in his storage, namely Beast King ones. He put down his chopstick after he was only half full. Qin Feng drank some tea to rinse his mouth and observed the scenery outside the windows. Being the establishment constructed by Zhongqing to serve their own aptitude users, this tower at the center of Pingyuan was the tallest building inside the colony. French windows were installed right beside the dining table, making this the best vantage point to view the entire Pingyuan. More so, long lines of street lights, headlights, or brake lights could be seen extending into the horizon when the night fell. Pingyuan was one of the rare sleepless towns in this post-apocalyptic world. The only down point was that this place was too small and overcrowded. As Qin Feng was immersed in his own train of thought, a spatial stabilizer a few hundred meters away from them suddenly sounded a shrieking alarm. Beep, beep, beep. A spatial rift has appeared. Immediate action is required to seal off the rift. Qin Feng's hand stiffened. He did not expect it to happen so soon. His communicator had just relayed the same information to him. Beep. A spatial rift has appeared about 823 meters away from you. Please take cover. The verdant Emperor's saber emerged abruptly in Qin Feng's hand. In the next moment, he had already dashed toward the French windows. The windows were thick enough to be bulletproof, but it was instantly shattered as Qin Feng smashed through it. Wind from outside immediately ravaged the top-floor restaurant. Qin Feng was already out of sight. Arg! Feng Yu shouted out in horror. Mr. Qin. Qian Yuan was equally startled by Qin Feng's overreaction. He wanted to chase right after Qin Feng, but was discouraged by the incoming strong wind and 20-floor height. Eventually, he brushed aside his fear and said to his compatriots, "Wait here. I will go and have a look." Though Qian Yuan was injured, he felt much better now after having the beast generals meet. He had this unexplained urge to follow Qin Feng and see what he was up to. Of course, he was not the only one with such thinking. Quick, we will go as well. Something serious must have happened. Guang Xiaojiang, who had not spoken for a while, pressed on. Feng Yu and Feng Ling followed suit as well, but each of their speeds were slower than the last. To Qin Feng, 800 meters was just a matter of seconds. He reached the pinpointed zone in the blink of an eye. The opening had actually occurred in a residential area. That was unheard of. Arg! Qin Feng heard the screech and quickly located the source of the voice. He stepped on the wall and climbed hastily to the third floor. He then saw a rift that had just been sealed up, while a pale-looking man was kneeling at the side, gasping for air. Qin Feng looked at him and wasted no time. He charged at the man with his saber. "Hey, what are you doing?" The guy shouted in panic and evaded the attack. He was only a teenager, with a G6 badge on his chest. "Kill you, of course," Qin Feng replied solemnly. The teenager was enraged. "What have I done? I am just a normal aptitude user here in Pingyuan." He evaded Qin Feng's attack dexterously. To Qin Feng's surprise, the teenager possessed the wind-type ability and was moving extremely fast. However, a G-tier ability user could not be faster than Qin Feng. Something was definitely not right. Qin Feng managed to corner him several times with his saber, only to be closely dodged by the teenager every time. The teenager jumped out from the window after he distanced away from Qin Feng. Qin Feng was relentless and chased after him. He was then shocked to see that Qian Yuan had caught up to him. "Move!" Qin Feng commanded angrily. Qian Yuan did not understand why Qin Feng was going after a G-tier aptitude user, but he did as Qin Feng said, as if Qin Feng's voice has an absolute authority that he could not disobey. Qin Feng accelerated once again. Blooming flame. Qin Feng's fiery skill once again caught up to the wind-type user. Wind shield. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng's attacks were blocked. Guang Xiaojiang, Feng Yu, and Feng Ling had reached the battle zone too. They were shocked to see Qin Feng's opponent. Shi Guan. This guy received the awakening injection at the same time as they did. Since he possessed the wind-type ability, he was being highly regarded by the colony and was given the best resources available here. The Feng sisters had long admired him for reaching G6 tiers sooner than all of his peers. Since Shi Guan was their contemporary, Feng Yu tried to defuse the situation. "Stop fighting. There must be some kind of a misunderstanding here. Get out of my way," Qin Feng bellowed. Feng Yu and Feng Ling were frightened. They felt angry and wronged by Qin Feng. Qin Feng escalated his attacks, and Shi Guan was gradually outmatched. There was an ominous gap between an E-tier and G-tier. It was only a matter of time for Shi Guan to be defeated, though he had done exceptionally well to withstand for so long. This was because the teenager was no longer himself. Sword glare. Qin Feng turned his saber and slashed right through Shiguan's neck. Pop! Shiguan was beheaded. Feng Ling and Feng Yu had their eyes wide open in disbelief. They did not expect the E-tier aptitude user to actually be a cold-blooded killer, and had not expected to witness such a brutal scene when they invited Qin Feng to enter Pingyun with them. Before they could react, something peculiar then took place. Shiguan's body began to tremble violently as soon as it was decapitated. Then, his backbone began to crack, while a pitch-black human-like creature with scales all over its body appeared. He had soul-ripping eyes that were pulsing with dark green flames. Wraith Devil. Qin Feng seemed to be perturbed from his expression. Blood flow accelerated throughout his body as he became highly alert. His conscious energy heightened to a level that he had never experienced before. He stared fixedly at the person before him. He was one of the major causes of Pingyun becoming a ghost town, and it took many years for Pingyun to recover from it. 20,000 people in the entire area of Pingyun were devoured by the Wraith Devil, and it fueled its transformation into a D-tier being. Normally, it would require a D-tier aptitude user to hunt down an E-tier Beast King. If the Beast King were to achieve D-tier, the needed number of aptitude users would increase tremendously, or else C-tier aptitude users would be needed. As Pingyun's location was not indispensable, Zhongqing organization gave up on it, and instead chose to utilize another route. It was until 2 years later when an outsider accidentally trespassed into Pingyun found out that the Wraith Devil had left the place for a long time. Everything was abandoned in Pingyun, and not even a single human being stayed behind. Now that the Wraith Devil was looking at Qin Feng with its piercing eyes, dark green flames began to engulf its body. "You don't seem too bad. I could use your body." The Wraith Devil growled and pounced toward Qin Feng. It was at that moment, Qin Feng no longer displayed his ancient martial arts skills and started activating his abilities. Hellfire Carpet. Flames began to rise from the ground and circle around the Wraith Devil. Arc. A loud and blood-curdling scream was instantly heard from the Wraith Devil. After all, the Wraith Devil was afraid of light and fire abilities. Without any hesitation, the Wraith Devil turned tails and ran away. Fire Beam. A fire beam that was about the size of a wrist was shot out. Boom. The Wraith Devil that was escaping took the deadly hit and let out another screech. Surprisingly, its speed began to increase. It did not have a physical body and was able to penetrate through the walls. It then glided into one of the buildings in the area. Pow! Qin Feng did not care about dodging any obstacles along the way. He was akin to a human-like ultra beast that was ramming through every single wall within the building to hunt down the Wraith Devil. Qin Feng had his conscious energy locked on his opponent. Blazing flames were furiously enveloping the surroundings. The Wraith Devil had finally found the presence of a human being. It was a woman who was cooking in a room. He pounced forward within a split second and possessed the woman's body. Qin Feng raised his saber and sliced it across the air. The Wraith Devil was forced out from the dead body. However, the wound on its back that was injured by Qin Feng's attack had fully recovered, as if it had never sustained any injuries. The Wraith Devil's wound was healed from devouring other people's souls. Swoosh! The Wraith Devil went through a wall and disappeared once again. Qin Feng forcefully rammed through the wall, and it was hollowed into a giant hole. He continued on with his wild pursuit. The flames kept burning, dealing continuous damage to the Wraith Devil. "You have left me no choice." The Wraith Devil turned around and pounced toward Qin Feng. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt that his conscious energy was being invaded by an unknown being. It was an extremely nauseous feeling. Scram! Qin Feng's conscious energy was split into small arrows as he activated a wild retaliation against the invader. Ah! The Wraith Devil screamed and retracted itself from Qin Feng's conscious energy space. It was surprised and furious as he looked toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's physical capabilities and conscious energy were of Beast King tier, whereas the Wraith Devil was also a Beast King that had the capability to go head-to-head against Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's attributes had dominance over the Wraith Devil's nature. As such, the Wraith Devil was unable to cause any harm toward Qin Feng. All of a sudden, a clamorous noise was heard from afar, along with a beeping sound that was specially used by patrol vehicles. It was the patrol team of Pingyun Colony. The Wraith Devil heard the noise and immediately sneered. It then instantly turned back and penetrated through the wall. Qin Feng was taken aback. Boom. Qin Feng plowed a giant hole in the building. On the outside, some G-tier aptitude users circled around the scene and began to inspect Shi Guan's body, questioning the witnesses. Everyone leave. Do you want to die? Qin Feng was fuming mad as he saw that Qian Yuan and the others were standing idly by, not doing anything to stop the patrol team from closing in. Qin Feng's conscious energy was instantly locked onto someone. It turned out to be a G5 tier patrol team member. Get out from there now. Qin Feng let out a furious roar and attacked the patrol team member. That person was shocked and shouted, "What are you trying to do? Are you insane? Help!" The others had subconsciously pointed their weapons at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng did not stop, and he continued to rush toward the patrol team member. Rat-a-tat-tat. An insane number of shots was blasted toward Qin Feng as the patrol team members thought that Qin Feng was one of the members of the Dark Coalition that had come to create chaos in Pingyuan. Hold your fire. Qian Yuan panicked and shouted as he witnessed the chaotic progression of the situation. Although he was fully aware of the situation, before he could even explain, Qin Feng had sunk into another battle with the others. Qin Feng had no hesitation nor fear in him as he was faced with the bullets that rained down on him. None of the bullets were able to harm Qin Feng, as all of them stopped within a radius of a meter around him and fell onto the ground. Qin Feng was only eyeing the G5 tier patrol team member. All of a sudden, Qin Feng was surrounded by blazing flames. Fire dragon style. Roar. A massive fire dragon rose up to the skies. The overwhelming presence shocked everyone in the surroundings, and none of them dared to move away. Qin Feng continued on with his pursuit. Go! The massive flames covered the body of the patrol team member. However, the fragile body of a human being was unable to withstand such a powerful ability, and it was instantly burnt into ashes. The human body was lit up in bright red while being burned down by the flames, and the Wraith Devil appeared from within again. The fire dragon wrapped itself around the body of the Wraith Devil. Arg! The Wraith Devil let out a miserable shriek as it began to break apart and split itself into 5 human shadows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 human shadows pounced toward the crowd simultaneously, and within a split second, 5 people were being possessed. The situation became worse when the 5 of them began to run in different directions. Stop them! Qin Feng roared furiously. Fire beam. Qin Feng blasted out 5 shots of fire beams and managed to hit 3 of the human shadows, and the fire dragon swept down, decimating the 3 of them. On the other hand, one of the human shadows was blocked by a patrol team member who was quick to react. Qin Feng rushed forward and took care of it with a slash across the opponent's neck. However, as soon as they were killed, shadows of the Wraith Devil began to crawl up from the back of the dead bodies, and all of them sneered devilishly. Kakik! I thought that everyone here is incapable and weak. Guess I was wrong. Interesting. The Wraith Devil spoke with a hoarse voice. Not only that, its tone sounded weird, like it was unfamiliar with the language and its usage. It would seem that it had absorbed the language by devouring Shi Guan and the others. It seems like I will be able to spend more time playing this game with you. The Wraith Devil completed his sentence and faded into black mist, disappearing instantly from the scene. Qin Feng was daunted by what had happened. The Wraith Devil had escaped. Qin Feng was no longer able to detect the Wraith Devil's presence using his conscious energy. Damn it! Qin Feng was extremely agitated as he had lost such a great opportunity. However, there was nothing else that Qin Feng could do. After all, it was extremely difficult for him to deal with King-tier advanced wisdom tribes. Dissipate. All the flames burning around the area dissipated while the fire dragon circled around before it returned back into Qin Feng's body. Everyone in the surrounding area felt relief wash over them as soon as the massive ability was called off. It was indeed an intimidating and suppressive ability that had caused everyone to be horror-struck. This person was shockingly powerful. When did such a powerful person step foot onto Pingyuan? At that moment, 3 of the patrol team members that were left behind seemed to be horrified by the scene earlier as they looked at Qin Feng in fear. They did not have a clue about the entity that had escaped earlier on. They could barely register the fact that the person in front of them had such overpowering combat capabilities. They had no idea how to handle such a situation. In the midst of all the confusion, several shadows appeared and approached them. Before Qin Feng's rebirth, Pingyun colony had recovered from the rift within a short amount of time. The Wraith Devil remained undetected as it lived on amongst the people with its effective hiding skills. Now that Qin Feng had caused such chaos, every high-level authority in the entire colony had made an appearance. Even the trained captain of the Zhongqing organization that was taking a rest in Pingyun had rushed over to find out what had happened. Everyone was taken aback as they saw Qin Feng, an E-tier ability user, who was recalling a giant-sized fire dragon. What happened over here? What has made you so angry, sir? Let's talk things through. Who's the one who made this great sir here angry? Apologize immediately. All the hullabaloo that ensued was just for show. An E-tier aptitude user, an ability user at that, who was overpowered was someone that no one in Pingyun could go up against. It was at that moment, a familiar voice was heard. Mayor Qin. Qin Feng looked toward the direction and noticed that it was Tan Yu. Mayor Qin, why are you here? When Tan Yu met Qin Feng at Sea City, he was still addressing Qin Feng with his full name. However, it would be inappropriate to do so now. Qin Feng had taken down 8 of the members from the Dark Coalition by himself, and he had also decapitated the famous One-Eye, Shademaster, and Savage King who had caused chaos in Fengli Colony. He had even kept all of the decapitated skulls as plunders. Since then, there were many that would want to trade at Fengli Colony. Tan Yu. His timing was impeccable. Although Qin Feng was an E-tier aptitude user, he lacked the power to convince the others in Pingyun to fully cooperate with him. The Wilderness Exploration Army from Changbei gave me some intel, and I was passing by this place for my practice. Qin Feng had long prepared the excuse for himself. Tan Yu did not suspect anything either, and he could not resist the urge to ask, did something happen here just now? He was surprised to see Qin Feng using his fire dragon style. After all, it was the ultimate skill that required a large amount of conscious energy with every use. However, Tan Yu did not know that the seemingly taxing fire dragon style was just a simple task for Qin Feng, and he would only use it when necessary. After all, it was too overwhelming and eye-catching. Qin Feng replied immediately. As the space-stabilizing device was released earlier, I was able to sense danger here, and when I arrived, I noticed the presence of an advanced wisdom tribe entity. What? At that moment, everyone else in the surrounding was as equally shocked as Tan Yu. Everyone was fearful of the presence of advanced wisdom tribes. What type of enemy was that? Someone from the crowd could not resist the urge and asked. Qin Feng replied with a deep voice. E3, Tier Wraith Devil, Advanced Wisdom Tribe, does not have any physical attacks, fearful of fire and light abilities. However, these are all irrelevant to all of you. Qin Feng took a deep breath and continued. It's because the Wraith Devil was a King-tier entity. King-tier? Everyone was shocked and inhaled deeply when the name was mentioned. It would require the city's defending artillery to destroy an ordinary E-tier Ultra Beast, and the strongest aptitude user in Pingyun was only F-tier. Neither the trained captain nor the leader of the patrol team would be able to defend against it. Furthermore, Qin Feng had now revealed to them that it was an E-tier from an advanced wisdom tribe, and a King-tier at that. It was indeed horrifying. None of them could imagine what would happen in the future, as if a sharp dagger was hanging on top of their heads. The person that got away, do you all know him? Let's begin the arrest now. Avoid close contact with that person, or your life might be at risk. Qin Feng asked the patrol team members. It was at that moment. Feng Yu replied with a trembling voice. Yes, it was Guang Xiaojiang. Guang Xiaojiang was one of the unlucky ones that was being devoured by the Wraith Devil. Besides Qian Yuan, he was one of the most powerful people present at the scene. Unfortunately, his body was now a host to the Wraith Devil. Qin Feng seemed irritated by it. Why did all of you not listen to me when I commanded all of you to go? Qian Yuan and the sisters of the Feng family remained silent and dared not answer that question. They were unaware of what was happening when Qin Feng commanded them to leave without specifying the reason. They thought that the situation was under control when they saw Qin Feng's dominance over the Wraith Devil. Who would have thought that the creature was a human-like king-tier entity? With that in mind, was it not true that it had also shown that Qin Feng was indeed a horrifying presence as he was able to go up against a king-tier entity? What was his actual identity? While the Wraith Devil has not returned yet, all of you should leave Pingyun, or else death will take you down even without you noticing it. But Fang Yu became even more doubtful as the sky had already turned dark. They were all reluctant to risk their lives in the wilderness again, as they had already encountered a beast general earlier. It might even become worse if they were to go out again. Mr. Qin, allow us to follow you. Then, we will definitely be safe. Fang Ling suggested. Qin Feng sneered and replied, Why? To hold me back? Just like what Guang Xiaojing had done earlier? Though, with your capabilities, all of you would not contribute much of a combat power to the Wraith Devil, even if you were to be devoured by it. Another person then approached them and interrupted the conversation. Greetings to you, sir. I am Yu Gang, the mayor of Pingyun Colony. A chubby-looking person that seemed to be about 50 years old approached with an F8 tier aptitude user badge on his chest, and although there was still presence of his internal energy, Qin Feng was already able to sense weakness from him that was caused by a lack of training. It would be more appropriate to label Yu Gang as a traitor rather than a person in charge. He was also holding a managerial position within the Zhongqing organization. There was a pungent smell of alcohol and cigarette smoke from his body that was nauseating to the stomach. Greetings to you. I am Qin Feng, head of the Fengli colony under Chengyang City. Qin Feng offered a handshake as he introduced himself. Fengli. Yu Gang's eyes were wide open when he heard the name. There was a great number of advertisements from Fengli Colony recently, and Pingyun had also received quite a few orders from Fengli. My pleasure. Yu Gang instantly replied with a handshake. Yu Gang was showing a lot of hospitality to Qin Feng for being his guest, but Qin Feng did not have the time for all the formalities. He briefly walked Yu Gang through everything while telling him the method to handle the problem. E3. Tier Wraith Devil, King Tier? Are you sure about that? Why would such a powerful enemy appear here? Yu Gang obviously did not believe in what Qin Feng was telling him. Without witnessing it with his own eyes, he refused to believe it. Qin Feng's face hardened upon hearing the response from Yu Gang. If you choose not to believe, then sit back and wait for Pingyun to transform into a ghost town. I am just being helpful and giving my advice. After all, I was just passing by. Yu Gang was instantly unsettled by Qin Feng's anger. However, there was still hesitation within him even though he was fearful of Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng was a highly regarded E-tier aptitude user. Master Qin, I did not mean that. This is just too overwhelming for me. Why would an E-tier beast king appear here? I would still have to address a valid reason to the public later. Qin Feng replied with a deep voice. This question should be answered by this ability user here. When I was alerted by the space stabilizing device and arrived here, he was already possessed. There might be some unknown means used to summon such a horrifyingly unusual entity. Qin Feng pointed toward the decapitated youngster whose body was lying on the ground with a massive wound on his back. Yu Gang's blood ran cold. It was because he knew that the youngster was an ability user that was receiving special attention from the colony. As there were no universities within Pingyun, any talented ones would receive resources from the colony. Yu Gang immediately waved his hand and instructed the others to further investigate for any other possible leads. Soon, Yu Gang's communicator vibrated. Someone had provided him with an update. Only then, Yu Gang considered Qin Feng's statement as the truth. Mr. Qin, what should we do now? How do we track down the Wraith Devil? Qin Feng replied. Tan Yu and the others have already gone in pursuit. The best way is to send everyone out from the city and scan everyone with a conscious energy scanning device. Those who have been possessed by the Wraith Devil would have their conscious energy way above the normal range. My advice to you is to carry this out as fast as possible. Wouldn't this be too much of a hassle? Yu Gang replied as he thought that it would cause too much trouble to the public. Yu Gang blew Qin Feng's top again with his reaction. How could he still think it was too much of a hassle to take precautions when faced with an E-tier king? If you're dead, then there would be no more hassle. Please calm down, Mr. Qin. What I mean is, isn't there already an ongoing pursuit? With Pingyun being so small, where else could he escape to? Qin Feng was left speechless. Some people would never sense the threat until they had seen the Grim Reaper. It was at that moment, the Wraith Devil that had possessed Guang Xiaojing's body walked into a lavish underground bar located at the center of Pingyun. It was still trying to evaluate everything in the world. Every time the Wraith Devil devoured a person, it would be able to inherit all of the memories of the soul, and it would be able to recall all the happy and depressing memories. Obviously, from Guang Xiaojing's memories, The happiest place was one that was filled with beautiful ladies. At that moment, as soon as the Wraith Devil arrived, it was immediately surrounded by about 5 ladies that rushed toward him. "Hey, Brother Guang, it has been a while. Come dance with us. Brother Guang, drink with us." The Wraith Devil enjoyed the moment of being surrounded by beautiful ladies that were all soft-spoken, and with the past memories of a human being, his classification of beauty had also adapted to that of a normal human being. But still, its soul was itching to devour all of the filthy souls. To him, nothing could be more delicious than that. It was at that moment, everybody was alerted by their vibrating communicators. Beep, beep, beep. Alert. Wanted person, level of threat labeled as A tier. Please report immediately if identified. Huge sum of reward awaits. Then, an image appeared on the communicator. It was the picture of Guang Xiaojiang. All of the ladies who were surrounding the Wraith Devil were caught unawares. They looked at the image on their communicators and took another glance at the Wraith Devil, and one of them who reacted fast enough had tapped on the report option. Then, all of the beautiful ladies who were initially warmly welcoming the Wraith Devil began to leave. The Wraith Devil was alerted by the vibrating communicator that belonged to Guan Xiaojiang, and it saw the image that had appeared automatically on the screen. With the past memories that it had, it was able to read the contents, and it was surprised that the colony had placed him on the wanted list so quickly. Technology? Kiki, I can't even enjoy myself. Technology advancement had allowed the traces of the Wraith Devil to be found easily. It was still trying to find out more about everything in the world that had caught his interest, yet it was already filled with dangerous threats, and it prompted it to begin its destruction upon the world. With that in mind, it identified a girl that was trying to leave without being noticed, and it immediately grabbed onto her. Ow! It opened its mouth wide and extended a black tongue. The gory tongue pierced through the center of the girl's forehead and crushed her skull into pieces. Ark! The bar was instantly filled with fearful screaming. On the other hand, as Qin Feng had already connected his communicator with Pingyun's management level, he reacted instantly as soon as he received the report that was made. Quick! Move now. Lock the area. Nobody can enter it. Every team member retreat. Tenyu came over and commanded. Every F-tier aptitude user reacted to the command accordingly. Even Qian Yuan was involved in dispersing the crowd. At that moment, aptitude users were at the dominant position to give commands. Qin Feng took the lead and entered the bar. However, in the short amount of time it took for them to arrive, the bar had already turned into a slaughterhouse. The deafening music was still playing in the background, though there were no presence of living human beings left in the bar. The atmosphere was filled with a revolting stench of fresh blood. As soon as Qin Feng stepped inside, his boots were dipped into fresh blood. From the outside, the public had connected with the internal surveillance system of the bar and was able to witness the scene filled with unprecedented brutality. Yu Gang no longer acted nonchalantly the moment he saw the number of corpses strewn across the place. He felt a cold chill run down his spine. At that moment, Qin Feng had already arrived at the center of the bar. His eyes swept across the area as a spotlight flashed onto a massive operating station. Wolala! The spotlights continued to flash and the music was gradually turned down. Without the noise, it would be easier to gather his conscious energy and concentrate. All of a sudden, a shadow appeared from the ground and pounced toward Qin Feng. It was a girl that had just died, and there was a massive hole in her skull as her face was overflowing with fresh blood mixed with yellowish-white brain mush. It was sickening to say the least. Boom! A powerful force rammed into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng raised his verdant emperor saber and defended with an attack that sliced his opponent into half. However, it was at that moment, every dead corpse on the ground began to crawl up and lunge toward Qin Feng with an insane urge to kill him. These would not stop me. Show yourself now. Qin Feng spoke as he casted out flames that were surrounding his body. A gigantic ring of fire circled around Qin Feng and rose up, plowing through the corpses. Then, a shadow rose up from under Qin Feng's feet and grabbed onto his leg. Kiki, you shall die now. Be my puppet. A massive dark rune began to rise up and wrap around him. Qin Feng was engulfed by a ray of black light. The beam of light was very powerful and had a full diameter of 3 meters. It soared through the air, smashing the roof of the bar as it swept across the building. The bar was built under a 20-meter-high shopping complex. and at this terrifying force it split the building right down the center. Boom crash. The whole building collapsed as the huge black light churned the clouds above, turning them dark. As the light hit the sky, those who looked up saw the formation of a terrifying vortex. An E-tier king was definitely not a small problem. In the previous battle, it was obvious that the Wraith Devil was just not used to being in this newfound world. Then, black runes began to spread out and the surrounding people began to feel like they were being suffocated as their bodies were deprived of energy that was quickly being drained from them, and their originally healthy skin started to rot. Their eyes sank into their heads and popped out, pus dripping from the now empty eye sockets. Their bodies began to emit a foul smell. These people's throats could no longer produce normal human sounds as the whole body had been transformed into a rotting zombie. Dark rune infection. Besides having powerful consciousness, the Wraith Devil had an even stronger ability, which was to spread this zombie infection. What's going on? Quick, attack and kill them all. These people are all getting infected. Dark runes. Be careful, and don't let any of them bite you. All of Ping Yun's ability users surrounded the area as battle broke out. They had physical qualities that were beyond the standard human body and would not be as easily affected, but the ordinary civilians were all infected by now. Not only that, the infection was spreading like wildfire. Nobody dared to think about the person in the center of all that darkness. That person was an E-tier ancient warrior and ability user. If the person were to get infected as well, then they would not just be dealing with one advanced wisdom tribe king, but two. In the center of the pillar of darkness that nobody had the leisure to pay attention to, the powerful dark runes were spreading at a terrifying pace as they tried to invade Qin Feng's body to deprive him of the breath of life. Absorption. Qin Feng's ability was activated as he frantically devoured the dark runes around him. These runes became integrated within his consciousness and expelled the immediate danger. These runes were powerful, and Qin Feng was not entirely immune to dark runes, especially if the opponent was a king. Not reciprocating is against etiquette. Qin Feng suddenly bent down and grabbed the Wraith Devil's hand. It had been hiding underground and should have been intangible. He could not have been able to grab hold of it. However, his hand was wreathed in dark runes, and using the runes he was able to get a hold of the entity. Burn. He activated his fire runes, blasting directly into the ground. Powerful fire runes and dark runes collided with one another, and the shockwave turned the ground around them to magma. Then the two physically collided. Boom. The runes exploded and scattered all over the place. Qin Feng had managed to disrupt the vortex that was forming in the sky. The Wraith Devil was wrapped in dark runes, so it did not take in any damage. It quickly opened its mouth and bit down on Qin Feng's hand. Ugh! Qin Feng groaned, feeling numbness in his hand before he lost feeling of it entirely. This was an attack on his consciousness. The Wraith Devil's strength was still very powerful. Qin Feng had to let go and it sank back underground, disappearing entirely. It escaped once again. Qin Feng's face darkened considerably. Outside, there came the sounds of battle. There were countless zombies still writhing on the ground. The only way to kill them was to cut off the heads. Nothing else seemed to be working. More and more of them emerged from the woodwork. These creatures that mutated from ordinary civilians only had strength that was around G tier, but their strength was infinite. The aptitude users were getting outnumbered by the sheer quantity of what used to be ordinary civilians. After they had transformed, the aptitude users were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Fortunately, Qin Feng burst out from the ruins of the bar and resolved their immediate crisis. Hellfire carpet. The entire street became shrouded in flames. The moment these rotting corpses came into contact with Qin Feng's hellfire, they turned into ashes in just 1 or 2 seconds. After all, Qin Feng had incredible consciousness, and the abilities he threw out were stronger than the ones he unleashed before. These zombies were too weak to withstand that. Mayor Qin, you're all right. Tan Yu saw Qin Feng's unscathed form and felt a sense of relief wash over him. If Qin Feng had turned into a zombie, they would have spiraled into even more despair. Evacuate the people in the colony. Hurry up. There were at least 1,000 zombies currently present within the colony, but there were tens and thousands of uninfected civilians. As long as they could be quickly rescued, there was still hope. The most important thing was that when these people had been evacuated, Qin Feng could stop holding back and finally take care of this Wraith Devil. Not to mention, the more souls the Wraith Devil consumed, the stronger it would get. After all, it originally evolved by consuming other advanced wisdom tribes. After the world before ceased to be, there were only a few people who had awakened to become ancient warriors or ability users. The majority of the awakened were actually gunners, proving that the human being's greatest advantage was in fact their consciousness. As such, even the souls of ordinary people were a big supplement for the Wraith Devil. More than 200,000 people had been lost to the entity in the previous world, and it had evolved into a D tier. Qin Feng naturally could not wait for the entity to grow even stronger. This time, not only Tan Yu, but also Yu Gang, who seemed lazy and hated inconveniences, had quickly issued an emergency notice. He was running faster than everyone else. While Pingyun did not have much to offer, what it did have were cars. People quickly evacuated. Any zombie that got in the way was quickly obliterated by artillery fire. Qin Feng followed after the search and destroy party, burning every zombie he found into ashes. Pingyun, which was wrapped in cheers during the day, had turned into a hell's cape by night. After one night, only 10,000 people managed to escape Pingyun. Not only that, these 10,000 people might start decaying at any moment. Tan Yu urgently mobilized the medical team to begin their treatment. In Pingyun, they were left with people who could not escape, zombies and a Wraith Devil that could be hiding anywhere. Qin Feng stood on top of the Zhongqing organization's office building, overlooking the entire colony. The light of dawn gradually came over the horizon as day broke. Although the entity was an E-tier beast king, it did not like daylight due to it being a dark entity. He did not need to worry about it trying to escape. He closed his eyes to refresh his mind, ready to mobilize his consciousness at any moment upon news of the Wraith Devil. Meanwhile, a dozen people were huddled together inside a dark basement, shivering uncontrollably. Yesterday, after the zombies began to appear, these people had no form of defense against the creatures. Even after the emergency evacuation notice had sounded, all they could do was hunker down in this basement and hope that the army would arrive to save them. Unfortunately, little did they know that the true enemy were not the zombies. From the darkness, a shadowy figure emerged from the wall and in a flash began to rush toward the group. Screams of distress rang out from the unlit basement. Standing on the tallest spot, Qin Feng felt fluctuations beyond that of ordinary people's consciousness. It's there. Qin Feng instantly disappeared from where he was, internal force flowing through his legs as he leapt toward the base of a building. The verdant Emperor's saber was brought out as the ground rushed up to meet him. Boom! He crashed right through the ground. Roar! Several rotting zombies suddenly rushed toward him. With the sweep of the verdant Emperor's saber, Qin Feng instantly killed all of them. He soon found a basement after striding forward. The basement was defended by security measures that were roughly around F tier, which could not really do much to stop Qin Feng. Open! He swung the huge verdant Emperor's saber and cleaved through the steel door. As soon as the door was opened up, several corpses rushed out to meet him. The Wraith Devil had sucked these people dry, but at this moment these things had yet evolved into more problematic creatures just yet as they rushed at Qin Feng like any typical undead being. 2 or 3 sword swings managed to get rid of all of them, and he caught the Wraith Devil slipping into the shadows and worming its way back to the surface. Hellfire Carpet. Qin Feng sent fire to the basement and burnt the corpses into a crisp. He did not plan on leaving anything behind for the entity and proceeded to chase after it. Boom, boom, boom. He smashed through layer after layer, pursuing the Wraith Devil in a chaotic chase. However, the Wraith Devil had no substance, and Qin Feng was only making things worse for himself. In the blink of an eye, he managed to destroy the building above, causing its collapse. He let the Wraith Devil escape again. Qin Feng's face took on a sullen expression as he looked for another place to sit cross-legged in meditation to scan for the entity. Meanwhile, those who were sitting outside were not just standing idle. Innumerable drones had been sent to monitor the interiors of Pingyun, and professional gunners had been preparing devices that would help them detect the Wraith Devil's consciousness so that they could deal with it. Right now their efforts were not the most successful, but since they carried on without obstruction, they could see everything that was happening inside Pingyun. If we haven't found the Wraith Devil, I'd say that it's Qin Feng who's wrecking our colony, Yu Gang said out loud. The man doesn't have that much free time. He came here and left his colony to their own devices. If it weren't for the fact that this was a beast king, he wouldn't have so much intent to kill it. He's like some kind of a hero class. Just you wait. He's not going to quit just because something is troublesome. The Wraith Devil was indeed troublesome. It would vanish without a trace. What a difficult thing to capture. Even if it was caught, Qin Feng could not kill it without using special measures. He was moving through the ruins now, destroying every zombie in sight. Hellfire. Just a little bit of his fire could reduce these things to ashes. Each of them had an energy core, and that was the source that allowed their motor functions. Let's go. He hunted the corpses everywhere. By daytime, Pingyun was to return to its peace and quiet. On the surface, the zombies had all disappeared. Should have brought Bailey along, he grumbled before looking up to the sky. The sun was starting to move into the horizon. It was getting close to sunset. The Wraith Devil had been secretly pursuing Qin Feng, only to get caught and then run away again. This game of cat and mouse had led to him destroying most of the buildings in Pingyun. A large number of the zombies had been burned by Qin Feng, further diminishing the likelihood of the Wraith Devil's evolution. As he had gone through Rebirth, he understood entities like the Wraith Devil. They were not suited for life on the planet, especially during the day, as the entity was extremely weak then. It was now heavily restricted by Qin Feng's fire, and despite it being still alive from their battle, the Wraith Devil felt a heightened sense of danger. Advanced wisdom tribes had special methods of evolution. In order to prevent fire or light from damaging themselves, they would usually just find a body to hide in. Originally, the Wraith Devil chose Qin Feng as its host. It was a pity that it failed and ended up becoming Qin Feng's greatest enemy. This time, when it got dark, the zombies carefully moved about and started to form small groups. 10,000 people had fled from Pingyun, and within a day's time, with Qin Feng's help and defense, 2,000 more managed to escape. The darkness infection last night caused too many people to decay overnight, but now there were only 8,000 zombies left roaming the colony. Qin Feng had killed off a lot of them during the day, and the rest were gradually disappearing. During this time, a new king was born among the ruins. The entity stood at the height of an average man, and while it might seem like a person from far away, its entire body was covered in black armor. The only thing that resembled a human was the appearance of its face. The Wraith Devil had stolen Guang Xiaojiang's body, and it happened to be the strongest body it had in hand. At this time, zombies began to crawl toward it. Pop! The thing that used to be Guang Xiaojiang raised a hand and brought its claws down onto the skull of a zombie, splashing yellowed brain matter onto the ground as it ripped out an energy core and swallowed it without a second thought. One after the other, its physical strength began to rise. Darkness shrouded the area. Nobody noticed any movement there. Even the Wraith Devil was not aware that there was a pair of eyes watching him this entire time. Qin Feng was there, hidden in the dark. He had been hiding his dark abilities since the beginning, which led to the Wraith Devil feeling that it was strange that he had not rotted away even after standing in the center of the beam of darkness. Besides that, the Wraith Devil did not know that Qin Feng could see in the dark. The dark shadow that the entity casted was merely darker than all the shadows that Qin Feng was used to seeing. This was way too obvious. He still had not taken any action. He was waiting. Finally, the Wraith Devil had consumed all of the bodies. Densely packed around him were just headless corpses. It had reached E tier. Just barely. Curses. The Wraith Devil felt that if it had eaten all the human souls before corrupting them, he would have gotten a stronger body. It was a shame that that was impossible now. Qin Feng left behind 2 little zombies for it to consume. Cunning human. After he had killed the zombies, he did not just take away the energy crystal core. He took them with him, and since even the bodies were burnt to a crisp, there was nothing left for the entity. This was the equivalent of crippling the Wraith Devil's power. However, the entity had its own plans. In his mind, Qin Feng was the best vessel. All he needed to do was to kill the human. Rise! The Wraith Devil suddenly called out. A blast of darkness spread out to the headless bodies, causing them all to stand up and merge together in a gory and twisted manner as they melded together into a gigantic mass. Bones were snapping and muscles were contorted as the dead now formed into a huge humanoid shape. Perhaps there were limitations to the size. The thing was only about 15 meters tall. From the looks of it, It had to be as tall as a 5 to 6 story tall building. Where the head was supposed to be was the Wraith Devil, its legs sinking down into the neck area of the giant as countless beams of darkness began to emit from its body. The monstrous figure gave off an even more terrifying aura. Even a fleeting glance sent chills down the spine. Outside of the colony, the monitor displayed the visuals of a giant humanoid creature that broke through the darkness as it appeared on the detector. What is that? Look, what kind of monster is that? Everyone took in a breath. Because of the Wraith Devil's appearance, they had deliberately investigated the entity. However, they had no idea what type of form this was. This must be a Beast King's special evolutionary method. I'm afraid that we're now seeing its final form. Tenyu said. After all, it looked rather weak earlier on. Except the Wraith Devil was nowhere near a weakling. It was just that it was being held back by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was standing in a building that had been cut off by the waste. A glass window covered his figure, and surrounding him was a patch of darkness. So it has appeared. This was the Wraith Devil's final form. He had known because he had seen this form face off against E-tier aptitude users before. Of course, in the end it was the Wraith Devil that won, and the strong ones who faced it made a final conclusion that it was only in this state that the Wraith Devil could be killed. Otherwise, in the soul-like state, it could escape at any time it wanted. Qin Feng's consciousness reached into a space and pulled out a massive gun barrel. This gun barrel had a diameter that was almost a full meter long. Being a mortar, it required the strength of a D-tier ancient warrior to carry it around. His body was comparable to that of a humanoid beast king, so his power was naturally enough to carry the mortar around without much trouble. Bring it on. Qin Feng loaded in a mortar shell. The shell was completely white and emitted a warm glow. He found that the glow actually made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Click. Once the shell was properly loaded, Qin Feng pointed it at the Wraith Devil and pulled the trigger. Bzzzt. The mortar's muzzle began to gather up a white light before it violently shot out. A dazzling white light streaked through the night sky, colliding dead on the body of the corpse giant that the Wraith Devil was controlling. The white light instantly enveloped the target. The Wraith Devil bellowed in pain, quickly controlling the corpse giant to dodge the attack. There was a hole that had been punched into the giant's abdomen, and judging from how black smoke was coming out of its body, the attack had made a hole that ran straight out on the other side. This holy light energy bomb was extremely expensive. Each of them was worth about 300 million yuan. Firing one was basically like throwing money into a furnace. Fortunately, Qin Feng did not own these shells. He picked them up from a group of gunners back on the island. Killing the Wraith Devil with these would be so worth it. At this point, the Wraith Devil was experiencing excruciating pain after the attack. It was like its very soul was being burned. The beams of darkness that had been turned into threads which were wrapped around the corpse giant were actually part of its soul. Anytime the threads were damaged meant that the soul would get damaged as well. Even if it was not killed by the attacks, it would have dropped off from being a king tier. The Wraith Devil did not dare resist. In fact, it was in despair. Everything that Qin Feng had brought could restrain him. How could Qin Feng let him run away? Boom. Qin Feng smashed the glass and went after the creature in quick pursuit. Another bolt of light began to emanate from the mortar that he was carrying on his shoulder. The beam cut through the sky. Great wall of corpses. The corpse giant waved its hand and quickly summoned up a massive wall made of decaying corpses in front of it to block this light. Poof. The light beam instantly punctured the great wall like an arrow through paper as the decayed corpses it touched instantly disintegrated. The wall bought the giant just enough time to avoid getting hit by the light, but by now Qin Feng was already 50 meters in front of it. Another one. Qin Feng's mortar fired 3 more times. This time, the giant had learned how to avoid being in the trajectory of the light beams as they only seemed to travel in a straight line. Changing the direction of energy beams was more difficult than that of a simple artillery shell, but for Qin Feng, he had no problems whatsoever. In a flash, one beam suddenly bent at an angle to land a direct hit on the giant's body. Boom. The corpse stumbled and began to fall, smashing several buildings as it did. Taking hits from an energy beam made by light runes twice was quite debilitating even for the king-tier Wraith Devil. The corpse giant collapsed back into its many headless bodies before it quickly reformed, seemingly as good as new. However, It obviously looked like it had just shrunk about half a meter. Qin Feng retracted the gun barrel and put rune equipment onto his left arm as he broke into a mad dash forward. Die! The Wraith Devil commanded the corpse giant to swing at him, a giant fist quickly coming into view. The massive fist roared as it was flung forward, but Qin Feng did not want to collide with it. The black threads had changed the strength of the corpses. Each of them had become a part of the Beast King's structure. This was the Wraith Devil's ability. Assimilation. Boom. There was a huge pit left at where Qin Feng stood before. By that time, he had already reappeared somewhere else. Grasp of Death. The Wraith Devil commanded again, and another hand swept through the air as it rapidly approached the ground. Within the palm of the corpse giant's hand were multiple other hands from the corpses that made up its huge gate. If Qin Feng were to get caught by the large hand, the many smaller ones would make it impossible to escape. When he tried to evade it, it was already too late. Fire Dragon style. He raised his hand, and the Fire Dragon burst out, slamming into the giant hand. The Fire Dragon then shot out into the sky. The people outside of Pingyun could clearly see the force of this shocking power from the released energy. In the command vehicle outside of Pingyun, the people who were watching the surveillance drone footage were worried. Who do you think will win? An F-tier aptitude user asked, swallowing hard. In their hearts, they all hoped that Qin Feng would be the victor. However, the Wraith Devil was displaying an incredible amount of strength, and nobody dared underestimate it. Even in the current situation, it looked like the creature was obviously stronger. They were hoping that Qin Feng still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, the winner and the loser of this battle had yet to be decided. Then again, they obviously underestimated Qin Feng. When they were estimating his powers, they mostly regarded his capabilities as an ability user, but Qin Feng's strongest power should be won as an ancient warrior. Qin Feng's huge internal force and physical strength made him fearless in this thrilling battle. The two were locked in an earth-shattering battle within Pingyun. Pap pap pap. Several drones were destroyed in the dark. As Qin Feng surveyed with his consciousness, he found out that there were no longer any drones surrounding him. By now, the battle between him and the giant had lasted for about 10 hours. Nobody could believe that a person could persist for such a long time. Including the first night, Qin Feng had basically been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights straight. Dawn was quietly approaching. Dark shadow. Upon discovering this, the Wraith Devil began to shroud itself in darkness to defend from the sunlight. It was also planning on killing Qin Feng in the dark. Split. The left hand of the giant broke apart, and 10 headless bodies fell from it just as the entire thing was consumed by darkness. In the blink of an eye, their aura turned to that of a beast king's. They got up and rushed right at Qin Feng. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This was the moment he had been waiting for. His entire body was also suddenly shrouded in darkness, and in the next moment, he had completely disappeared. Impossible. The Wraith Devil's eyes widened at the sight. Their surroundings had become as dark as night. Originally, it had released a dark fog cloud which would not have affected its vision. It could see Qin Feng, and Qin Feng would not be able to see him. Now, there were 2 dense dark fog clouds in the air around them. Qin Feng, too, had activated his dark fog cloud. But then, the Wraith Devil suddenly began to sink into the corpse giant's body. And chop! Qin Feng leapt up to the giant's body, slashing at where the giant's head should be. That was where the Wraith Devil had been standing, but it was already escaping. The neck of the corpse giant suddenly extended a large pair of hands to grab at him. The verdant Emperor Saber flashed in his hands, unleashing a power that seemed otherworldly. Blazing sky. His internal force bursted out, then downward, sword slashing through the air as it cleaved the giant corpse into 2 parts. What? The Wraith Devil exclaimed before letting out a roar. Crash. The giant's body collapsed to the ground, exploding into countless headless zombies that began to rush toward Qin Feng. It was at this moment Qin Feng suddenly mobilized his consciousness. Light of death. Darkness erupted from his body and instantly enveloped the zombies around him. The zombies were not afraid of this darkness, and they wanted to see just how powerful this was. They soon learned that the darkness felt like maggots burrowing into them, tearing and dissolving whatever black threads that the Wraith Devil had decorated them with. What? You? The Wraith Devil finally understood why its own dark ability did not affect Qin Feng, because the other was also a messenger of darkness. Not only that, he was stronger too. At this point, it could feel its own body's energy being drained away by its opponent's own power. Crick. One zombie that was covered in darkness had its flesh scoured right off before the skeleton underneath was exposed. Then, the skeleton began to turn into ashes as it collapsed. If the Wraith Devil's dark ability was to summon and control zombies, then Qin Feng's was to destroy and consume them. Both were dark abilities, but their usage and effects were entirely different. No, these were all the souls under the Wraith Devil's control, and Qin Feng destroying them was resulting in him becoming weaker and weaker. The Wraith Devil's strength had become extremely weak by then. Kill him. It frantically mobilized its abilities, calling for the Beast King-level headless zombies to attack Qin Feng. With a circling sweep of the verdant Emperor saber, he killed them all. After Qin Feng had revealed his own dark abilities, the situation was turned on its head. The Wraith Devil now had no zombies at his side, and its soul had become severely weakened. You're dead. Qin Feng began to rush toward it. The Wraith Devil also pounced forward, as if it knew that it was going to die, but did not plan on doing so without a fight. Pop! The verdant Emperor saber lopped off Guang Xiaojing's head. Unexpectedly, a black-clawed hand erupted from behind Guang Xiaojing's back and wrapped around Qin Feng's waist. Assimilation. What a powerful consciousness. Qin Feng suddenly felt that his spirit was getting weaker, like he was spent, and that he could just collapse on the ground. It felt like the power of his consciousness was leaving him. He felt the current state of the Wraith Devil. It manipulated Guang Xiaojing's headless body to raise its black scaly claws to grab at Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng reacted by raising his left hand, causing flames to erupt from it. Crack! Guang Xiaojing's claw hit Qin Feng's body first, and he could see from the corner of his eye the decapitated head spread its lips into a wide, gleeful grin. That was the last expression his face made. The sharp, black scaly claw did not puncture Qin Feng's clothing at all. This article of clothing had been made out of Beast King material. With the force of this recently evolved, pseudo-Beast King that had a weak consciousness, it would have never been able to pierce through it. At the same time, the light of the flames completely enveloped Guang Xiaojing's body. Boom! The flames grew hotter, engulfing the body so quickly that even if the Wraith Devil wanted to escape, it was already too late for that. The Wraith Devil let out a long, ear-piercing shriek as Guang Xiaojing's body was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only its soul, which began to shrink under the burning heat until it was reduced to a sphere that was roughly around the size of its former host's fist. This was an ability core. It was also a soul pearl. Qin Feng picked up the soul pearl without any hesitation and began to absorb the energy inside. Ability Absorb. A majestic dark rune floated out from the soul pearl. Following quickly behind it was a surge of consciousness. His consciousness quickly reached its peak again. Not only that, it continued to rise. E4 tier. Even after he had reached E tier, he was continuing to go another step higher. This would have taken a normal ability user years of work to achieve. He felt his consciousness spread out into what felt like infinity, and once again felt the rush of advancing. The sun was coming up from the horizon by now. It was a brand new dawn. The dark runes were gradually dispelled by the light as Qin Feng began to take slow and firm steps out of the ruins. This battle was finally over. He moved out of Pingyun step by step, approaching the temporary station that had been erected outside. When the defensive gunners saw Qin Feng walking out, they felt a chill go down their spines. After all, they knew what kind of creature the Wraith Devil was, and the thought that crossed their minds terrified them. The fight's over? Then, Mayor Qin won. I don't know. The drones never sent in the news. What if, hear me out, what if the Wraith Devil won? Then who the heck is that? There were no cheers, no warm welcome. Everyone stared at Qin Feng with fear. Qin Feng's consciousness was spread even broader this time, and he could detect what the gunners were feeling. In a moment of excitement, he consumed the soul pearl. This meant that he did not have proof, and that just made the situation harder to explain. Thinking of this, he stopped. Then he raised his hand and summoned his hovercraft. Tanyu, I know you guys are afraid of me right now, so I think it's best if I leave without causing any more trouble, said Qin Feng. When Tanyu heard the news, he was still a little skeptical, but he did not dare say it out loud. How could you? Mayor Qin, I should be entertaining you for one. After all, you must be exhausted after fighting for so many days. Qin Feng immediately refused. Nope. I'm just passing through anyway. Mayor Qin, you've helped our city a lot this time. I'll make an application saying that I asked you for help and to give you a certain amount of points so you can redeem whatever you want. Oh, well, that sounds pretty good, though I just hope you people won't blame me for leveling Pingyun. It's a paltry sum, Tan Yu quickly said, noting that Qin Feng had used holy light mortar shells. Those were extraordinarily pricey, but if Qin Feng wanted reimbursement, they would be willing to provide. Thank you in advance, Qin Feng said while turning away from the crowd, not looking back as he got into his hovercraft and drove away. Do you think Mr. Qin might be offended by our behavior? Yu Gung said as he watched Qin Feng's retreating figure and trembled a little. Tan Yu also felt a little uneasy. He bit on his lip for a moment before saying, "Apply for Mr. Qin's battle achievements, even if he says it's fine, since these achievements can make up for whatever transgressions we've had with him." The most important thing was that Tan Yu was actually afraid that Qin Feng was actually the Wraith Devil's new host. Including today, it had been 3 days since the Wraith Devils appeared in Pingyun. The neighboring cities had finally decided to send aptitude users over, but they had suddenly received news that the battle was already over. The news that Tan Yu and the rest delivered made those in charge scratch their heads. Rewards first. Then we'll talk about what comes next. In the end, according to calculations, Qin Feng's battle gave him 300,000 internal points for the Zhongqing organization. As he was leaving Pingyun, he closed his eyes and began to rest, but his peace was disturbed when he felt the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrate. It was a notification. It told him that he had temporarily become part of the Zhongqing organization's internal staff, minus the luxury of an employee discount. That 300,000 points he just received had to be used quickly as well. Then his status of being an internal staff member would be revoked and the special page would be closed. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng understood what the organization meant. It's better than nothing. Qin Feng had merely wanted to take down the Wraith Devil. The rewards from the Zhongqing organization were not essential to him. But when he accessed the Zhongqing organization's page, he had to take a moment to catch his breath. Their collection was definitely bigger than the collection in Fu City. The items they provided were worth less than 300,000 points, but there were plenty of things that would be of use for E-tier aptitude users. All in all, Fu City only had one D-tier aptitude user, but there were several of them in the Zhongqing organization. Even their organization's chairman was no small fry. Qin Feng did not want to get lost in the selection, so he decided to sort the search filters from the highest to lowest price. Suddenly, extremely valuable things began to appear in front of his eyes. The first one that caught his attention was the lava flow style that got its name from the fire dragon style. Since the fire dragon style was given a discount when he was in Fu City, he only needed 100,000 points to redeem it. Now, he did not have a discount, so he did not really hold the 300,000 points with much consideration. Redeem the lava flow style and transfer it to Fengli Colony. Right after he placed the order, the internal staff's access also disappeared. Qin Feng adjusted his communicator so that nobody would disturb him, closed his eyes to regain composure, and quickly fell asleep. The Zhongqing organization also received the prompt around this time. Qin Feng redeemed something. What is it? Something that replenishes the consciousness? I mean, defeating the Wraith Devil was no small feat. Then you're saying that he's actually the Wraith Devil in disguise? What? I can't still be afraid. That was right. Most people were still afraid. Afraid that Qin Feng was actually the Wraith Devil's host. He was already very powerful. If he had been possessed by the Wraith Devil, this could only spell disaster in the future. Tan Yu let out a sigh of relief, waving a dismissive hand. Stop overthinking it. Qin Feng just redeemed the lava flow style. Magma style? Doesn't he already have the fire dragon style? Yes, conjuring a fire dragon is extremely difficult, but the lava flow style doesn't take a lot of energy. Tan Yu shook his head. He understood Qin Feng more than these people. It wasn't long ago that Mr. Qin obtained the fire dragon style. I know that he got it as a reward when he was in Fu City, and from what I've heard, it's hardly been a month, and he's already able to master the ability. The people that heard this drew a long breath. Suddenly, it felt as if someone like that killing the Wraith Devil was not too far-fetched. As for Qin Yuan and the Feng sisters, they thought that Qin Feng was a legend worth remembering for a lifetime. Qin Feng slept for an entire day, and by the time he woke up his car was quickly approaching Qingyang City. His communicator was turned on again and notifications kept popping up. Obviously, when he was resting, everyone had something to say to him. He frowned involuntarily when he saw one of the messages. Qin Feng called Xue Xingfu's communicator to contact him, and the man responded quickly. "Boss, it's about time you responded. I was starting to worry that something might have happened." Xue Xingfu quickly said, "Don't worry about it. Ignore whatever nonsense the outsiders say." Qin Feng retorted. Xue Xingfu continued, "The transactions have been good recently. People got some goods that weren't easy to sell and came to us, so we've accumulated a lot of low-level goods. Then, I contacted some small colonies and dumped them on them at lower prices. But when the merchants from a small colony left the area, they were robbed by some dark coalition people." He seemed to be getting angrier as he continued on with the subject. Only one survivor escaped, running back to Fengli and saying that it's our fault, that if they didn't make this trip, then they wouldn't have died. Sure, the guys calmed down by now, but boss, this ain't good news. As Fengli was just recently established, there were not many aptitude users around. As such, they only specialized in selling goods instead of selling services. Otherwise, the colony would be empty. As such, when people left Fengli, whatever happened would be outside of the colony's control, and when they returned to their homes, they would want nothing to do with the colony. Since the word was being spread around by the people, any bad rumors equaled bad business. There were plenty of small colonies, and in fact, they paved the road to wealth. "Did you know who did it?" Qin Feng asked. "Yeah. They call themselves the Scorpion Corps," Xue Xingfu replied. "So, they want to die too," Qin Feng said coldly. He had recently just killed 3 people, and it seemed that what he did had not set an example for this group. After all, this group only had one E-tier aptitude user. Xue Xingfu promptly began to explain. After the last Wanzhong auction, while a lot of people died in that colony, the Dark Coalition's people have also suffered heavy losses. Now, these people are fighting a secret war over territory, divvying up their unsavory influence. The head of the Scorpion Corps has recently been making frequent expansions. Qin Feng sneered. Who gave him the courage to even reach this point? Xue Xingfu did not dare say anything. He knew Qin Feng enough to know that he was extremely angry right now. Qin Feng's current strength had been restored to E-tier, and because of the examples he had set previously, a lot of people were afraid of him. This was the boon of strength. He thought that they would be able to have some peace for a few days, but it seemed like someone had come along to provoke him again. Whether or not these people were doing it intentionally, he still found it all very troublesome. No matter, he would just have to kill them all again to warn those who had secretly been eyeing Fengli Colony. The ones to take action surely wouldn't be them. Just because they don't enter Fengli, they think they'd be safe? What? Do they think we are lambs for the slaughter? Grab some cash and hurry over to the Bounty Hunter Network and list everyone in that group as wanted, starting from their boss at 1 billion, 10 million for their F-tier members, and 100,000 for their G-tier members. Huh? A bounty on them? Shouldn't we just send them a warning rather than give out such a large sum of money? Xue Xingfu's business-minded nature kicked in. It was apparent that he thought that the bounty was not worth it. It was way too distressing to take out such a large sum of money. With just a glance, Qin Feng figured out what Xue Xingfu had in mind. We should keep the goods to ourselves. Once I return to Fengli, we'll gather everyone from the colony to kill the Scorpion Corps together. It's about time to train our troops, or else we'll be left with softballs to defend the city. Before Qin Feng was reborn, he was also the leader of a big mercenary group. Initially, he helped people to transport goods and to protect the goods from ultra beasts and being looted by members from the Dark Coalition. Later on, after he had gotten stronger, he enrolled in the front lines of beast resistance. On the battlefield, Qin Feng had the ability to absorb supernatural powers of beasts, and he was very brave. However, there were times when the strength of a single person was limited. Qin Feng also needed a team. As such, after Fengli Colony had been established, it was natural that Qin Feng did not want his men to be weaklings. With stronger troops, Qin Feng's progress would speed up even more, and these men, at the very least, had to serve him by helping him to clean up the battlefield. Xue Xingfu applauded after Qin Feng had finished talking. Boss, I'm deeply convinced by your words, but would the Bounty Hunter Network agree to this? Xue Xingfu asked. Why wouldn't they agree? Besides, even after the bounty has been issued, Do you think there really would be people that would go after the Scorpion Core? Qin Feng replied. Shui Xingfu shook his head in response. Of course, there would not be any. Every E-tier aptitude user treasured their own lives very much and would not do it if there was no guarantee for their own success in battle, while D-tier aptitude users did not care about the 1 billion yuan bounty reward. Alright, you don't have to worry about anything else. Round up the numbers of the members of the Scorpion Core and beware of those who fish in troubled waters. You should also find out their location and wait for me to return. Alright then, I'll wait for your return. Shui Xingfu replied. Qin Feng hung up the call and contacted Zhang Haoyang of the Bounty Hunter Network to tell him about his plans in hopes that the other party would provide him with some information. Yes, Mayor Qin, this is just a small matter. I'll contact Director Shui to take charge of the matter. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Zhang Haoyang did not dare to help out Qin Feng with his trouble since Qin Feng now had become a popular figure within the Bounty Hunter Network. After hanging up the call, Qin Feng did a little stretch. After 3 days of non-stop battle, a good sleep had eased his fatigue. On his way back, Qin Feng checked the messages from Yang Sanhu while he cleared out some of his resources. The messages were only about encounters with beast generals and none about beast kings. If they had truly encountered a beast king, the wilderness rangers might not even be able to return from their journey, let alone go out for an investigation. But after killing numerous beast generals and ultra beasts, the amount of energy that Qin Feng had devoured had increased exponentially, and his body flesh had advanced to E4 tier. After his 3-day journey, Qin Feng could finally see the walls of Fengli Colony from afar. The sweet warmth of returning home started to fill up his heart. Before his rebirth, Qin Feng had his own residency after setting up his own team, but he did not live there that often. The place was just a foothold for him, or sometimes a familiar or comfortable hotel waiting for his return. Although he had not actually spent much time living in Fengli Colony, things felt different. It was different because he saw the flickering silhouette of a familiar person from a distance, which instantly filled his heart with joy. Qin Feng stopped the hover car and opened the door, and the silhouette quickly rushed to his side and jumped into his arms. It was Bai Li. The two had a linked bond. In such close distance, Bai Li sensed Qin Feng's presence and came out to greet him. Bai Li touched Qin Feng's body with her 2 bony hands, and she leaned in with her small, flawless face to sniff Qin Feng's body scent. If Bai Li were in her fox form now, Qin Feng imagined that she would be wagging her tail. There was nothing implicit at all. Bai Li's behavior was a sign that she missed Qin Feng dearly. So you didn't go out to flirt around. Bai Li let go of Qin Feng after she was sure about it. Qin Feng's face stiffened. You came all the way over here just to make sure I didn't flirt around? Bai Li nodded. You're mine, so that means you can't go around flirting and being a lut. Qin Feng laughed so hard that he was on the verge of tears. Slut was not usually used to describe a man. All right, get in the car. But this time, I didn't bring you back any gifts. Well, do you think that I'm an easily deceived child? I'm a grown-up now, why would I want gifts? Qin Feng smiled. Back when Bai Li was still a young beast, she would always make a scene every time Qin Feng left her. Qin Feng was even afraid that one day he would be blacklisted by her for an eternity. But at that time, maybe Bai Li was feeling insecure without Qin Feng around her. I'll give you a kiss, but don't get too cocky. Bai Li leaned over and planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek before getting on the passenger side. Qin Feng instantly felt a hot sensation in his heart, which was incredible. Perhaps it was because of Bai Li, which made Fengli Colony feel more like a home. When Qin Feng returned to Qingbei Colony, he did not inform anyone about the news. Instead, it was Shui Xingfu who spread the word that Qin Feng had gone to Pingyun again to exterminate the Wraith Devil. At night, 3 hover buses quietly drove out of Fengli Colony. Qin Feng glanced through the list of personnel for Fengli's very first operation that was displayed on his communicator. 2 E-tier aptitude users were deployed, which were Qin Feng and Bai Li. Then, there were 5 F-tier aptitude users, namely Lu Shui, Wang Chun, He Ling, Zhou Hao, and Lu Hong. The remaining 100 people were G-tier aptitude users. Unknowingly, there were now more and more aptitude users in Fengli Colony, and the troops had gradually grown larger. At this time, Qin Feng was sitting on the second floor of the first bus. The interior was fully equipped with monitoring equipment, and there were a few technicians making some adjustments here and there. Qin Feng, Bai Li, and 5 other F-tier aptitude users were on the same bus. The Scorpion Corps is a dark organization. Since they don't have a fixed gathering spot, they don't take in the old, weak, sick, or the disabled. They're said to be an all-powerful group with 300 aptitude users, which is 3 times more than the number of people we've got. That means our low-tier aptitude users might be at a disadvantage. He Ling pointed out the information shown. There are also 12 F-tier aptitude users, all of whom are vicious rogue criminals. These 12 criminals were the ones that Qin Feng had each issued a bounty on in the bounty hunter network. 3 days had since passed, and these people were starting to get afraid, and their trails had disappeared. It was likely that they had returned to the Scorpion Corps. Of course, they probably had more G-tier aptitude users within the Scorpion Corps, but they did not receive the information. We'll be the first to sneak in and cover fire. Don't worry about the G-tier aptitude users. If any of my men can't even handle such low-tier troops, I think it's better to exile them rather than keep them. Qin Feng said indifferently, I don't engage in oppressive tactics, and neither do I exploit benefits from the civilians. What I'm looking for in our G-tier soldiers is not intimidation, rather, their capabilities in fighting, understand? Yes, sir, I understand. Don't worry, none of my men are weak soldiers. Wang Chun replied. Wang Chun was now a patrol leader, and he would become a general in the future if he were to advance to E-tier. But the first thing that came to mind regarding the intimidation aspect was Wang Chun's internal patrol group, which was why Wang Chun had to come out and take a stand. Okay, we'll get ready in just a moment. The 3 vehicles headed into the wilderness without drawing any attention to themselves. The journey was calm and quiet, and they felt that the beast repellent powder had worked. They did not even have the faintest idea that Qin Feng had also secretly enhanced their camouflage with Dark Shroud. Feng Li's troops were approaching their target in a stealthy mode. The first Feng Li colony troop battle was about to begin. Now, in the wild, a U-shaped valley was seen in between the low mountain ranges. The valley was covered in lush forestry, and since it was winter, the withered trees did not have any branches or leaves. The human tracks were covered after 2 consecutive heavy snowfalls. After getting through the small path and going around the front, a small village could be seen in the valley. It was not quite accurate to call it a village. Perhaps it was more like a campsite. There were caravans with solar panels installed on the top, which helped to keep them moving. Outside the campsite, there were some fences, as well as some temporary large tent houses and toilets a distance away. Some of the big tents were bustling with liveliness and loud voices, and occasionally the miserable screams of a woman could be heard. Those pricks over at Feng Li Colony are such jerks. They've earned so much money, and they should have shared some of the wealth with us. Stingy beastards. Someday, once we've gathered enough forces, we'll take over the colony and force them to pay for protection with their money. We will charge them 10 million. No, since they're so rich, we'll charge them 1 billion. 8 billion? You're underestimating the wealth of Feng Li Colony. They make more than a few dozen billions every day now. FCK, that much every day? Wouldn't that be tens of billions a month? Son of a BTCH. And now they've even placed a bounty on us. How about we go to their colony and kidnap some of their BChis there? I'm tired of seeing these bunch of old faces. As the man was talking, he reached out to pinch the woman who was forced into his arms. His pinch was hard, and the woman's cheeks instantly turned purplish red, but she was unfazed by the pain. Her naked body was heavily bruised and battered, as if she had been turned into a broken doll. The man was bored too, but there was nothing he could do. His entire team could not go out as the manhunt issued by Feng Li Colony was too ruthless. From the bounty, there was a 100,000 credit bounty reward for just a G-tier aptitude user, and anyone registered in the bounty hunter network system could hunt them down. Men would do anything in their means to become rich, and since G-tier aptitude users were easy to deal with, someone might have formed a team just to hunt them down. At this moment, they did not have the slightest clue that someone had actually touched down on their base camp during this snowy winter. These people were all still outside of the valley, which was 3,000 meters away from their base camp inside the valley. Qin Feng and Wang Chun climbed up the slope. Then, Wang Chun quickly set up his guns. There are more than 50 lodge caravans, with an estimated number of 400 people. There are 10 small tents and 3 large tents. They carry out their activities inside these tents. There's one villa-style luxury caravan. I think that's where the members of the Scorpion Corps are at. There are 16 substandard caravans, with one person living in each. They probably belong to the F-tier aptitude users. One of the tents may be holding captives. Wang Chen quickly analyzed the situation. Qin Feng was on his side and was observing the situation as well. He nodded and said nothing at all. There was nothing wrong with Wang Chen's analysis. There were more people than expected, but Qin Feng was fine with it since it would just cost them more money. Right now, Fengli was not short of money. Get ready, cover fire. Watch out and avoid shooting at the tent with the captives. Qin Feng gave the order, and the aptitude users of Fengli Colony quickly assembled their equipment. One by one, the cannon barrels were set up. There were roughly 50 of them. This was truly a show of wealth and power. Ready, fire. Wang Chun gave the order, and all 50 gunners pressed the switch. Whoosh whoosh. Bright cannonballs soared into the air once they were fired out. Although these cannonballs were not very powerful, they were definitely not weak. Any G-tier aptitude user would definitely be blown into pieces if they were not able to dodge the cannonballs in time. But any F-tier aptitude user could easily evade them. If they had any F-tier gunners, they might even be able to directly repel the cannonballs. At this time, outside the Scorpion Corps territory, a few of the Scorpion Corps watchguards were rubbing their fists as they grumbled. We're deep in the forest where there are no ultra beasts. If there's any, it'll probably be beasts that looking to mate. We're so unlucky to be sent out for night watch. You don't say, but I've got some wine here, let's drink. Haha, not bad for a young lad like you. Okay, drink up. They were not wary of the invasion in the slightest. After all, the location where they were stationed was so remote that not even the birds would fly over there. None of them would have thought that someone would launch a surprise attack on them. After downing a cup of wine, they heard a buzzing sound in their ears. Wow, is your wine really this strong? I'm already getting a little dizzy, and I can even hear a buzz in my ear. Huh? I don't think so. I secretly drank a cup earlier, but I didn't feel anything. You brat, I can't believe you didn't share some with me earlier. Suddenly, the man felt that something was not right, and he stared into the night sky. Even if there was a mental energy field around to prevent the loud sound from being heard, the sound could still be heard if the person was standing close to the sound source. Whoosh! The cannonballs fell from the sky, producing sparks as they grazed through the air. We're under attack. The man let out a harsh, fearful roar. At this time, there were already some F-tier aptitude users who had spotted the cannonballs. A dark organization like the Scorpion Crops could not afford to train that many gunners. Instead, they had many ancient warriors, with ability users being in the dominant position. At that moment, the 2 F-tier gunners immediately countered the attack. Conscious force, repel. In an instant, around half of the 50 cannonballs were reversed and they flew in the direction from which they were shot from. However, the remaining cannonballs were taken care of by another gunner. The gunner set up his cannon and took aim at one of the cannonballs. By hitting one of the cannonballs, the other cannonballs would also explode in midair. Whoosh! The cannonball flew into the sky. It struck the barrage of cannonballs and caused a chain of explosions. In just the blink of an eye, the sky was dyed red. Boom, 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 boom. The loud, deafening blasts broke the silence of the night, which woke up all the members of the Scorpion Corps. All of them rushed out frantically to find out what was happening. Quick, take cover and prepare to retreat. One of the higher-ups of the Scorpion Corps roared in fury. At that moment, Scorpio, an E-tier aptitude user, came out of his caravan which the higher-ups reside in. Scorpio had a pair of triangular slit eyes, which displayed his ruthless expression. He was around 40 years old and had been an E-tier aptitude user for more than 10 years, so he could be said to be an old fart among the dark forces. No one dared to make a move against Scorpio. Recently, he had been expanding his territory at a frantic pace, which earned him quite a lot of income, and his strength had improved as well. Now, he was already an E-tier ancient warrior. Boom! Without hesitation, Scorpio took a step forward and activated his motion arts technique. In the next moment, he was already dashing toward the valley. At this time, Wang Chun and Qin Feng were hanging on the mountain walls on the outside of the valley. Their gazes were fixated on the situation in the valley. They are making a move, and they have 2 F-tier aptitude users. Wang Chun licked and felt the icy touch on his lips. His heart was filled with murderous anger. "Boss, watch me." Wang Chun quickly equipped himself with a hand cannon. As the reversed cannonballs flew in the air, Wang Chun raised his arm and fired off a cannon. The cannonball was able to shatter those low-grade cannonballs, but in the next moment, Wang Chun fired 3 more cannonballs in a row. The cannonballs whistled again. Not only that, the Scorpion Corps too had a cannon team, and they began to fire back at them. However, Fengli Colony was just too wealthy, and they had the upper hand. "Fire again," Qin Feng said blandly as 50 cannonballs were fired again. The cannonballs instantly blanketed the entire Scorpion Corps camp. However, at this time, the 2 gunners were suppressed by Wang Chun, and there was no way they could stop these low-grade cannonballs in time. They could only count on the other members of the Scorpion Corps to counter the attack. In this head-on battle, the winning side was quite obvious. Boom. The Scorpion Corps' camp was instantly enveloped in flames. "Have you given up on life? If not, scram." A thunderous voice was heard from afar. The voice was laced with internal force, creating a suppressing aura. They could feel the aura rush over their bodies, suppressing their breathing and making them bend their bodies as they gasped for air. His voice arrived before he did. It was Scorpio. He was the old, cunning warrior of the Dark Coalition within the 3 cities. "I didn't expect you to show up so soon." Qin Feng took a heavy step forward, which made the frozen stone beneath his foot crack. His aura was unleashed, and his internal force thickened. He tried to suppress the other party's aura with his. 2 humanoid silhouettes were seen trudging through the snow, and soon they would run into each other. Scorpio sensed Qin Feng's aura, but he had no idea who the other party was. It was not until they were no more than 30 meters away when they both stopped walking and looked at each other from a distance. "Qin Feng." Scorpio gritted his teeth as he said his name. "Yes, that's me." Qin Feng nodded casually. Scorpio felt his angered breath lodged in his chest. "Qin Feng, are you trying to eliminate every single one of us?" Scorpio gave Qin Feng a murderous glare with his triangular eyes. He really did not expect Qin Feng to be so stubborn. However, Qin Feng appeared to be calmer than before. "I've issued a manhunt on you, and I've given you many days. If only you had returned the goods to me. I might have called off the manhunt. Too bad." Scorpio's face turned ugly. Before this, Scorpio had never taken Qin Feng seriously, and they had no reason to return the stolen goods. Moreover, Scorpio even planned on living in Fengli Colony in the future like a living parasite, sucking away the resources from the colony. He just did not expect Qin Feng to retaliate with this much aggression. "Are you serious?" Scorpio scanned Qin Feng from the top to bottom, and he sensed that he was only of E4 tier. Seeing this, he finally made up his mind. But he dared not underestimate Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng was the one who had killed Shademaster and the others. As such, it was better to not mess with him. Whoosh! Another barrage of cannonballs rocketed above his head, which caused Scorpio's mouth to twitch. "Qin Feng, this time I'll admit that it is I, Scorpio, who is the one at fault. I'll return the goods, and you and I will never cross paths again in the future," Scorpio said in a deep tone. Those returned items and goods could be looted again, but it was clear to him that his underlings stood no chance against the wealthy and powerful Qin Feng. Even Scorpio was starting to get a little anxious. There were some things which Scorpio would not do personally and would rely on his underlings. He belonged to the top of the pyramid, but if the bottom were to collapse, his higher-up position would be gone as well. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was not buying into Scorpio's words. "I've given you the chance, but too bad you didn't appreciate it. What's the point of begging for mercy when you're about to die?" Qin Feng replied. His eyes were locked on Scorpio. For a moment, Scorpio felt that all of his deepest, darkest secrets had been exposed, and there was no way he could hide. He was frustrated from feeling so exposed. "I don't believe that a hairless pup like you is able to defeat me." Scorpio let out a roar as he drew out his weapon. It was a stick with a chain on the other end, and the chain ended with a palm-sized, sharp, tapered instrument that emitted green light. It was evident that his weapon was unique and was drenched with poison. Qin Feng also took out his verdant Emperor saber at the same time. He showed no intention of taking his enemy lightly. In a battlefield, one would have to die if the other were to live, and there was no room for carelessness. "I'm gonna kill you," Scorpio bellowed as he dashed toward Qin Feng. The two were soon engaged in a tight battle. At the same time, Wang Chun was on the other side, suppressing the two gunners. Their attacks were relentless. With the resources provided by Qin Feng, Wang Chun's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The equipment he had on were all of excellent quality, and the accessories he wore helped him to condense his conscious energy, allowing him to exert his conscious energy to a greater effect. In just minutes, under Wang Chun's control of the situation, the F-tier gunners were not able to stop the cannonballs from the Fengli troop from striking their camp. There were just too many of them. Whoosh! The cannonballs landed on their campgrounds. Boom, boom, boom. They were all knocked off their feet, and some were even blasted away. Although the Scorpion Corps' campsite was located somewhere hidden, in the end, they did not have any special shelters to protect them from the siege. The only thing they could do was flee. But wherever they tried to flee, the cannonballs were still able to track them. In just moments, Scorpion Corps had suffered heavy losses. Under the bombardment of the two troops, the camping ground was completely obliterated. Soon, the Scorpion Corps did not have any ammunition left to fire back at the other troop. After all, they were not prepared for this sudden attack, and they did not have much of this kind of artillery power. During the battle, Wang Chun had taken care of one of the gunners, and the other gunner had stopped firing. On the other side, the battle between Qin Feng and Scorpio was simply one-sided. Scorpio's weapon was indeed unique, but it was useless when used against Qin Feng. On the other hand, Scorpio was getting even more frustrated, and he felt powerless. His weapon could barely land a hit on Qin Feng's combat suit. How was he going to fight like this? Clank! Both weapons clashed together. Qin Feng's humongous verdant emperor saber that was once light and agile was now hefty and powerful. With each mighty swing, the weapon made a whooshing sound. Scorpio felt the tremendous force that overcame his body, knocking him into the air. Both of his hands went numb, and even his chest began to ache. Scorpio did not expect Qin Feng to be this strong. With a flicker in his eyes, Scorpio threw a smoke bomb after his body crashed onto a tree. Whoosh! Scorpio was running away. Qin Feng was surprised, but then he came to and chased after him. That old, cunning man. Qin Feng had his conscious energy locked on Scorpio, and there was no way he could run away from him. He channeled some internal force into his legs, which granted him the ability to run with supersonic speed. As he pursued after him, Qin Feng turned on his communicator. Prepare to wipe out the remaining forces. Everyone get ready to move. The Scorpion Corps was overwhelmed by the bombardment, and the remaining men began to scatter, but Qin Feng had no intention of letting these people go. After the Fengli troops had received the order, they felt their blood starting to boil. The real battle had only just begun. Outside the valley, the troop charged forth. Xiaohuang. Zhou Hao slapped his shoulder, and a palm-sized ant on his shoulder quickly climbed down. The ant transformed and was as huge as a big truck on the ground. Zhou Hao rolled over and triggered his conscious power. The golden ant fluttered its wings and took off from the ground, and Zhou Hao was going to ride on top of it. Zhou Hao, give me a lift. Lu Heng took few strides to catch up with him. He did a flip and landed on top of the golden queen ant's body. Hold on tight. The two of them dashed forward. Lu Shui and He Ling were lagging behind, but they used motion arts and were able to zip through the snow without leaving a single trace behind. Soon, they were inside the Scorpion Corps' camp, which was in ruins. The caravans were all blown up, and only one tent remained in good condition. The flames illuminated their surroundings. Enemy attack, here it comes. Someone screeched in terror. Beast King. How's that possible? Do you mean a Beastmaster's Beast King? Those people were scared out of their wits. Zhou Hao quickly locked his conscious energy onto an F-tier aptitude user without caring about the others. Li Hu. 10 million yuan is now mine. The Golden Queen Ant charged toward Li Hu ferociously. Li Hu dared not fight against the Golden Queen Ant. He turned around and ran in fear, but he was nowhere faster than the Golden Queen Ant. Before he could run far, a terrifyingly long spear had pierced through his back. He was instantly picked off from the ground. Die! Zhou Hao held the 4-meter-long spear with both hands, and with a flick of his wrist, the spear was retracted. Zhou Hao grabbed Li Hu's heavily injured body. He lifted his arms and pulled him up by the neck. Snap! With one move, Zhou Hao's eyes were bloodshot red. This was his first time participating in a battle. Although he was still a teenager, he was not excited, nor did he feel uneasy. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. Again, the mighty Golden Queen Ant charged toward the crowd in a rampage. The others then caught up with him and began to obstruct the F-tier aptitude users, while a large number of aptitude users from Fengli Colony had also joined the battle. They surrounded the G-tier aptitude users and killed them. For a brief moment, the screams and cries of killing echoed in the remote valley. At this time, Qin Feng was still chasing after Scorpio. I didn't expect Scorpio to be this good in using motion arts. Even with my internal force-enhanced speed, I can't catch up to him. Qin Feng's brows were slightly furrowed, but he was still able to keep up with Scorpio. He did not have the slightest intention of giving up on the chase. If he were not able to catch up, Qin Feng would maintain his speed, so he would not let Scorpio throw him off. Even with an improved Spectre motion steps, it would still be slower even though it's a motion arts movement. It seems like I would require a stronger motion arts technique. The motion arts technique he had previously given to Zhou Hao would not work in this situation because it required a matching internal strength technique. Since Qin Feng already had the star absorption skill, there was no reason for him to learn the technique. Even though Qin Feng was distracted about getting the internal strength he would be getting later, his pace did not slow down at all. When compared to him, Scorpion was super exhausted. His motion arts was indeed very good, but any motion art technique that involved extreme speeds would consume a lot of the user's strength. Scorpio's internal strength was almost depleted. Damn it, I can't believe he's still after me. Scorpio reached for his spatial rune equipment and pulled out a small porcelain vial. He poured out the pills inside and stuffed them into his mouth. He felt his internal strength bubbling inside. Once he had recovered some strength, he continued with his escape. Qin Feng frowned again. Scorpio, you'd better stop running. You're wasting the pills. Maybe you should just leave it for me. Qin Feng sneered at him. Eat my fart. Scorpio was still running frantically. He dared not stop at all. But no matter how fast he could run, he still could not outrun him. Stop him, Qin Feng shouted. While Scorpio was still figuring out who Qin Feng was talking to, a human figure suddenly appeared before him. It was an extremely beautiful young lady, and as Qin Feng was becoming more famous, Bai Li too was starting to gain more recognition. Word got around that Bai Li was Qin Feng's girlfriend, and she was like a treasured antique face to him. However, many people said that Bai Li was actually quite powerful and awe-inspiring, but it was just that she did not fight much. Scorpio thought that she was just a lovely girl, but soon he realized that he was dead wrong. Swish! 5 streaks of white light blinded him. Ah! Scorpio let out a scream. He did not even know what he was hit by, but he felt severe pain on one eye. A huge gash formed on his eye all the way to the chin, and 5 more bloody gashes were formed on his chest. The tremendous force sent Scorpio flying backward. He landed in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng bent down and landed a punch on Scorpio's dantian. Star absorption skill. The powerful suction drained out all of Scorpio's internal energy. Scorpio's body twitched. He felt as if his internal energy was being siphoned away from his body. Scorpio had used up most of his internal energy earlier, but the star absorption skill was extracting the energy from his dantian. If the internal energy inside was completely drained out, it would absorb the internal energy that was stored in the limbs. This was known as a reversal meridian, but Scorpio did not have the energy to stop this from happening. In the blink of an eye, the internal energy inside of Scorpio's body was completely leached out. Then, Qin Feng raised the verdant Emperor Saber in his hand. No, Scorpio tried to resist, but he had no strength at all. Before his death, his eyes were filled with remorse, and he looked as if he regretted provoking Qin Feng. Poof! The saber came down like a guillotine. Qin Feng had beheaded Scorpio. With just a flick of his hand, Qin Feng wrapped Scorpio's head with conscious energy and sent it into his spatial runic equipment. Burn! A tiny amber landed on Scorpio's body. Just like that, the body of the 3 cities executioner who had terrorized and slaughtered countless people was burnt into ashes. After the fire had died down, Qin Feng picked up some of the runic equipment that remained. Afterward, Qin Feng brought Bai Li with him and returned to the Scorpion Corps' campsite. The battle was now nearing its end. Although Scorpion Corps had more F-tier aptitude users than expected, with Zhou Hao's Golden Queen Ant, those F-tier aptitude users were nothing to worry about. Even if there were 10 more of them, they would still not be a match for the Golden Queen Ant. About 300 people died under the cannon siege. As soon as the troops from Fengli colony showed up, these people were like homeless dogs scattering around aimlessly. They had no fighting power at all and were all quickly slaughtered. The ground was piled with black charred corpses, and there were also bodies that had fresh wounds. The entire place reeked of fresh blood and a terrible stench. The crowd turned toward Qin Feng as he was illuminated under the fiery glow. Some of them were actually new to this kind of large-scale siege that involved a dark organization, and some of them were even trembling. It could be out of excitement, or it could be out of fear. Qin Feng stopped walking and looked at the people who were following him from behind. He lifted his hand slightly and pointed at the bodies that were piled up next to him, a spot that reeked of blood, decay, and dread. See here? The crowd was silent. This is a scene which can only be savored by victors. If you become losers, your bodies will belong to this pile of corpses. With that said, try and keep up with me, and you will see more of this later in the future. When the time comes, you will get used to this scene. A victor's compassion is what losers admire the most. Fengli colony's black market was flourishing, and at the end of January, the newly established Fengli colony once again received news that shocked everyone. Qin Feng, the mayor of Fengli colony, had ordered people to build a wanted board on the city wall outside of the colony. The board was not like a big screen. It was built of steel and concrete. There were 17 heads hanging on the board. These dead people actually looked very different from when they were still alive. But the identities of these 17 people were clear to everyone. They were the Scorpion Corps. Subsequently, the bounty hunter network also showed that the manhunt for E-tier criminal, Scorpio, was completed, and the accomplisher was Qin Feng. Not only that, the manhunt for the other members of the Scorpion Corps that were displayed on the bounty hunter network were also all completed. At this point in time, almost everyone knew that Qin Feng had completely wiped out the entire Scorpion Corps. The Scorpion Corps was not an ordinary force, but a notorious dark coalition organization that had to be reckoned with. Yet Qin Feng issued a bounty on them and completed it by himself in just a week's time. This caused some people to feel chills run down their spines, and they dared not underestimate Qin Feng ever again. Qin Feng might be young and arrogant too at that, but Qin Feng's tactics were extremely cruel, straightforward, and merciless. Initially, some foolish dark organization members who tried to wait for the right time to strike Qin Feng had now carefully retracted their claws. Some of them were even afraid that Qin Feng would find out their plans and were in a panic. Qin Feng did not have the time to care about those people. As long as these people were honest and had no plans in striking Fengli colony, Qin Feng did care about them. Moreover, this training exercise also allowed Qin Feng to see Zhou Hao's true potential. Even now in Fengli, Zhou Hao was the strongest apart from Bai Li, Qin Feng, and Lin Wui. However, his strength was still somewhat lacking. If Zhou Hao were to successfully advance to E-tier, Qin Feng would be able to hand the colony over to Zhou Hao without having to worry. In 2 months, the grave of the war god will probably open. Then, I'll bring Zhou Hao along on my journey. Qin Feng had the future plan set, but 2 months was still quite a long time. Now, Qin Feng had no plans on stopping and idling around. He turned on his communicator and checked the Wanzhong trading network. But after swiping around, Qin Feng could not find anything that he needed. He wanted to find a good motion arts technique. Qin Feng was obviously not very satisfied. But soon, an ability caught Qin Feng's attention. Fiery Rampage. Qin Feng felt a jolt in his heart. Abilities were ever-changing, and what Qin Feng had mastered was far from enough. Due to Qin Feng's strength, the abilities he had mastered were relatively few, but every single one of them was incredibly powerful. You can use it as an F-tier, and it only costs $1 million. Qin Feng bought it without a second thought. An hour later, the item arrived, and Qin Feng could not wait to open it. Ability Devourment. After he had devoured the fire runes, the runes began changing, and they then reassembled themselves to form a new ability. Qin Feng walked to the backyard and unleashed the ability. In the next moment, he felt as though his feet were strapped with fire cannons. His entire body leapt high and forward, and in the blink of an eye he had reached 20 meters with just a single leap. If it were not for Qin Feng's strong body, he would have made a fool of himself earlier. This ability was actually really good, and just now it only appeared to be weak because of a slight careless mistake. In fact, this ability allowed him to run even faster and cover a greater distance, which could make up for Qin Feng's shortcomings. He clearly needed more training with this ability. At this moment, Qin Feng's communicator began to beep. "What's the matter?" On the other side of the call was Lu Hong. Now, he was mainly in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and most of the contacts from other colonies were handed over to Lu Hong, and he handled everything quite well. He would not have contacted Qin Feng if it were not for a serious matter. "Mayor Qin, someone from Sea City is looking for you," Lu Hong said. "There's a letter from Sea City. It's an invitation for you to participate in the defense against the sea beast tide." As they had entered January, it was the most dangerous month of sea tides. No one knew when it all started, but every January, Sea City would be besieged by swarms of sea beasts. These sea beasts would crawl ashore, hunt on humans, lay eggs, and terrorize the city. Most of the sea beasts that were able to come ashore were amphibious, and there were also some that possessed strong toxins and would appear frequently, which affected the plantation and crops of Sea City. That was why hunting these sea beasts had become a tradition that had to be done every year in Sea City. Although Sea City was considered one of the most dangerous places, it was also a place full of opportunities and hardships. "Okay, got it." Qin Feng nodded, which indicated that he understood the message. Then, "Mr. Mayor, do you really plan on going? I always have the feeling that the current executives of Sea City are not easy to get along with." Sea City had gotten Shademaster and the gang to cause trouble in Fengli. People from Fengli Colony did not know what had happened exactly, but Qin Feng was able to make that guess. Lu Hong did not know either, but he had a feeling that Sea City was not friendly toward Fengli Colony. Moreover, Qin Feng had returned from the city with a full cargo of items before. It was worrisome that the executives of Sea City, who were clearly mad at Qin Feng, would be very unhappy unless they acquire something from Qin Feng. Of course, why wouldn't I go? But name the price as Fengli is a part of me. And if they want me to go, you should charge them 1,000,000 per day, and the loot will all belong to me. Qin Feng replied. Also, name the same price for Bailey, and tell them the sea beast tide will come around the middle of the month. I'll not receive post payments, so tell them to pay 3 billion as the upfront fee, and then we'll talk. Even though Lu Hong knew how capable Qin Feng was, and the price he asked for was not excessive, he felt that the conditions given by Qin Feng were a bit too harsh. I don't think they would agree to that, would they? You just tell them that it's their business to agree or disagree, not mine. Qin Feng sneered. Deep down, he knew that these people would agree to it. Lu Hong had no choice but to relay the message back to them. The person who contacted Lu Hong was an F-tier aptitude user, but it was obvious that there was someone else behind him. As soon as Lu Hong relayed the message, the people on the opposite side of the call were instantly infuriated. It was clear that they thought Qin Feng was overbearing and self-righteous. The call ended rather quickly, but what Lu Hong did not expect was that in just half an hour's time, he received an agreement from Sea City. They had agreed to Qin Feng's requests and that the 3 billion yuan would soon be transferred over. They would also quickly send someone over to pick up Qin Feng. Boss, did you already figure out that they would eventually agree to it? Lu Hong was a bit confused. Yeah, you don't have to think too much about this. Once I reach Sea City, feel free to contact me if you need anything. Understood, boss. Lu Hong did not get to the bottom of it. Qin Feng made preparations for his journey to Sea City, but in less than half a day, Xue Xingfu came over once he received the news. Mayor Qin, you're not leaving again, are you? Xue Xingfu was wailing deep down. Although Qin Feng would bring back bigger rewards each time he went out, Xue Xingfu was still anxious about the safety of Fengli in the constant absence of their prime commander. The colony was facing a greater threat by the day as its business continued to expand. I have received an invitation to join in on the defense against the sea beast tide from Sea City, Qin Feng answered. Xue Xingfu immediately pulled a long face and persuaded Qin Feng. A new mayor has just taken over Sea City. That place is now conquered by one of the factions under Leitang organization. You were the biggest winner last time out and walked out without paying them any compensation. This went against their rules, and they are surely still holding a grudge over that. Xue Xingfu was able to see the grander picture, an insight that Lu Hong lacked. I know what you were trying to say, but do you expect me to crouch like a turtle just because some hooligans have a grudge against me? Mayor, you are walking straight into a trap. With great risk comes great reward. But why insist on this particular risk? You have just returned from yet another fierce battle. Why don't you rest for a bit? Qin Feng shook his head. When have you ever seen me step on the brakes? If I have loosened up even once, do you think I would have achieved all these? Xue Xingfu recalled their past encounters after Qin Feng had said so. He first met him about half a year ago. He was only a rather mature teenager in Xue Xingfu's eyes then. The second time they crossed paths, Qin Feng had journeyed to the wilderness and brought back the materials of a beast general. Fast forward to today, Qin Feng had already transformed into a mayor. He did not stop there and further popularized his colony, turning it into a famous business hub that attracted numerous opportunities. Fengli had enormous potential in the years to come. There was a reason behind Qin Feng's success. You win. Xue Xingfu did not have anything left to say. His brows still furrowed deep. You have to elevate your personal strength as well instead of relying on your superior. Once you are an E-tier, then you could be the deterrent force of Fengli. What's good about earning so much if you don't have the ability to protect your wealth in this tumultuous era? Qin Feng remembered that Xue Xingfu was officially a high-tier aptitude user in his past life. Nonetheless, he was better known for his business mind and seldom involved himself in battle. That led to speculations that he was merely a paper tiger. Qin Feng bore the same opinion. After having known Xue Xingfu for some time, Qin Feng could tell this underling was not especially disciplined in training. Money is my life. It's hard to admit it, but I guess you are right. There's no way I can hold on to my current position shamelessly when those young ones in the colony are catching up to me so quickly. Xue Xingfu was rather embarrassed as he said. Qin Feng corrected him. That's not your expertise, so I am not expecting a spectacular improvement. But that doesn't mean you should completely neglect training. Noted. Xue Xingfu nodded obediently. It was extremely convincing when these words were coming out from Qin Feng's mouth. The next day, a hover train had arrived to fetch those from Chengyang to Sea City. Unlike the situation in Han Town, the occurrence in Sea City did not need any publicity. Every year, people from all around the world would rush to Sea City, searching for opportunities during this time. The tsunami would bash the coastal region of Sea City around the same time annually. All sorts of things might be washed up the shores by the waves, including silver pearls or even golden pearls. Those loots would be more than enough to support a G-tier aptitude user in reaching F-tier. However, the mood was slightly different this year. The spatial waymarks sold by Wanzhong had resulted in a huge loss among the upper classes of the three cities. Quite a number of colonies were also holding Sea City in contempt, and they had refused to take part in this year's Sea Beast Tide. Though the number of participants was still enormous, the lack of high-tier aptitude users meant that things might go out of control if a powerful beast were to suddenly emerge along with the tsunami. That was why the organizer was willing to give in to Qin Feng's exorbitant request. As predicted by Xue Xingfu, they were indeed plotting something sinister back in Sea City. Those from the Dark Coalition have failed to bring down Qin Feng the last time. This time, we must exterminate him once and for all. Yes, Deputy Mayor. Don't worry, our plan won't fail this time. We can guarantee that Qin Feng would not leave Sea City alive if he dares to set foot in our turf. The man on the main seat nodded satisfyingly. A sense of rage flashed past his eyes. His name was Wang Jichao. He was about 35 years old. He was E8 tier now and had the potential to attain D tier in the future. He naturally became the deputy mayor after being Lei Chen's right-hand man for some years. Wang Jichao was the one that had employed Shademaster to make a scene at Fengli back then. He did not think that they would be so incompetent. Not only had they failed to assassinate Qin Feng, but the loots had also been gained by Fengli. Indirectly, those goods helped to boost the black market's reputation further. Initially, Wang Jichao planned to claim back those treasures by killing the mercenaries once they had succeeded in the mission. Now, it seemed impossible to even locate where the stuff had been sold to. Qin Feng, I hope you bring something precious with you this time. Or else, your death alone would not be enough to compensate for my loss. His ultimate aim was to get some shares in Fengli once Qin Feng was done for. However, was Qin Feng really that easy to be killed? Qin Feng met with Tan Yu again on the hover train. It was not uncommon to see him here, since this was his job. However, their previous rapport had completely disappeared this time around. Qin Feng had become stronger and more popular, while Tan Yu was still only a train conductor. That was not all. What happened in Pingyun had also alienated them further. Though Qin Feng had rescued them, Tan Yu and the others feared that Qin Feng might be possessed by the Wraith Devil and decided to cut ties with him. From Tan Yu's perspective, he was angry that Qin Feng did not explain himself then. To Qin Feng, he did not feel that it was necessary to clarify anything to an F-tier aptitude user. All right, your work is done here. Just go on ahead with your other duties, Qin Feng said and dismissed his service. Tan Yu subdued his urge to say something and merely nodded. He proceeded to leave Qin Feng's luxurious coach politely. Bai Li watched their awkward exchange and did not understand what had happened. You guys quarreled? Bai Li asked. Qin Feng explained the previous incident to her. Then, he murmured, this is on me for not thinking it through. At first, it's not that big of a deal that I am a dark ability user. But it's better to keep this a secret after what has happened. Otherwise, Zhongqing might distrust me while those in the dark might also use this against me. That was why Qin Feng had decided to distance himself from Tan Yu as well. He could not afford to let more information slip. Qin Feng initially planned to poach people with caliber like Tan Yu from Zhongqing to work for him. Unfortunately, he had to give up on that thought now. Anyhow, that was not Qin Feng's but Tan Yu's loss. The train brought the group to Sea City. Qin Feng opted to check in at the same hotel as he did last time. Despite the intense battle that took place not long ago, the hotel had long been restored, and the city was as vibrant as always. The ordinary civilians were not really concerned about the power struggle among the top guns. To them, as long as the leader was dominant enough to protect them from being invaded by ultra beasts, it did not actually matter who was in power. Of course, it would be better if the new mayor was not a tyrant that ruled with autocracy and taxed the people excessively. No one would risk their lives revolting if the authority did not oppress its people. Hence, Sea City remained largely the same. Qin Feng and Bai Li rested well on the first day in this bustling city. The mission of Sea City was announced the next day. Mayor Qin, pleased to meet you. I am the leader of the Sea City's garrison troop A. My name is Yang Ping, and I welcome you on behalf of our city. Qin Feng measured the man in front of him. He was an E3 tier. Nice to meet you. They shook hands, and their eyes met. Both of them could feel the skepticism and reservation in each other's minds. We are in a state of emergency now. The sea beast tide has already started and will probably hit the shore by noon. Instead of wasting your time taking on lesser opponents along the coastal zone, your command is more desperately needed at the front line. I am here to escort you to the shelter island, Yang Ping said convincingly with a firm tone. He had probably rehearsed the speech several times. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, Shelter Island? Yang Ping avoided Qin Feng's gaze and explained, That's right. The island is well equipped too. That's the only place your true strength would flourish. Qin Feng sneered. Of course, he knew about the truth of this shelter island. Beyond Sea City lay a seemingly boundless ocean. At the center of the vast sea, numerous rifts would open up about the same time each year in the middle of the storm and tsunami, delivering powerful beasts through the crack to the earth. This was no secret to Qin Feng, who had reached A tier in his past life. The beasts came from diverse dimensions and thus behaved differently. But one thing was for sure, which was that the strong would always prey on the weak. Thus, weaker beings would constantly migrate to seek for survival. Only the strong ones would get to retain their habitats. The competition among the beasts upon the arrival of new species was the reason behind the sea beast tide, whereby the losers would be extruded closer and closer to the land. In other words, beasts that appeared on the shore would be the weakest, such as G tiers and F tiers. On the other hand, E tier creatures were often seen near the shelter island. As its name suggested, the island served as a natural fortress to bar the E tier beasts from entering the coastal region. People from Sea City would only dare to visit the island after the sea beast tide, since the E tier sea beasts would have returned to the ocean by then. Materials left behind by the beasts on that island had benefited ample Sea City residents over the years. Thus, Qin Feng was amused when Yang Ping said that they were going to battle on the shelter island. But he did not show it, and instead nodded. Sure, let's go then. Yang Ping could not believe that Qin Feng was so easily tricked. He concealed his delight and led the way into a luxurious command vehicle. The car left Sea City and headed to the wilderness. They reached the actual seaside after half an hour. Sandy beach stretched infinitely on both sides, and the raging sea at the far side completed the stunning view. Wow, Bailey was apparently fond of the magnificent ocean. The artificial seaside built inside Sea City was only a laughable pool as compared to this wonder. In the midst of the waves, beasts were clearly seen. At such a distance, they could come ashore at any time. The command vehicle hovered in midair once it entered the sea. The base of the car transformed and turned into a speedboat. The calmness on Qin Feng's face had never changed along the way, as if he already knew what to expect. Bailey, on the other hand, was full of questions. "Where's the shelter island?" she asked. Yang Ping grinned and explained, "We will reach soon. Please bear for a while longer." He sized up Bailey carefully. From what he had heard, this girl never left Qin Feng's side. There were also rumors claiming that she was a powerful aptitude user. No matter how he looked at them, these two appeared to be teenagers to him. How strong could they be? Nonetheless, he dared not loosen up. Yang Ping knew that he should not underestimate Qin Feng just because he was young. The guy would not gain such a prestigious reputation if he did not have something up his sleeves. Yang Ping was relieved that both Qin Feng and Bai Li did not seem to be suspicious. The speedboat traveled for another 2 hours, and the shelter island was finally in sight. The island has a larger area than Sea City. It was shaped like a giant crescent and spanned around the city, shielding it from the ocean. There was only a single building on the island, the Blackstone Fort. The fort was built on high ground, about 50 meters above sea level. The wall of the fort was 30 meters high, making the building an imposing structure when viewed from afar. That's Blackstone Fort, which also functions as a watchtower. Word would be sent to Sea City immediately from here when the first tide of sea beasts lands on this island, Yang Ping explained. Qin Feng grinned and asked absent-mindedly, "Are the E-tier beasts going to linger on this island?" Yang Ping answered hastily. E-tier sea beasts usually do not like to stay on shallow waters due to their large body size. That's why this island could bar them from advancing further into the coastal region. Besides, after aggressive reclamation over the years, the land on this island has been greatly expanded. So it's not very often to have an E-tier beast on the island. His explanation seemed to be on point, but Qin Feng knew that he did not actually answer his question. To Qin Feng's knowledge, beasts carried by the tsunami were not necessarily those that resided in the sea. There would also be beasts walking straight out from the rift. Thus, not all monsters preferred to stay in the seawater as Yang Ping had claimed. Qin Feng chose not to expose him and walked up to the fort. A battalion was stationed inside the fort. However, everyone appeared to be extremely restless. They had lived in Sea City for decades and thus understood that it was too late to retreat now. Their chances of survival were close to nil once the sea beast tide were to hit the island. They cursed their own fate. This bunch was the former subordinates of the previous government. Being sent here meant that someone had finally decided to cut them loose. Before Qin Feng could take a breather from the long journey, a panic shriek from the soldiers was heard coming from the fort. "Enemy assault! Enemy assault! E-tier! It's islet tortoises. Gosh, they are huge. Can we chase them back?" "That's impossible with the weapon in hand." The battalion was completely flustered. Being the first-line defense of Sea City, these guards certainly lacked composure. Yang Ping was shaken when he heard the news too. Everyone knew that even if an aptitude user was assigned as E-tier, not many could actually face an ultra beast from the same tier alone, especially a beast with a giant figure. He, too, was in a panic due to the sudden emergence of the enemy. After all, he and Qin Feng were the only two E-tiers on the island now. Despite that, he maintained his composure and bellowed, "Stop this shameful uproar at once. Can't you see that I and Mayor Qin are still around?" The members of the battalion instantly shut their mouth, but could not help the quiver. They were half terrified, half angered. Yang Ping turned to Qin Feng with a smile and offered, "Why don't we go and take a look, Mayor Qin? Lead the way." Qin Feng stood up and paced forward confidently. The Blackstone Fort was indeed built on a strategic location. They needed little effort to locate the group of giant beasts emerging on the horizon. These 20-feet-long beasts floated on the sea like an islet. Thus they were known by the name Islet Tortoise, E8 tier. A total of 8 of them were approaching the island fast. They were not the only incoming threat. With a closer look, numerous beasts rode the rolling waves at about 100 meters in front of the tortoises. These beasts appeared to be chased by the Islet Tortoise and were struggling to swim forward. This marked the first wave of the sea beast tsunami. The soldiers were now paler than before. Even the facial muscle of Yang Ping twitched slightly, watching the imminent danger. Please don't come here. Please don't come here. A soldier by Qin Feng's side gripped the gun in his hand tightly and muttered. Unfortunately, God did not answer his prayer as the beasts swam straight toward the island. Soon, the first wave hit the shore. Though the fort was built on highland, there was no guarantee that the beasts would not reach them there. The best solution was to chase them back into the sea. After all, the first to reach the island was just G-tier beasts. Boom. Someone had shot first, and others soon followed. They wanted to pin the beasts back. However, the number of beasts was overwhelming. Even the islet tortoise had come ashore now. These beasts were simply too huge. The tortoise charged on like a tank and did not fear the bombardment from the human battalion. Mayor Qin, that's our cue to attack, Yang Ping suggested. I agree. I can't wait to see your heroism. Haha, I am no way near you. They flattered each other while the soldiers eyed them anxiously. Qin Feng had had enough of the meaningless conversation and jumped down from the fort promptly. Fiery rampage. Qin Feng was wrapped in fire, and he dashed forward like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out to more than 100 meters away. In contrast, Yang Ping stayed put and took out a decent bazooka. He was a gunner, and that was why he had asked Qin Feng to strike first. He would not need to worry about his own safety by staying at the back line. Qin Feng, however, might face great danger. As expected, as soon as Qin Feng came close to the shore, the sea beasts immediately sensed the alien two-legged creature and exposed their fangs. A whoop! The beasts roared and jumped simultaneously on Qin Feng. They were exhausted after being chased all the way up to the island. The arrival of the humans saved them the trouble to look for food. Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed a sea of fire. Hellfire carpet. The fire swept the sandy beach. The extreme heat caused the sea beasts to growl in pain. G-tier and F-tier beasts were burnt down instantly. The islet tortoises had discovered Qin Feng as well. Poof! A large water cannon was shot right at Qin Feng. Qin Feng evaded the attack swiftly. He raised his hand again to release a fire laser. The islet tortoise moved its horns and changed the position of its giant body. Qin Feng's fire laser landed right on the shell. It created tiny sparkles and left a burnt mark there. Yang Ping had also released a missile. The missile hit the back of the islet tortoise and exploded, but it did little harm to the beast. The defensive strength of the islet tortoise was comparable to the energy force field of a city. However, its giant head was the beast's biggest weakness. The beast could be killed easily as long as the attack hit the bullseye. That was easier said than done because the islet tortoise was equally agile. Feeling the hostility from Qin Feng, one of the giant tortoises charged straight for Qin Feng. Its speed was considered unusually fast for a tortoise. Such a giant beast did not need any skills. They could simply destroy their target through brute force alone. Qin Feng remained composed. Just about time to test my new technique. Qin Feng triggered his consciousness. Hell magma. The extreme heat of the magma instantly melted the Earth's crust. The ground below the flowing magma crumbled instantaneously. The giant islet tortoise fell into the magma pit as well. Unlike the chilling seawater, scorching magma sipped into the internal part of the shell. Roar! The tortoise screeched. It had never experienced such an extreme temperature. The islet tortoise was disintegrated within seconds. Qin Feng wasted no time. Fiery rampage. The verdant emperor saber in his hand slid out in a parabolic curve. Burning sword glare. An elongated sword radiance promptly cut off the screeching tortoise's head. Plop! The giant head flew off and dropped on the magma and was burned clean the next instant. Qin Feng switched to another target once he had taken care of the first. The islet tortoise's giant body hindered them from fighting as a coordinated group. Qin Feng repeated the same trick and quickly exterminated the rest of the islet tortoises. The sandy beach had almost melted into a land of magma. On top of this stood the mighty sovereign, Qin Feng. Soldiers on the fort were dumbfounded. Yang Ping, too, inhaled deeply. Qin Feng was too powerful. He managed to kill beasts as strong as the islet tortoise with such ease. Yang Ping figured that there was a lapse in his plan. I was a little doubtful when they said that he could single-handedly handle the Dracocroc King. Apparently, that's true. At this rate, it would be unrealistic to try killing him this way. Yang Ping's mind began to process this information rapidly. They needed a plan B now. Qin Feng never left the beach. The energy stored in the islet tortoises is rather rich. Though it was only a normal beast, Qin Feng managed to absorb a large pool of energy after killing the tortoises. His physical strength did not enhance by much, but he could feel the blood racing faster in the vessel. Despite that, his heart pumped slower but more vigorously. Each pump provided more energy to the whole body. Tortoises were indeed the key to longevity. A lot of people were willing to pay a handsome price for meat from a tortoise beast. It was rumored that the meat could increase one's lifespan. The energy core of the tortoise beast fetched an even higher price. Qin Feng started to get hopeful. However, it was unrealistic for an islet tortoise beast general or king to appear here. Islet tortoises of those levels were too massive. The shallow water of the shelter island could indeed deter a lot of powerful beasts. After the islet tortoises had landed, more beasts emerged from the sea current. Qin Feng wiped everything clean regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Yang Ping was getting even sulkier as he witnessed Qin Feng's overpowering strength. Suddenly, notifications rang through Yang Ping's communicator. He glanced at it, and his facial expression changed abruptly. He then hurriedly concealed his unease. Yang Ping turned his head sideways and glanced at Bai Li. He noticed that Bai Li seemed bored and paid little attention to Qin Feng's battle. He quickly excused himself. "Miss Bai, I still have things to attend to, so I am leaving now. It seems Mayor Qin can handle the sea beast tide just fine by himself. Please send my regards to him later. I will take my leave now." Bai Li glanced quietly at Yang Ping, as if her dark eyes had seen right through his conspiracy. Yang Ping felt a chill run down his spine. But Bai Li only glanced at him for a while and retracted her gaze uninterestedly. Go then. Bai Li could not care less, because she had seen through him the moment they met. Her natural instinct told her that Yang Ping had been channeling nothing but animosity toward them from the start. Other than Yang Ping's speedboat, there was not a single boat parked at the dock where they arrived. This meant that others would not have any means of leaving the island once Yang Ping left. That, however, did not apply to Bai Li. She could even detect Feng Li's spatial waymark from another dimension, let alone being in the same dimension. At this distance, she would have no trouble activating the waymark 3 times in a day. That was why she had let Yang Ping loose. Yang Ping was reassured after Bai Li said so. He reckoned that he must be oversensitive earlier. To him, Bai Li was just a young girl. There was no way she could have the insight to see through his plans. He left hurriedly. After he was gone, the soldiers around immediately burst into a commotion. One of them shouted at Bai Li, "Missus, how could you let him go this easily? He might be lying to you." "Oh." Bai Li looked at the soldier puzzlingly. Seeing Bai Li's baffled expression, the soldier thought that she knew nothing and advised her. Shelter Island is used to barricade E-tier beasts. Soldiers are never needed here in the first place. He has abandoned us here in this no-man's land to kill us off. Bai Li smiled lightly. She seemed more mature now, and her action resembled that of Qin Feng's. "You lot might be the loose end. That doesn't include me and my boyfriend over there." Bai Li pointed toward Qin Feng. "Missus, don't underestimate the dangers of this place. This is only the beginning. Nobody would survive the real beast tide." Bai Li waved them away and said, "Leave at once if you are scared. Run as far as you can. Since the guy named Yang Ping has decided to abandon you all, he wouldn't care whether you live or die. By the way, if you guys manage to survive, come join us at Feng Li. We need manpower there." She used the opportunity to promote their colony. The soldiers became hopeful hearing what Bai Li had said. "Missus, you mean we are allowed to leave?" The soldier who voiced out earlier was certainly moved. "Yes. You are scared, no? We don't need you here anyway." The soldier gritted his teeth and saluted Bai Li. "Thank you, Missus. We will certainly submit to Feng Li Colony if we ever get out of this alive. After all, they would be labeled as deserters if they did escape from this. If no colony was willing to take them in, they would be forced to live in the wilderness. More so, they might end up joining the Dark Coalition." The members of the battalion had made preparations as soon as they set foot on the island. They found everything they could use and built several small boats from the available materials. Of course, the crude boats were nothing like Yang Ping's remodeled hover speedboat. They might also bump into dangerous sea beasts on their way back to the mainland. However, steered by their internal force and conscious energy, they could still make it back to Sea City within 3 hours if they were lucky enough. In the meantime, Yang Ping was staring at the highest lighthouse of the shelter island from afar. A sense of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Qin Feng, don't blame me for this. You shouldn't have played with fire in the first place. I am just following orders, as he mumbled. He took out a switch and pressed the button. Boom. He could clearly see the lighthouse exploding into a mushroom cloud from 10 kilometers away. Noticeably, clouds of white powder disseminated across the air following the explosion. Go, Yang Ping ordered, and they left the island quickly. At the same time, Qin Feng was startled by the abrupt explosion. He turned back to check out what had just happened. Bailey was perplexed too. She did not understand why the lighthouse had suddenly exploded. Luckily, she was not standing there, while all the soldiers had long retreated from the fort. The roof of the lighthouse was blasted off, and bulks of powder came pouring out of it. The powder spread through the air rapidly and agitated the sea beasts that had just landed on the beach. Sea extract. Qin Feng's expression could not be grimmer. He ignored those beasts near the shore and dashed speedily back to the fort using fiery rampage. After a few hops, he landed back near Bailey. Bailey sneezed a few times. The scent from the powder made her extremely uncomfortable. What's this? Bailey complained. It's a type of scent used to attract sea beasts. It is said that this triggers their estrus. In the wilderness, larger beasts often find it more difficult to meet mating partners. To reproduce, the female will release the extract to lure the male toward them. This hormone had been developed and made use by humans to lure away beasts that they were unable to cope with. Qin Feng did not expect to see such a large amount being stored on this island. Are you all right? This thing seems to affect mutated beasts aside from sea beasts. Qin Feng looked at Bailey worriedly. Bailey shook her head and said, I can hide my physical existence inside the void. Only my blood pressure has gone up slightly after inhaling some of it just now. I am fine otherwise. Bailey was, after all, a beast king. She would not fumble this easily to some powder trick. Nonetheless, such a huge dose would be blown deep into the ocean zone carried by the strong wind. This would instantly turn Blackstone Fort into a giant beast bait. Soon, the beasts would flood the shelter island. This was when they heard an unidentified rumbling sound. Bailey was curious and looked up. She saw a giant wave appear at the edge of the horizon. It was the tsunami. The giant wave was about 5-story high. It was like a giant maw ready to crush the sky and the land. Qin Feng was looking at it too. Though this was not his first time seeing a beast tide, he still felt that this might be the most impressive scenery he had ever witnessed. Both of them were rooted on the ground. The wave came crashing onto the island. Instantaneously, the tsunami wave washed up ample beasts onto the beach. The entire shelter island acted like a giant blockade. The wave raced past the beach and hit on the cliff, rocking the Blackstone Fort built on top of it. Bang, bang, bang. Black reefs effectively intercepted the wave, but the whole island was quaking due to the impact. Another tsunami wave promptly followed. This time, it was accompanied by a giant storm. A rainstorm ravaged the shelter island like meteorites. In front of this natural disaster, Qin Feng and Bai Li were insignificant. Qin Feng released his internal force and formed an invisible shield with it. He held Bai Li close while barricading the seawater that was showering madly upon them. The shelter island had been effective in reducing the impact from the massive tsunami to that of a lower height. However, it still continued to push further toward the direction of Sea City. Only the Blackstone Fort was able to withstand the tsunami and stand firm while being surrounded by the sea that had submerged the shelter island entirely. The sea level began to reduce, as if a second tsunami wave was on the way. Sea beasts that were swept forward by the wave exposed their gnarly appearances as the high tide receded. There were all sorts of sea beasts that had appeared, while some were even unrecognizable. However, the sea extract that was spread out earlier had caused them to be extremely agitated. Roar! Deafening roars echoed up into the skies. The Sea City, where the executives were located within a skyscraper building that showcased authority. Endless footage was being transmitted to a massive screen, and it was all related to the tsunami that had just happened at the Blackstone Fort. The sea beast tide today will most probably be extremely difficult to face. There are too many sea beasts. It is impossible to find out how many of them will be intercepted. Who was the one that was standing on top of the Blackstone Fort? Was it Qin Feng? Shoo, stop the nonsense if you don't know what is happening. Everyone stopped their discussion about Qin Feng and carried on with other topics. However, all of them were still focusing on the person that had appeared in the footage. All of them clearly knew what was happening. Qin Feng will have zero chance in surviving this time. Humph, serves him right for disrespecting our Leitang organization. Too bad. Those who stand out too much would surely attract unfortunate events. Everyone was having different thoughts, but all of them agreed that Qin Feng would not survive the battle. It was at that moment, the first footage on the screen had gone dark entirely and was then covered with white snow. Pa, 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 pa. The screens blacked out one by one. What is happening? Wang Jichao's complacent expression immediately turned to that of an agitated, frowning face. The technician from the technical department immediately reached out to fix the problem. Mayor, the equipment is broken. Broken? All of it. Mayor, it seems to have been intentionally broken by someone. As soon as the sentence ended, Wang Jichao controlled his anger and sneered coldly. Obviously, he had figured it out. It was Qin Feng who did it. Switch the screen to the coast of Sea City and check on the situation there. As the tsunami has already gone over to the shelter island, it will soon arrive here. Yes, Mayor. Prepare for battle. All departments are ready. Visuals were soon recovered, but it was no longer showing footage from the shelter island. Of course, none of them mentioned who was the one that had messed with the surveillance system on the shelter island. Qin Feng extended his conscious energy on the Blackstone fort, and every surveillance camera began to self-destruct. Once he had confirmed that there was no surveillance left, he shifted his focus toward the ultra beasts that had ambushed the Blackstone fort. The reduced sea levels had allowed them to withstand being swept away by the waves, and they began to crawl back with their blood-red eyes fixed on Qin Feng and Bai Li. Both of them were doused by the sea extract that had caught the attention of the ultra beasts, but the sea beasts all rose up in anger as soon as they realized that it was merely Qin Feng and Bai Li. The level of intelligence of the sea beasts was above average. Qin Feng was surrounded by countless sea beasts that were continuously swarming toward him from the coast. Any ordinary human being would have already gone ballistics to be trapped in such a situation. However, Qin Feng remained unbothered by it, and he even began to sneer. It is unfortunate for all of you to be here, and I welcome all of you to contribute your energy to support my path toward the future. Qin Feng raised his hand abruptly. In the next moment, a black light was channeled up into the sky. It was a massive pillar of light that was about 2 meters in width, and the black light that was shot up had turned all of the clouds above pitch black. The aptitude users from Pingyun would definitely be surprised if they were to witness such a scene. It was the same skill that Qin Feng had used against the Wraith Devil. At that moment, those that were at Pingyun were unable to see clearly what had happened in the sky due to the limited vision at night. Now, despite strong winds that were blowing from the sea and the sky that was filled with blurry gray clouds, the horrifying scene in the sky could still be seen vividly. However, there was nobody that was there to witness such a horrifying scene. Black clouds rolled in a gradually intensifying spiral movement, while the color turned darker as the spiraling became faster. All of a sudden, black rain began to pour down from the sky. Decaying rain. Qin Feng called out the name of the ability. It was indeed a deadly rain that quickly turned sea beasts into corpses as soon as it hit them. Qin Feng was able to feel all the energy that was being removed from all the sea beasts there. The energy was channeled to their brains, forming a new energy core that controlled their bodies to ignore the pain from the heavily decayed body, and the energy level within them had also skyrocketed. Corpse control style. Qin Feng utilized the remaining conscious energy left from Shademaster, and he was able to gain instant control of all of the carcasses in the surroundings. Within a split second, it was like Qin Feng was connected with another contract beast from deep within his conscious energy. However, they did not have any thoughts and were only blindly following instructions that were given. It was totally different from Bai Li. Detonate. The command initiated explosions in every single skull of the carcasses, and energy cores were blasted out from the explosion. Qin Feng's command could even send them to death. Of course, as soon as the sea beasts were drenched in the decaying rain, they were already dead. Decayed carcasses piled up on the outer parts of the Blackstone fort, while ultra beasts were still constantly swarming in from the sea and ambushing the island. However, they were all instantly controlled by Qin Feng and turned into command-obeying carcasses. It was like a repetitive cycle was formed. Qin Feng had one hand in the air, as though it was connected with the skies, as he released a constant flow of dark runes and called down the decaying rain. It would certainly be an extremely taxing task for other people, but it was the total opposite for Qin Feng. Among the conscious energy universe, dark runes that were released from the Hellstone had even amplified Qin Feng's decaying rain. Not even beast generals could avoid being infected and transformed into carcasses if they were to be doused by the decaying rain. Massive numbers of energy cores piled up before Qin Feng. Ability Devourer. Qin Feng used his other hand and summoned all of the energy cores, devouring them all in bulks. Only decayed beasts would be able to produce such energy cores as they were formed from the concentrated flesh and blood of their bodies. Qin Feng was absorbing the intensified essence from their bodies. The constant devouring of the essences had strengthened the physical capabilities of Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng also felt as if he had gained more longevity for himself by devouring the energy cores from the several eyelet tortoises. Qin Feng carried on with his insane slaughter. The decaying rain that was under the control of his conscious energy had turned the horrifying tide into a self-strengthening heaven. It was his first try in releasing such a great number of dark abilities. Of course, nobody was there to witness the scene. Qin Feng did not hold back on his attack. He carried on with his own method to annihilate every sea beast that came. Rumble. Another wave of tsunami rose up to more than 10 meters high along with white gushes of waves that were connected with the sky. Then, the impact slammed onto the coast once again. It was the beginning of the month of sea beast tides. Qin Feng stood on top of the Blackstone fort that was built high up using superior quality materials, or else he would have been long gone with the massive waves. After all, the Blackstone fort was built to protect Sea City from tsunamis throughout all these years. Therefore, distinct quality materials were used to ensure that it could withstand such a great impact. Also, without any presence of human beings, the Ultra Beasts would not even bother to ram onto the giant black rocks with such great force. As such, the Blackstone fort was able to keep its best form to take on great impact. Qin Feng was able to use the strategic location of the Blackstone fort to his own advantage. The presence of the dark abilities had turned every Ultra Beast into his own puppets that followed his commands. Then, he was able to withdraw energy from them. Qin Feng was also capable of taking down Sea City with the massive army that he was controlling. However, Qin Feng had his own intentions. If I were to take such a path, wouldn't I become a beastmaster? External strength can never be more beneficial than self-improvement. The only way to regain the control of fate is to speed up the level of improvement to be the same as I was before rebirth. Therefore, the best choice would be to take in every single one of these energy cores. Qin Feng held on to a giant massive core and continued to devour it, and his physical capabilities spiked once again. Although Qin Feng might have been gifted with outstanding capabilities that came after his rebirth, he would always remind himself that there would always be someone from another part of the world that might be stronger than him. After all, the three cities covered only a small area. It was nothing to be proud of to conquer such a small area. With his current capabilities, it was not enough for Qin Feng to move forward. Even by achieving A tier, Qin Feng felt that it was still insufficient for him to take on all sorts of situations. The tsunami retracted and left behind the Ultra Beasts that were prowling to rush toward the Blackstone fort, and they were all decayed by Qin Feng. Also, Qin Feng was cautious about not allowing the decayed carcasses to be flushed away into the sea. His hellfire was used to burn every carcass into ashes, while Bailey collected every remaining high-quality material that was fireproof. The wave of tsunami that had just hit Blackstone Fort had washed away all of the ashes, while another wave of sea beasts continued to rush forward again. It was definitely never-ending. It was also a little taxing for Qin Feng to constantly cast out his conscious energy. However, it was extremely satisfying to do so. Energy cores were left behind from the deaths of every sea beasts. Qin Feng would only need to continue the devour to strengthen his energy. Incubated energy cores could also be stored into the brain to obtain conscious energy. Hence, both Qin Feng's physical and conscious energy were spiking simultaneously. With such insane waves of sea beasts, it would only require several more waves to allow Qin Feng to advance to the next tier. Splash! Another gigantic tsunami pushed forward. Dong dong. Countless sea beasts were brought along with the waves, and they landed outside the walls of the Blackstone Fort. As Qin Feng was protecting Bai Li and him from the massive waves with his internal strength, a horrifying dark red tentacle crawled up the walls of the Blackstone Fort. Qin Feng turned his eyes toward it, and from the splashing sea waters, he was able to identify a giant beast. The Great Squid King. The gigantic squid was about 40 meters in length, while its suckers were like massive snakes crawling up the Blackstone Fort. King tier. Its capabilities were merely E1 tier and were less powerful than Qin Feng's, but the massive body size of the Squid King would also add a greater amount of energy to it. The beast had noticed Qin Feng from the waves and instantly became wild and furious. Within a split second, multiple tentacles reached out to catch Qin Feng. Pa! A loud smacking sound was heard when the tentacles hit onto the barrier formed by Qin Feng's internal strength. The internal strength barrier fluctuated with light reflections and almost cracked upon impact. Qin Feng immediately switched to his verdant emperor saber. Burning sword glare. Dazzling lights sparkled from Qin Feng's saber that was made from D-tier Beast King material as it took down the opponent's tentacles effortlessly. The Squid King was instantly angered as it raised and waved other tentacles around. Towering waves were formed, and the solid walls of the Blackstone Fort began to vibrate along with cracking sounds. Powdery pieces of the wall began to fall off. Pa! The serrated part at the edge of the city wall was flattened by the smash. Qin Feng wrapped his arm around Bai Li's waist as his fiery rampage burst forth, and they were able to dodge the deadly hit. Blazing Sky. Qin Feng, who was already E-tier, was no longer the same. With his physical energy, he was able to swiftly perform the third skill of the sky-burning sword style without much effort. Fiery flames channeled up to the sky and pierced through the body of the Squid King. Poof! The body of the Squid King was almost sliced into half. It was at that moment the gigantic body of the Squid King began to collapse and transform into countless small squids. All of them were scattered around, trying to escape. Obviously, they were fearful of the situation. Would escape still be a viable move now? Qin Feng pointed his finger toward the walls of the Blackstone Fort as his ability exploded. Hell magma. All of the small squids were trapped inside the red magma transformed by the melted stones, and they disappeared in it along with a splashing sound. Roar. An unidentified roar was heard. It was neither from a human nor a beast, and it was like a roar to express its extreme sorrow, or it was panicking before its demise. In the next moment, a giant patch of black mist spread across the area and covered Qin Feng whole. The black mist was nothing related to the dark elements. It was the ink from the Squid King. It had a highly paralyzing effect, and Qin Feng would not risk taking on the hit. Without any reminder from Bai Li, Qin Feng swiftly escaped from the area within a split second. Poof! The mist descended upon the walls of the Blackstone Fort and formed into countless holes. However, it was merely the last chance for the Squid King to strike back. The last attempt had cost all of the Squid King's ability to secure its own life, and the remaining small squids went past the boiling magma, desperately trying to dive into the sea. Qin Feng's saber slashed across the sky and landed precisely onto one of the small squids. Poof! It was sliced into half. The moment that the squid was sliced open, it was when the shape-shifting began to fail. The small squid was merely a partially duplicated part from its gigantic body. Keep this material from the Beast King. It's quite decent, and this can be made into a roasted squid meal. Qin Feng said. Bai Li raised her hand and withdrew the Beast King's energy core and retrieved the carcass of the great squid. This is for you. Bai Li handed over the Squid King's energy core to Qin Feng. You can keep it for yourself. Qin Feng answered. Bai Li's transformation would require a longer time without the presence of a king-tier energy core. However, Bai Li did not want to take it for herself and handed it directly to Qin Feng. You can have it first, and once you have become stronger, you will be able to protect me. Qin Feng took over the energy core as the edge of his lips curved upward into a smile. It would take immense trust for a small fox to hand out its own food to others, as they would secure their own food only for themselves. Furthermore, since when did a spatial giant beast require protection from others? The little fox had even stopped humiliating him, saying that he was a weak master. After going through Rebirth, with your accompaniment, it's definitely much more interesting. As Qin Feng spoke, he held onto the energy core that was shrinking at a fast pace. The King Tier ability core spun at high speed and disappeared in Qin Feng's hand, turning into ashes that were then blown away by the sea breeze. Qin Feng had achieved another breakthrough. E5 tier. 10 days later, at the shelter island that was beyond the walls of Sea City, the reefs of the Blackstone Fort appeared to have been tortured for more than 100 years, with traces of battles left all around. Qin Feng slashed onto a beast general that was rushing toward him and flipped it backward with his attack. Then, the decaying rain infected his opponent completely and transformed it into a carcass, while his conscious energy continued to gain control, pinching its skull into an explosion. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Feng's communicator began to vibrate. He caught a glimpse of it, and it was Zhou Hao. Qin Feng alerted Bai Li to go into the inner parts of the Blackstone Fort. The area had accumulated water from the splashing waves, and Qin Feng would not want to use his communicator on the outside. Despite Zhou Hao being his close brother, he did not need to know everything about Qin Feng. What is it? Qin Feng turned on his communicator, and Zhou Hao's face appeared on it. Phew, it's good that you are all right. The bastards from Sea City are spreading fake news that is upsetting me. Zhou Hao saw that Qin Feng was unscathed and appeared fine, with only his hair that was slightly messy and lightly tan skin color. However, Qin Feng frowned and replied in a deep voice, "What did the people from Sea City say?" Zhou Hao was extremely angered by it, and he started complaining. "They are saying that you have been missing for more than 10 days and might even be buried under the sea, and that there is no news about you. They have even humiliated us by sending regards to Fengli Colony. Didn't you just contact Shuexingfu 3 days ago? What do they mean by missing for more than 10 days? Qin Feng chuckled. To those people at Sea City, he had indeed been lost for more than 10 days. Understood. Are there any rebel movements at Fengli so far? Qin Feng asked. None of them dare to take any action so far, Zhou Hao replied. With Lin Wui's presence at Fengli, combined with Zhou Hao's F-tier Emperor Golden Queen Ant that had been showcasing its strength, E-tier aptitude users could never go up against the Queen Ant alone. Hence, it would require combined forces to initiate a rebel movement. Qin Feng nodded satisfyingly. Don't worry about them. Meanwhile, I should also return to showcase my existence. Or else, these people would really think that I am dead. You should slap the face of those who spread such news. They are indeed a bunch of nasty people. By spreading the fatal news about Qin Feng, would it not be directly implying that Fengli Colony had become an ungoverned, yet resourceful place? Fear not. I would never go easy on those who dare to belittle Fengli. Qin Feng handed over some of the tasks to Zhou Hao and ended the call. The situation at Fengli dissipated with the call. However, those that were at Sea City were still itching to take action. Qin Feng decided to make his move. During the early stages of the past 10 days, waves would hit the shelter island at 3-hour intervals, and Qin Feng did not have a chance to close his eyes for 3 consecutive days of intense battle. As the waves began to slow down, the intervals became 5 hours, 7 hours, and now, it would only occur once every 10 hours. Throughout the entire 10 days, Qin Feng had encountered innumerable sea beasts that had all become his target to devour. Now, he had already achieved E7 tier, and he was very close to E8 tier. With this kind of speed in his advancement, other people would see it as either an act of the devil or utter lies. Qin Feng had indeed gone through a brutal slaughter the past few days. From all those battles, he had encountered 13 beast kings, and 2 of them were cunning enough to escape from Qin Feng. Hence, Qin Feng was only able to kill 11 of them. It was already a great accomplishment. However, as time passed by, the presence of ultra beasts had reduced together with the fading sea beast tide. The people from Sea City are probably living too comfortably and are beginning to look for trouble. Qin Feng sneered. He was able to intercept most of the sea beast tides headed for Sea City. Some of the smaller-sized G-tier and F-tier ultra beasts still managed to reach Sea City, but the sea beast tide had definitely weakened in comparison to previous years. With such a weak sea beast tide, absence of news from Qin Feng would definitely give an impression to everyone in Sea City that he had died from the first wave of tsunami. In fact, Yang Ping had been sending messages to Qin Feng to find out if he was still alive, but Qin Feng had been ignoring him. Now, Qin Feng would have to give Yang Ping a surprise. All of the carcasses were burnt off by Qin Feng's hellfire, and the ocean had washed away all of the remaining ashes, so the shelter island was left clean and spotless once again. However, only those who had been on the shelter island would know what had happened here. Qin Feng turned on his communicator and contacted Yang Ping. "Commander Yang, it seems like the sea beast tide is about to end. Send someone to pick me up." Qin Feng sent his request. On the other hand, Yang Ping was having an awesome drinking session with the others at Sea City. The weak tsunami of sea beasts had reduced the massive ultra beast attacks toward the city. Therefore, they were able to chill and relax. Yang Ping's eyes widened when he looked at his communicator, toppling over his glass in the process. "Haha, Senior Yang, what happened? Has your body weakened? Did the two beautiful ladies push you beyond your limits yesterday?" Another E-tier aptitude user mocked while laughing. Yang Ping stared at his communicator with a stiff expression, like his eyes were about to pop out. "Senior Yang, what is happening to you?" Somebody beside Yang Ping called out to him with a push. He quivered and instantly recovered from the blank stare he had on, and his facial expression had changed. Qin Feng is still alive." The person looked stunned for a short while, as if he did not hear Yang Ping clearly, like he had already forgotten the name. A short moment later, he came to, his eyes widening in the process. "You were saying that the Qin Feng from Fengli Colony is alive?" Yang Ping nodded. "Inform boss right now." Only then, Yang Ping started panicking and dialed Wang Jichao's communicator, hastily describing the situation. Wang Jichao was silent for a moment, seemingly unable to register what he had heard. He then clenched his teeth and replied in a deep voice, "Go get him, and find out what happened." Yang Ping did not want to obey the order, but he had to. He could only hope for the best. Although Yang Ping had explicitly abandoned Qin Feng, and even triggered a time bomb that had set off a huge explosion of sea extract, during the conversation through the communicator, he acted as if he cared about Qin Feng's well-being. As for the case of the sea extract explosion, there was no witness that could prove that it was Yang Ping who had done it, and he could easily brush it off with other excuses when faced with Qin Feng's questioning. Yang Ping convinced himself as such and braced himself in replying to Qin Feng's message. However, it had been more than half an hour since he received it. "Be quick, or else the next tide will arrive soon," Qin Feng replied. Having not experienced any tsunami or gigantic sea beast tide, Yang Ping did not have the sense of urgency, and he thought that Qin Feng was only being fussy about having somebody pick him up as soon as possible. Hopefully Qin Feng barely made it out alive, since he seemed to be worried about leaving the island in such a hurry. "If he really is injured, don't blame me." Yang Ping suddenly had an urge to kill with this thought in mind. 2 hours later, Yang Ping had arrived at the shelter island, and from afar, he could not believe what was before him. It was the same as he had left it 10 days ago. The speedboat traveled closer toward the Blackstone fort that was about to collapse, and its appearance was like a historical building that was filled with marks and scars. Numerous points of impact, both big and small, had appeared on the surface of the black walls, parts of which had even collapsed. The scorch marks and shattered stones were indicative of what Blackstone Fort had experienced. This was not a battle. This was a war. At this moment, a bunch of figures appeared in the distance. Looking closer, one would see two people, one with a tall build and another a petite feminine form. Both were shrouded in flames, quickly moving forward. Soon, the fiery figures came into view. Qin Feng had a steely, expressionless face, but he was obviously not happy, speaking in a hushed tone. "What took you so long? Any longer, and you wouldn't have to even come." Yang Ping only felt an overwhelming murderous aura that screamed death coming from Qin Feng, and the faint scent of blood. This briefly made him feel a sense of dread. It had been no more than 10 days, but looking at Qin Feng now, all Yang Ping saw was something that was enigmatic and unpredictable. "Mayor Qin, don't you know that there are ultra beasts on the beach? It was really difficult for me to even sail here, so don't blame me." Qin Feng sneered. "Stop dawdling. Either we leave now, or all of us stay behind." Yang Ping was unconcerned, but he quickly nodded. "Yes, yes, yes." With this thought in mind, he swiftly instructed his crew to turn back to avoid going to Blackstone Fort. In an instant, the once extremely sturdy walls of Blackstone Fort, walls that had been reliable for 10 whole years, collapsed entirely. Then, a monstrous wave squeezed itself through the fort walls and spread outward. The waves were chasing after the speedboat with incredible speed, as if they were about to be overwhelmed at any moment. Hurry! The levitation gear, quick, quick! Yang Ping's voice was now a pitch higher. The soldiers naturally heard the command, but not only that, a sharp siren was ringing out through the entire speedboat. The alarm was warning about incoming beast generals. There were 7 of them right behind them. Such a situation was both thrilling and terrifying. If they were caught up with, they would surely be gulped down. Having pushed the propulsion engine to its maximum speed and working with the boat's suspension system, they frantically rushed toward Sea City. However, they underestimated how fast the water was moving. Crash! Even with the suspension system activated, the boat was still picked up by the waves and thrown forward. Activate the energy shields. A sphere of energy quickly wrapped around the boat. Crum! The wave instantly dragged the boat below the surface, the energy shield shielding them from the wave. After submerging entirely in sea water, the speedboat popped back up on the surface as it gushed forth, carried by the waves. The island barrier behind them had already been submerged beneath the waves, along with the fort wall of Blackstone Fort. The crack in the wall became bigger and bigger before the wall was completely destroyed. The entire boat was tossed up above the waves before it was brought crashing back down below the waters. Just as that wave receded, another 10-meter-tall wave loomed behind them, raising up into the air before violently slamming onto the boat's shield. Crack! A crack appeared on the energy shield, and its light began to flicker wildly. The boat's helmsman was only a G8 tier aptitude user. In the face of this ferocious force of nature, his face was pale as he felt completely helpless. If the waves broke through, the boat would be smashed into splinters. Not just that, there were countless ultra beasts lurking around. Qin Feng and Yang Ping were not afraid, but how could the helmsman not be? He was not as strong as they were. It's over. We're gonna die? Oh gosh. The helmsman began to cry out in a state of panic. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly unleashed his internal force. Yang Ping and the helmsman felt the dense internal power emerge from him, wrapping around the speedboat like a bubble, like a new protective cover. This new cover was translucent, having a misty appearance. Ancient warriors would know what it was. An E-tier ancient warrior's internal strength was like a sea of clouds. This tumbling cloud shield naturally came from Qin Feng's internal force. Crash! A wave slammed into the shield, but it ended up getting blocked by the internal force, leaving the speedboat unharmed. After that huge wave had passed, the speedboat was pushed back onto the surface. Qin Feng called out in a deep voice, "What are you waiting for? Drive." The helmsman reacted, quickly upping the amount of knots the speedboat was traveling at to push it into a mad dash forward. Fortunately, after a few nautical miles, the waves were not as strong as the ones before. The floating speedboat skipped across the surface of the water until it reached a part where the waves could not harry them, and chugged on ahead. There were some G-tier ultra beasts on the beach ahead being hunted by lower-tier G-tier aptitude users who were completely oblivious and carefree. Qin Feng said, "Commander Yang, you saw the way of the tide just now. Best tell those aptitude users now and get them out of here." Yang Ping was still in a state of shock after coming back from what felt like the brink of life and death, scared out of his wits. He came to after hearing Qin Feng's voice and unconsciously nodded his head. Yes, I'm on it." If it were not for Qin Feng, Yang Ping would have died at sea. He was a gunner, and in the face of the ocean's force, he would have been dragged below the surface and wound up in some ultra beast's belly. He quickly issued the alarm, announcing that the tide was inbound. He also dispatched some troops ahead to assist in defense, being so busy that he did not even think of reporting to Wang Jichao at first. Qin Feng was naturally sent to Sea City's most luxurious hotel as a sign of respect. "I feel like I've finally returned to civilization." After having hunted for 10 days, being surrounded by rotting carcasses, and all made him feel uncomfortable and a little bit stressed out. The moment he reached the comfortable and luxurious hotel, he felt like he could finally relax. "Bubble bath. Bubble bath. I want a bubble bath," Bailey said in a sing-songy voice. "You're taking one with me, hubby." Qin Feng suddenly felt like his entire body boiling. "Don't play with fire, you little vixen." Of course, Qin Feng knew that in the end Bai Li was still just a fox kit that was actually around 8 months old, which was why they took baths separately. They slept soundly after relaxing on the extremely soft beds that their suites provided, drifting off into sweet dreams. It was the best sleep that they have had in the last 2 weeks. Unlike those two, the entirety of Sea City sounded a top priority alert. The sea beasts were incoming. Previously, due to Qin Feng's actions and Blackstone Fort's defense, the sea extract made the low-level ultra beasts that managed to bypass the shelter island turn back to the island, greatly reducing the city's crisis. However, the repeated battles in Blackstone Fort left it in ruins, making it unable to resist against the force of an incoming tsunami and was washed into rubles. The last tsunami was split in half and did not manage to reach Sea City's coast, but now this one was pushing onward without mercy. The careless sentries in their watchtowers widened their eyes in horror as they watched the incoming rising waters and let out terrified screams. Run! Run away! The fortifications won't hold it. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Arg! Help! Even though they were trained soldiers, discipline be damned at such a sight. They tried, but they did not manage to outrun it. The moment the tsunami met the shore, it was no longer a massive wave but a flash flood that had reached the top of the watchtower and was followed by a school of ultra beasts. In the unlikely event that the waters threw an ultra beast at the tower, it would have brought down the structure immediately. Sea water rose, turning turbid yellow the moment it hit the sand and instantly bringing down the fortifications as it rolled forward. The fortifications were originally there to fend off against sea beasts and came equipped with huge cannons, but now they were all submerged. Even heavy artillery was nothing against the force of nature. The aptitude users who stayed were all immediately submerged underwater. Run! Run! Those who were wise enough to begin running when they realized that something was wrong were now snatching mere seconds from the Reaper. Some found high ground, while others were dragged beneath the waves. More than 800 aptitude users were now in the water, the turbulent waters that were full of sea beasts. OF dash. No. Stay back. I said S dash. They fought back with all they got, but even with all their might they still would not have been these monsters' match on dry land, let alone face them underwater. There were all kinds of ultra beasts around. Falling into the waters was a death sentence. The muddy yellow water became stained red for a moment, and in the next the red was washed away. Such heavy casualties. Yang Ping took in the sight. Even when he had warned the aptitude users to fall back, he did not realize how threatening the tide would have been. The subject that truly made them despair was what was beneath the waves. Beast General. E-tier Beast General. Hurry up and move. There were loud roars coming from all around them. Nobody thought about fighting anymore. The main objective was to survive. In this chaos, these ultra beasts thrived. There were 3 beast generals that were washed in with the tide. While it was less terrifying than the previous 7 beasts, 3 of those things were more than what Sea City could handle. That was because Sea City did not have any D-tier aptitude users at the moment. Yang Ping's face paled. Just like that, it was up to him and the other remaining E-tier aptitude users. Fight back. What are you doing just standing around? Get a move on. Wang Jichao barked out orders as he stood in the command room, watching the carnage that was being relayed by a drone. Right now, all of the heavy artillery was submerged underwater and only E-tier gunners could be mobilized. Curses! Wang Jichao wrung his hands, gritted his teeth, and made the decision based on his gut. Hurry and grab every E-tier aptitude user you can and get them to the front line. Deputy Mayor, you're going too. His secretary beside him asked in a voice trembling with fear. If I go, then who's going to give out orders? Ready the special missiles. If things go south, we'll use those to destroy the beasts. The secretary breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was not going to die along with the rest. Yes, Deputy Mayor. Wang Jichao frowned. His heart was drumming against his ribcage. Fortunately, the tide had retreated after swallowing a huge portion of the coastline, leaving a bunch of exhausted ultra beasts and half of the aptitude users alive. Those who were familiar with the tide knew that it would not end just like that. As far as they knew, there would be another one incoming within 10 hours. This high tide basically massacred them in a sudden thrust. In fact, these survivors did not know that if it were not for Qin Feng's help, the situation would have been more intense and the ramifications much worse. If only Blackstone Fort could hold on. If only Qin Feng did not need to retreat, then these people would have experienced a peaceful month of Sea Beast Tide. Today, the cruelty of the Sea Beast Tide month had opened people's eyes. At this time, Qin Feng was sleeping peacefully, and after 10 hours, he naturally woke up. Looking at the time, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. "Shall I wake up? We're going down for food," Qin Feng hollered. For more than 10 days, they ate nothing but dried rations. Their taste buds needed something new. Bai Li's beast-type body meant that she would be fine if she were to just eat energy crystal cores. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had not yet developed some kind of unbreakable iron stomach, and to him days without taste were days not worth living. Since he had returned to a human colony, the only thing to do was to have a big meal. After putting on his casual clothes, and Bai Li putting on a dress, with her badge stuck to her chest, the two went down to the restaurant. This time, the restaurant was not as lively as when the Wanzhong auction was being held. There were only 2 to 3 people, their faces rejoicing as if they had just been given a new lease of life. He stopped by the open kitchen and said, "I've got an ingredient I'd like you to prepare for me." Then he proceeded to pull out a tentacle, which would have been unrecognizable if he did not explain what it was. The tentacle was only about 10 centimeters long, but it was about half a meter in diameter. It looked like a millstone. Such a large ingredient exuded a bone-chilling aura. The customers in the restaurant picked up on it, and their hairs stood on their ends. The head chef felt his blood run cold. "Sir, what exactly is this? Why does it look so scary?" His voice trembled a little. Realizing that his line of questioning seemed rather unprofessional, he steadied himself and cleared his throat. "If I knew what it is, I'd be able to better prepare the ingredients to cook it." Qin Feng nodded, remarking, "It's a squid king, very powerful. It was an E-tier beast king. Don't worry, it's very much dead." He used his internal force to sweep away the overbearing aura that the tentacle exuded as he spoke. When the head chef felt the aura disappear, his body shook even more, this time with excitement. "In all my years as a chef, I never thought I'd be able to cook something from an E-tier beast king. This will become legendary. Rest assured, sir, I will definitely do this for you." With a twirl, the chef began to work as he unleashed everything he had in his culinary arsenal to produce dish after mouth-watering dish from the ingredient he was given. The smell itself was enough to make people drool. Qin Feng and Bai Li had a very hearty breakfast. At this moment, a flustered G8 tier aptitude user entered the restaurant. He looked at Qin Feng and Bai Li as if he had found his saviors. "Mayor Qin." He was still a distance away when he began to shout. This G8 tier aptitude user was regarded as Yang Ping's confidant, Tian Miao. Moreover, this person had previously met Qin Feng before. He was none other than the helmsman that piloted the floating speedboat. "What's the matter?" Qin Feng asked when he saw the person. His voice sounded rather gentle. After all, they did go through a life and death situation together. The man's awe at Qin Feng could be seen from his gaze, as he hurriedly said, "Commander Yang can't leave the front line, and has sent me in his stead to invite you to the battle there." Qin Feng let out a frosty laugh, not bothering to mask his expression. Tian Miao's heart did a backflip. Being a confidant, he knew quite a bit about interacting with people. When he saw Qin Feng's expression, he knew immediately that he was not happy to be called up. "I don't want to make this difficult for you. Make Yang Ping personally come here and tell this to me in person," Qin Feng said coldly. Tian Miao swallowed hard and nodded quickly. "Yes, yes." He quickly sent a message, sweat beading on his forehead. By now, Qin Feng was almost done with his meal, casually wiping his mouth. Meanwhile, Bai Li was having a great time chowing down as the chef was still trying to make better dishes and was serving them to her. Beep beep. Qin Feng's communicator rang. When he saw who was calling, a casual smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Commander Yang, what's wrong?" Seeing Qin Feng's unworried expression only made Yang Ping even more anxious. After a night of battling, he looked extremely haggard, as if his energy had dropped by a lot. This was not just the consequence of staying up late. It was because he had been overdrawing from his consciousness. His eyes had dark circles and had a glassy stare. "Mayor Qin, the sea beast tide is here again," Yang Ping said with urgency. "Come to the front line." Qin Feng only smiled. "Isn't that normal? Or were the sea beast tides you faced while I was on the shelter island weaker?" Yang Ping was horrified. He had his own speculations, but after Qin Feng spoke, he was left in a shock. The month of the sea beast tide was so peaceful in the earlier stages. Could it have really been because Qin Feng was fighting hard against such a desperate crisis? Commander Yang, that sea extract you have was very useful. None of those sea beasts approached Sea City and only focused on Blackstone Fort. It's a shame that the fort wasn't as strong. Otherwise, it probably would have lasted until the end of the month of the sea beast tide. Yang Ping looked flushed all of a sudden. He felt a little bit guilty at that moment, and even more afraid. Mayor Qin, what sea extract? What are you talking about? If you thought that it was useful, then that's good. It's good that it was useful. Qin Feng's expression remained the same. He knew that Yang Ping was hiding something and did not dare to admit it. He continued to stay silent, taking a long sip of water which Yang Ping did not dare object against as he patiently tried to persuade Qin Feng into taking action. Mayor Qin, help us please. There's really no other way, and we've been fighting for a whole day now. Everyone's tired. Oh, I fought for 10 days, and I didn't say I was tired. You are saying that you're tired after just one day? Commander Yang, I think you've had it going much too easy and comfortable. Qin Feng quickly retorted. That's it then. I'll just take another day off, and you and your boys out there can give it your best shot. Besides, I think I've done enough that's worth getting a commission from Sea City. After all, no matter how powerful the Ultra Beasts are, wouldn't Mayor Lei be able to handle it? Don't think just because I'm some foreign aptitude user that you'll get to boss me around, telling me what to do. Yang Ping sputtered from the bitter taste in his mouth. If Lei Chun were here, he would not feel so nervous. The key point was that Lei Chun was not here. And now even Qin Feng knew, naturally based on Yang Ping's expression. It was normal for him to be absent. Qin Feng could recall a major event that involved the gathering of many D-tier aptitude users from the 3 cities along the sun, as well as the distant 4 cities of the North Sea. Right, I'm gonna go take a nap or something. Good luck, Commander Yang. Yang Ping had been beaten black and blue. There was no way he could force Qin Feng to come to the battlefield. It was useless being as anxious as he was anyway. He could only report this to Wang Jichao. What nonsense. If he's not coming, then so be it. There's hundreds of thousands of people at stake, and you're putting hope on some puffed-up blowhard? How could he have faced so many beasts alone? He must be lying to you. Wang Jichao barked angrily. In the last sea beast tide, 2 Ultra Beast generals were taken down by advanced energy cannons. These high-power energy cannons cost 100 million per shot, like the ones Qi Long used in Han Town. They were very powerful and were expensive to use. The problem was that it took more than just one to take down an E-tier beast general, especially giant sea beasts. One shot was simply not enough. They had already fired 5. That was 500 million gone. If the situation could have been handled by throwing money at it, Wang Jichao would not have bothered asking for someone to find Qin Feng. They were running low on ammo. The next sea beast tide could be seen coming from a distance. I'm going this time. Wang Jichao made up his mind and ordered someone to drive him to the front as he forced himself to go. Sea beast tides got weaker and weaker each wave. He could only hope that the next wave had weaker beasts. He was sorely disappointed when he saw that the next wave had 5 sea beast generals. After all, Blackstone Fort on the Shelter Island had collapsed at this point, and there were traces of battle left behind by Qin Feng. It was unknown how much Beast King blood still lingered on the spot. These beast generals made the mistake of arriving on that island and immediately retreated. There were stronger ones behind them, and those did not dare turn back. So with nowhere to go, the only direction was Sea City. Wang Jichao scanned the surroundings with his drone and steeled his face from the results. Obviously, he was hesitating his next decision. He asked in a grave voice, Yang Ping, what Qin Feng said about being worthy of commission. He was just trying to extort us for money, wasn't he? Yang Ping was taken aback by this, hesitating for a moment before saying, maybe. Yeah, it must be. In reality, Qin Feng just did not want to show up, and this had nothing to do with money, but the serious look on Wang Jichao's face scared him enough to say so. Wang Jichao immediately said, contact Qin Feng and tell him it's 100 million per beast general, and ask him if he can take action. That could have been considered as preferential treatment, but there was nobody who could take down these E-tier beast generals, and their artillery shells cost 100 million per shot. It was just more cost-effective to hire Qin Feng. Yang Ping quickly contacted him. Deputy Mayor, Qin Feng says that he gets to keep whatever he kills. Wang Jichao was furious, but he could only grind his teeth. Fine. Okay. Half an hour later, Qin Feng slowly arrived at the newly established fortifications. In fact, it was dangerously close to Sea City. Those within the city could hear the roars of the sea beasts. If this wall were to be breached, then the sea beasts would swarm the city and slaughter its residents. A blood-drenched sea city would be a delicious feast for the beasts. He had changed into his combat uniform by the time he arrived at the fortifications. He was tall and handsome, but did not give off the aura that a young person would have. Quite the contrary. He had this calmness that made him seem deep and unfathomable. However, Wang Jichao treated Qin Feng with little respect. What a big shot you are. You wanted us to be begging on our knees so you'd show up? Qin Feng let out a frosty laugh. Put up or shut up. Don't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. Qin Feng responded rather bluntly. There was a tinge of red on Wang Jichao's eyes. The bloodshot look obviously meant that he was furious. Qin Feng's words were like a slap in the face. Wang Jichao did not have a way of defending himself because he knew that there was nothing he could say to refute those words. If only he was strong enough to take on these beast generals by himself, then he would have already gone ahead instead of having to deal with Qin Feng's unfettered attitude. It was at this moment that Qin Feng continued to speak. I see that you're not willing to admit defeat, Deputy Mayor Wang. We'll have a little competition of who can kill the most ultra beasts. How about that? Wang Jichao did not dare to take on this bet. I have to preside over the situation, so how could I have time to go messing around with you? You're wasting time with all talk and no action. Every second counts, and with every second a life could be lost. Mayor Qin, I hope you can see the bigger picture. Qin Feng chuckled in a slightly disdainful manner. Such a person was afraid of even comparing prowess in battle, and they wanted to hurt him? Sounds like a fever dream. Qin Feng's gaze left the deputy mayor, and he finally had a look at the situation. Indeed, there were 5 beast generals running amok. One of them was a Dracocroc general, and there was also a frigid armored bear, a teal tyrant crab, a 3-banded boa, as well as a triple octopus. Their combined strength was immense. Moreover, all of these beasts were huge and were no less than 10 meters tall. It seemed like they were sweeping the area of aptitude users, who could only duck their heads and run. The Sea City Army took out a large number of electrofusion guns to paralyze and stall these beasts' movements. One aptitude user pulled the trigger and electricity erupted from the muzzle toward the ground before forming into a large net to act as a hindrance to the enemy, but he was much too close to his target. Pust! The 3-banded boa general locked onto its target and blasted out a spray of red, yellow, and purple smoke, almost forming a small cluster of fog in its target area. The aptitude user was shocked when he was covered by the fog and wanted to flee. After 2 steps, it felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he found himself unable to breathe. His mouth agape as his face turned blue. By the time his eyes rolled to the back of his head, he had already died before he hit the ground. The surrounding aptitude users were too afraid to move forward and did not dare attack. Those few ETers from Sea City could only surround the beast warily. Otherwise, these ultra beasts would turn the whole place upside down. They were like Yang Ping, haggard and dirty, their hands refusing to rest in their fight against the ultra beasts. What a motley crew. These people had been beaten down and were almost broken. Their confidence was in shambles. Otherwise, a group of E-tier aptitude users would have no problem taking down a single E-tier ultra beast so long as they worked together. Not to mention, Wang Jichao was here. The problem was that even though Wang Jichao had the strength, he did not have the spirit. Fiery rampage. Qin Feng was enveloped in flames as he quickly entered the battlefield. Almost instantly, the moment he landed into hostile grounds, a beast general had already locked onto him. It was the teal tyrant crab. The giant enemy crab was huge. It was about 5 or 6 meters wide and had 2 huge pincers that were probably 2 to 4 meters long. The pincers were strong enough to shred through bedrock. When it saw Qin Feng appear, the teal tyrant crab did not hesitate to try and snap him up with its pincers. He responded quickly, pulling out the verdant emperor saber to parry the incoming claw attack. Clang! Sparks flew as their weapons collided. Everyone nearby had on a shocked expression. The shell of that crab was incredibly tough, and they knew that better than anyone. After all, If it were not for that fact, the thing would have died already. Its shell resisted their decomposition blasters, and they had no other way of removing its exoskeleton. In Qin Feng's eyes, this did not mean much. The split second after sparks were created, he violently flung the crab backwards with the amount of force he exerted. He continued his momentum and brought the verdant Emperor Saber down on the crab again. That kind of power was too great to imagine. He was not just holding back the crab, he was quite literally knocking it back. Wang Jichao witnessed Qin Feng's bravery and combat prowess, and his eyes momentarily reflected intense jealousy. So young but so powerful. Someone like that was going to be a huge problem if he were not dealt with soon. However, there was nothing Wang Jichao could do, unless... His eyes suddenly lit up. Disregard the critical moment we are in and lure that 24-arm octopus and giant Dracocroc there. If the 5 Ultra Beasts were to gather together, that might as well be a disaster. In order to prevent that from happening, those fighting had naturally separated them into different parts of the battlefield so that the E-tier aptitude users could deal with them one by one. These people, who were highly ranked in Sea City, were also members of the Leitang organization. They were still taken aback by Wang Jichao's words. Deputy Mayor, wouldn't that actually make things worse? If these Ultra Beasts kill Qin Feng, they'll become harder to control, and it wouldn't be easy to separate them again. Deputy Mayor, please reconsider. Nobody dared speak out loud. Instead, they directed their messages back to him through their communicators. The E-tiers of Sea City already had their hands full in the face of just one of these Sea Beast generals. They did not believe that Qin Feng could take on 3 at a time. Humph, didn't he brag about how he defended the shelter island for more than 10 days? I want to see just how strong he is. Now move it, Wang Jichao said coldly. At this point, the other E-tier aptitude users had begun to deviate from their original positions and were headed toward Qin Feng. Of course, while the plan was to throw in some false drama, it was not hard to play their panic off as real. In reality, they could not bear it anymore. Mayor Qin, help! An E-tier ancient warrior rushed toward his side, and the triple octopus chasing behind him was much stronger than he was. It shifted its tentacles under it and started to gallop forward. If it got close enough to lash out, it would have been able to grab this ancient warrior 10 times over. However, this octopus was nowhere near that beast king he fought. Qin Feng had been repeatedly flipping over the teal tyrant crab, naturally moving away from their original position, and it just so happened that the triple octopus was in the same path. He flipped the crab directly at the octopus. Their bodies collided with one another and caused them to sustain massive damage. There was no doubt that this ancient warrior was safe. Qin Feng did not stop his attacks. Hell Magma. He summoned runes that quickly appeared under the feet of the 2 Ultra Beasts. Boom. The ground seemed to spew out magma, drowning the teal tyrant crab and the triple octopus in it. This scorching lava singed the fine hairs on the skin of the E-tier aptitude users that were too close by as they felt the intense heat, especially the Ultra Beast generals that were caught in it. What a devastating attack. By this time, the Dracocroc general had reached Qin Feng's position. Come on then, Qin Feng shouted, raising a hand and causing more flames to spread. Blazing sky. A straight line of bright light pierced through the air. The glint of it momentarily dazzled the onlookers. The verdant Emperor Saber had directly slashed through the neck of the Dracocroc general. The E-tier aptitude users that the Dracocroc had been chasing around suddenly stopped. A black, charred wound had appeared around the creature's neck, right before the huge head began to roll off onto the ground. The Dracocroc general had been slain. 3 Ultra Beast generals, 2 of which yet to be confirmed dead. Nobody had expected the situation to turn out like this. It was just a momentary confrontation, but Qin Feng had displayed such explosive combat prowess. Bring the remaining 2 over here too. Qin Feng let out a grim laugh, standing on the Dracocroc general's back as the creature's charred skin bled profusely with a stream of thick blood. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Qin Feng had already seen through their actions, but regardless of how many there were, the beasts had to be killed, so he could not care less. These creatures were simply no threat to his person at all. Soon, the remaining 2 were unceremoniously put down with his fire dragon style. An aptitude user who had just awakened last year, a talented ability user genius, but had also mastered 2 ultimate level abilities and even had an inconceivable level of sword fighting which could allow him to kill beast generals in seconds. When people saw Qin Feng's strength, it felt like they had just reached the foot of a very tall mountain. After killing all 5 beasts, he began to stuff their remains into his spatial rune equipment in full view of everyone. Without the beast generals leading the charge, the other ultra beasts were not as confident in their advance. These ultra beasts were soon blocked off by gunners, and Sea City's troops began to rebuild their fortifications in anticipation for the next sea beast tide. Based on their previous experience, there would be around 1 or 2 waves left before the season would end. Qin Feng walked to where Wang Jichao was, noticing the other's ashen complexion, like he owed him a few billion yuan. Deputy Mayor Wang, with good luck, I managed to complete the mission, Qin Feng said. That made Wang Jichao suddenly very upset. He could only make sure that his face remained stern as he coldly remarked, "Bear in mind not to be impatient. You're still young. Don't just go around showing off." As he said that, Wang Jichao faintly revealed the aura of an E8 tier ancient warrior. His gaze fell onto the E-tier badge on Qin Feng's chest, and he felt a sense of superiority. Qin Feng merely chuckled. Around this time, an ancient warrior appeared next to him. "Mayor Qin, thank you so much for just now." The man was grinning from ear to ear. "My name is Chu Yingshan, a drifter." Drifters, also known as experiencers, were not originally people from the 3 cities. They just happened to have been passing by. Chu Yingshan was by no means weak. Standing at E5 tier, he had been hired by Wang Jichao to help with the sea beast tide. He was the one that was pinning down the frigid armored bear. That ice-coated monstrosity could have been considered the strongest of all the ultra beast generals. It was also E5 tier. Even though they were in the same tier, it was clear that Chu Yingshan could not have beaten his opponent. One false step, and he would have ended up becoming prey. He was in it for the money so that he would not have any problems in the future. He already knew that Wang Jichao's people would cheat him, but all he could do was endure. This was not the last resort either, and he could not turn on these people. All he planned to do was turn tail and run the moment it became too dangerous. Therefore, when Qin Feng came over to help, he managed to earn Chu Yingshan's gratitude. "Hello, you can just call me Qin Feng." He reached out to shake the other's hand. Before his rebirth, he was a drifter too. He had been to plenty of places, walked from the north to the south, and witnessed the seasons change. Qin Feng knew of the difficulties drifters had, but he was comfortable with them. Chu Yingshan appeared to have great potential. He did not look very old, probably around 28 years old from the looks of it. "Qin Feng, when I came over to the 3 cities, I've admired you for quite a while. I didn't expect that I'd get to be in battle alongside you today. You're stronger than I imagined. And you say you're only 17 years old, right?" Chu Yingshan and Qin Feng struck up a conversation. Qin Feng's height was now very close to his fully developed height before his rebirth. He was taller and stronger than most ordinary people, standing at 189 centimeters tall. With such a height and physique, he indeed did not look like a 17-year-old. "That's right, but my age has nothing to do with my strength. I mean, I have strength now, but I couldn't have done so without experience. In the past 7 or 8 months, I've experienced hardships that normal people couldn't even begin to imagine," Qin Feng said. At this point, Chu Yingshan and Qin Feng had found a common topic. Not bad. Strength doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from facing life or death situations. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a drifter. Though, Qin Feng, how strong are you now? It was not just Chu Yingshan that was curious. Wang Jichao, who had turned to face the side, was curious as well. He wanted to know Qin Feng's true strength. His body was very strong. Having the body of a beast king made his level unpredictable. Not only that, he had not been truly tested before. That E-tier badge he had on was merely his current identity. Without it, people would not believe that he was merely E-tier. The asteroid assimilation move had its limits as well. The move used no more than 1/10 of his internal force, and naturally his power was still a mystery. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Jichao and smirked at the thought of that mild aura he produced earlier. "Right now, I'm almost about to reach E8 tier," he said, mobilizing more than 7 layers of the sea of clouds that were his internal force as his body began to unleash his aura. At that moment, Chu Yingshan and Wang Jichao felt as if they were facing an infernal beast. The force was absolutely terrifying. Wang Jichao felt absolutely humiliated and no longer wanted to listen to the conversation between the two. What did he just hear? An E-tier 17-year-old, 20 years younger than he was, going out to practice and gain experience. Was that them mocking him not leaving his house? Wang Jichao could not remember when was the last time he actually fought. Not only that, Qin Feng's internal strength was catching up to his own. He thought about how he deliberately exposed his internal power just now and felt that his face was a burning red. These two were so busy talking that they naturally would not have been bothered by Wang Jichao. But you're also an ability user. That's really impressive. Was ancient martial arts something you had to cultivate? Man, I finally know what the word genius means, Chu Yingshan said with admiration. Wang Jichao's expression was ashen, letting out a cold harumph as he turned to leave. The way he moved hinted that he was going to break out into a run at any moment. Chu Yingshan noticed the deputy mayor at that moment, and he asked with some confusion, "Deputy Mayor Wang, what's wrong? Think we're wasting time talking here? Now that the situation's stable, you wouldn't want us to go kill more ultra beasts, right?" Qin Feng smirked. Maybe the shock is too much. Chu Yingshan caught the meaning behind his words and understood what actually happened before letting out a boisterous laugh. Talented people are produced with each generation. The new is always replacing the old. Even if your mind is too narrow, martial arts will never stop moving forward, said the ancient warrior. After Chu Yingshan had awakened, he began to wander about. He was more familiar with ultra beasts than he was with people, and he had never experienced infighting within a colony. While he was not naive, he was absolutely innocent, and even had an absolute belief in martial arts. The man had Qin Feng beat in that regard. After he awakened his ability, Qin Feng also knew that in this world, abilities were the strongest, second to none. As an ability user continued to grow, they could raise mountains and part seas, wipe out enemy forces with a snap of their fingers. There was nothing they could not do. In contrast, although the ancient warriors' internal force was strong and their martial prowess impeccable, they did not have the destructive firepower needed in the face of sea beast tides like ability users did. Qin Feng was about to reach D tier, and he anticipated that moment more and more. Qin Feng was naturally spared from the remaining battle. The executives of Sea City paid a total of 5 billion to Qin Feng reluctantly. It was a fair trade considering Qin Feng's feat, however. The other aptitude users still bemoaned for not getting any materials after putting in the effort to stall the beast generals earlier. These people knew nothing about gratitude. Qin Feng paid no attention to them. The G8 tier aptitude user, Tian Miao, who escorted Qin Feng earlier, was the only few showing Qin Feng proper respect. He prepared a spacious car for Qin Feng to rest, and had also brought along the chef from Sea City Hotel to cook for Qin Feng. There were ample materials in Qin Feng's spatial equipment. The chef was an excellent cook and Qin Feng was being generous with the ingredients. That resulted in one delicious dish after another. Chu Yingshan had joined Qin Feng for the meal. Their conversation provided Qin Feng a lot of new information that he was not aware of in his past life. After all, Chu Yingshan was more than 10 years older than Qin Feng and had a great life experience. He would no doubt make a good mentor. Qin Feng admired a man of such caliber. "I suggest you visit Nyoming City after you are done with Sea City," Qin Feng said. Chu Yingshan looked at Qin Feng with surprise, then he nodded. "Okay, I will do as you say." They chatted for a while, and Chu Yingshan took his leave. After all, amidst the climax of the sea beast tide, even an F-tier beast could be a huge headache. Qin Feng was allowed to rest because he had single-handedly slain 5 beast generals to turn the tides around. You do not draw a sword to kill a fly. 2 hours later, the tides had once again subsided. However, the defense team along the coastline dared not loosen up and hurriedly strengthened the barrier to prevent the seawater from flooding the city. They had no room to retreat now. Right behind them were the precious plantation lots of Sea City. The barricade was more than 20 meters high. It was built up speedily surrounding the periphery of Sea City with proper drainage. Such construction was a piece of cake to the human race with the current technological advancements. Soon, the sun went down the horizon. Orange rays bathed the evening sky, displaying a thrilling yet poignant scenery. The wind seemed to have declined gradually. However, the hearts of the people in Sea City were still clenched. knowing that this calamity was far from its ending. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm was sounded yet again, signaling the arrival of the next sea beast tide. The surveillance drones that were patrolling in the sky were instantly blasted away by the storm. Turbulent sea waves crashed on the barricade outside Sea City mercilessly. Splash! The dam floor was once again flooded by the waves. The barricade worked perfectly as it effectively prevented water from entering the city. Here they come. Trigger the electric mine. Don't let them climb the barricade. Members of the battalion shouted out the instructions hysterically. Qin Feng alighted the vehicle and quickly went up the barricade. From his vantage point, he could see that the base of the barricade had been thronged by countless beasts. Suddenly, a blue croc jumped up from the water. Its 3-meter-long body climbed up the barricade rapidly. Once it reached the top, the beast struck its maw and bit the nearest aptitude user. Almost instantaneously, the aptitude user lost his legs. He was dragged down to the waters violently while shrieking painfully. Fresh blood stained the mud water red. Qin Feng drew his blaster and shot the blue croc. Blood spread across the pool rapidly, which attracted more beasts to the spot. Boom, 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 boom. Qin Feng fired rapidly. He did not miss a single shot, and in the blink of an eye, the aptitude user was surrounded by beast carcasses. The aptitude user was unharmed other than his initial wound. He knew someone had just saved his life. He followed the projectile of the gunshot and saw Qin Feng, who was still calmly firing. Each shot from his blaster instantly took away the life of a beast. That was true strength. Feeling grateful and astonished, the aptitude user took advantage of the short window of safety and climbed up to the nearest land with both his hands and feet. Qin Feng, who had been watching the aptitude user, pulled a long face. Both of his legs were broken. His lower limbs were nowhere to be seen under his pants. "Thank you, kind sir." The guy smiled at Qin Feng, but there was more sorrow on his face rather than joy. Though he was an ancient warrior, he was now a disabled man after losing both his legs. There was a slim chance that he would ever battle again. Such was the fate of every aptitude user. At least he was still alive. Qin Feng took in a deep breath and nodded back. The blaster in his hands was being fired more rapidly now. How many humans had fallen to the sea beast tide? An idea suddenly came to Qin Feng's mind. He had never thought about it in the past, including his previous life. When will doomsday end? We have been living like this for 200 years. A tiers are just petty flies in the eyes of those behemoths. Though S tier is an entirely different existence, even they are unable to change the course of human fate in this hellish world. What can I do then? Is it possible for me to reach S tier, SS tier, or even higher? If that's achievable, will human race finally be able to close the rift permanently and end this F-King doomsday once and for all then? The target became clearer and clearer in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng moved even faster. His conscious energy was expanding insanely through the tense battle. E8 tier. Qin Feng made a breakthrough during the battle. At the same time, the alarm of the communicator rang once more. Even without its warning, Qin Feng could already see the horrible creature. Unknown spots were seen floating on the mud water. As the wave crashed forward, the spots reflected the rays of the setting sun and appeared orange in color. It could be easily mistaken as a giant translucent net or a piece of plastic. But the aura around the thing was telling enough that it was no ordinary creature. An E5 tier beast king. It was a gigantic jellyfish. Though it was still quite far away from the city, people could easily spot the monster from high ground. The monster was carried by the river, and dead bodies could be seen piling around it. The monster was eerily quiet. Those bodies must have been killed by the jellyfish's poison. So the identity of the beast was a mutated jellyfish carrying deadly venom. Everyone was daunted by the beast, except Qin Feng. A sense of determination could be seen in his eyes. Kill them all to end this sickening world. This is the living duty of every human on this earth. The next moment, Qin Feng raised his hand and summoned a beast. Umbra Stallion. Qin Feng climbed the horse and galloped straight toward the jellyfish. The defenders on the barricade rounded their eyes watching Qin Feng's action. What is he doing? Wang Jichao could not believe his own eyes. Yang Ping's lips were trembling too. He watched Qin Feng's back and realized how foolish he was before for attempting to take this man's life. Is he crazy? He might very well be. Or else, he would not dare to challenge a beast king all by himself. Only a lunatic would do what Qin Feng was doing. He had no fear. To most people, a beast king symbolized total destruction. Aptitude users would only dare to challenge the beast king if the tier gap was huge enough. Otherwise, it was no different from suicide. Wang Jichao was the combatant with the highest tier on the scene. The corresponding beast king within his capability would be an F8 tier. However, he still would not dare face an F8 tier beast king alone if it really did appear. A minor slip-up in front of a beast king would get him killed instantly. As for now, the beast king they were expecting was an E5 tier. Not to mention, it was one of the most horrendous kinds, venomous giant sea wasp. Even Lei Chun would have hesitated if he were here. A creature like a beast king could usually be avoided if one did not provoke it. Sea wasps were not able to live without water, so it would certainly leave when the wave recedes. Yet, Qin Feng had decided to challenge the unthinkable. They could think of one possibility. Qin Feng had gone insane. Hellfire carpet. Hellfire spanning 100 meters square burned blazingly. The fire seemed to be undeterred by the water and attached itself to the sea wasp king's body. The flame engulfed the beast rapidly. The venomous sea wasp did not make a sound, but expressed its anger by splashing the water. A giant wave soon formed and engulfed Qin Feng. Qin Feng's conscious energy was fused with the stallions, and they galloped to the sky to evade the massive wave. Fire dragon style. A fire dragon emerged in response to Qin Feng's raised hand. The dragon then dived back down straight into the water. The excessive heat carried by the dragon boiled the seawater instantaneously. The steam generated from the boiling was highly venomous. Qin Feng relied on his physical attribute comparable to that of a beast and continued to battle fearlessly. Other ultra beasts around collapsed as soon as they came in contact with the venomous vapor. Retreat. Abandon this barricade now. Wang Jichao bellowed and ordered everyone to fall back at once. The steam had reached the barricade and already put down a few soldiers. No one dared to stay put. They did not wish to suffer from the battle between gods. Run. So this is the power of an E-tier aptitude user? That's insane. No. Perhaps only Qin Feng could be this powerful. Other aptitude users had completely given up the barricade. They did not care whether the beasts would climb the wall and threaten the safety of Sea City. Their own safety was the top priority at the moment. The sea beasts, on the other hand, did not have time to ascend the barricade either. They were killed by the poison, if not already burned to death. The venom from the sea wasp king was deadly, but Qin Feng had no fear. The attack from the venomous sea wasp was equally aggressive. It was not a simple-minded beast that relied solely on its brute force, but a highly intelligent water-type beast king. Qin Feng's fire-type ability should be countered easily by its water-type attack. Yet, the beast could feel that its life force was being sapped out by an unseen power hidden within the flames. That was because the flame was not an ordinary flame, but hellfire. This type of flame was equipped with dark runes, which enabled it to burn away its target's life energy. Splash! A water spout rose from the seawater and struck at Qin Feng. Qin Feng urged his stallion to gallop away. One after another, water spouts rose behind Qin Feng. Then, a giant water dragon from within the waves chased after Qin Feng. Qin Feng hastily summoned the fire dragon, and the two forces collided head-on. The fire dragon was extinguished, while the water dragon evaporated. The resulting water vapor shrouded the area. No living creature was able to escape this dead zone. My turn. The venomous sea wasp had a huge, soft, and slimy body. The beast was only able to reach the shore by clinging onto the dead bodies of other beasts. The beast king had almost zero weaknesses. Its body was mainly constructed by water. Even if it was shredded, the beast could quickly heal itself by absorbing the water runes in its surrounding. But Qin Feng knew that even such a beast was not invincible. Its weak point was its water-type ability core. The core was currently being protected by a ball of muddled materials. Amidst the wave, the water depth was about 7 to 8 meters deep. But the ground beneath it still trembled as Qin Feng pointed at it. Lava flow. This style did not only alter the land, but also created a blasting impact. The ground under the seawater quaked rampantly, as if Qin Feng had taken control of a lava vein within the crust. Boom! A spout in red broke through the ground and shot up to the sky. It was a lava spout. Like volcano eruption, the lava elevated sky high all the way into the clouds. At this moment, even the aptitude users that stayed far behind the barricade could get a glimpse of the lava spout. The venomous sea wasp, who resided right on top of the lava spout, was unprepared for it. Its body was made of water, so the lava pierced right through it instantly. "Come here." Qin Feng extended his hand, and the ability core fell right onto his palm. The ability core was almost the size of a basketball. Plentiful water runes swirled around the core. This could be easily sold at 3 billion in the market. The venomous sea wasp did not die immediately after losing the core. That only provoked it further. Translucent materials began to stack up, and it promptly surrounded Qin Feng. The beast wanted to engulf Qin Feng and poison him to death. Qin Feng danced furiously with his Verdant Emperor saber. The fire radiances from the saber turned into a fiery cyclone and completely shattered the sea wasp's water around him. Then, scarlet flames spread across the land and ruthlessly scorched everything it touched. The venomous sea wasp's body was lit by Qin Feng's hellfire and turned into ashes. Seawater gradually regressed after the epic battle came to an end. Qin Feng and his stallion were seen standing on the body of a giant sea beast. There was only one word to describe the surrounding: massacre. All the beasts being washed up to the shore were killed silently by the battle between Qin Feng and the sea wasp. This round of sea beast tide ended abruptly, with Qin Feng being the last man standing. In a dimension where others could not see, remaining power from the killed beasts was absorbed rapidly by Qin Feng. Qin Feng instantly made another breakthrough. E8 tier. The others could only watch in awe. Their communicators were still connected to the regional network, while some drones were still patrolling the sky. They witnessed the entire process, as well as the final outcome. This sea beast tide had ended in the hand of a single man. How unbelievable was that? Qin Feng. So this man is the mayor of Fengli Colony. He is the real deal. Is Fengli still recruiting? I am so going to Fengli after this. Did he just break through the next tier? How strong could he be? I believe he will attain D tier in no time. The aptitude users behind the wall discussed feverishly. Qin Feng rode the stallion back on top of the barricade. He looked down on those aptitude users that had clumsily fled back by a few hundred meters earlier. The Umbra stallion galloped and stirred up the dark mist behind it. Soon, Qin Feng arrived in front of them, and the people subconsciously opened up a path to let him through. Qin Feng knew exactly who he wanted to meet first. He moved swiftly toward Wang Jichao. You don't need to pay me the reward for the Beast King, but I will take home all the loot. Please deliver them to me after they have been collected and packed properly. I guess it's not too much to ask using some of your manpower. He had helped Sea City to eradicate waves of beasts. So, of course, it was not too much to ask. Qin Feng spoke using a superior tone. Wang Jichao could only look up to him now. In fact, everybody was looking at him like he was a hero. Indeed, he was not much different from a hero now. No problem. This is the least we can do to repay you. I will make sure everything is properly arranged. Wang Jichao finished his sentence with a twisted face. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. These loots are all yours. We will keep watch over them. That's right. We won't allow anyone to embezzle even a single material into their own pockets. Mr. Qin, you should get some rest now. Everyone was standing by Qin Feng's side. Wang Jichao's face could not be any darker. He did not have any intention to pocket the loot. However, what others said clearly alluded that he was a corrupted man. Qin Feng nodded to them and went his own way. The evening glow slowly faded away. It took a lot of time to completely harvest the beast parts. Qin Feng did not plan to sell them out directly as he did in the past. Instead, he asked Tanyu to prepare for him a cargo truck as he wanted to carry them back to Fengli. Night fell, and people remained vigilant throughout the whole night. Nevertheless, the sea beast tide did not hit again until the next morning. Occasionally, some beasts came ashore, but they were easily dealt with by the guards on night watch. They knew that the month of the sea beast tide had finally come to an end. Qin Feng brought home more than 10 cargo trucks. This was another fruitful trip. Owing to that, Qin Feng was the greatest hero of this year's sea beast tide. Wang Jichao and others had also come to bid him farewell. However, their faces could not be any more somber when they saw Qin Feng. After the catastrophe, people began to rebuild the coastline. Sea City had also sent out drones to check out the situation at Blackstone Fort. The fort had turned into a ruin. Sea City would need to spend substantially to rebuild the entire thing. This was all thanks to Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered. He understood the cold look on their faces and felt for them. Nonetheless, none of this would have happened if they did not conspire against him in the first place. They were reaping what they sowed. That should do it. Deputy Mayor, I can find my own way back from here on. Qin Feng politely rejected their escort. Wang Jichao replied resentfully, I hope Mr. Qin can be our guest at Sea City again next year. Sea City is extremely safe with you here. Haha. Qin Feng laughed and rebutted. That would not be necessary. I think Lei Qin will be back in Sea City this time next year. I might not join the event next year since I will probably be in the front line at that time. Wang Jichao wondered how Qin Feng knew that Lei Qin was not around in Sea City. However, his mind was soon distracted by Qin Feng's second sentence. He said in an envious and sarcastic tone, Wow, then you will surely create an unprecedented record. We have never had such a young D-tier user from the 3 cities. The front line is the shield of the entire human civilization. The 3 cities were considered a relatively safe zone behind it. Even so, these 3 cities were still under constant threat from ultra beasts. This indicated how dangerous the front line could be. Every D-tier must serve at the front line for 3 months. They could only opt to return to the city after that. Wang Jichao was baffled by Qin Feng's confidence. He had just declared that he was going to reach D-tier by next year. Thanks for your encouragement. Qin Feng smiled back lightly. Wang Jichao did not say another word as Qin Feng entered his hover car. All the cargo trucks behind him were also hover vehicles. The more than 10 trucks held the materials of the entire Sea Beast tide. This was equivalent to 10% of Sea City's whole asset. Now it all belonged to one person, Qin Feng. All of Sea City's executives were envious. Deputy Mayor, should we? One of the military commanders asked after seeing Qin Feng left. Wang Jichao glared back at him. Should we? Yeah, let's look for some random mercenaries again. Who else could defeat him other than a D-tier now? The person hung back sheepishly. Yang Ping chipped in immediately. Deputy Mayor, don't be angry. Qin Feng is probably the strongest among all the E-tiers in the 3 cities now. But the stronger he gets, the more attention he would receive. I think it's best to decide what to do only after Mr. Lei is back. Okay, don't bother me with this name again in the future. Wang Jichao turned around and left sullenly. Qin Feng was not a problem Wang Jichao could handle for the moment. A lot of members from the Dark Coalition did take notice of the large convoy departing from Sea City. However, not a single party dared to rob it. Some even went as far as possible, fearing that Qin Feng might misunderstand them. Thus, the convoy faced little hassle along the way. When the trucks reached Fengli, Shuexingfu could not hold back his jolliness. Though these were technically Qin Feng's private property, the customer that it would draw was still going to bring in a lot of potential revenues. After all, the news about Qin Feng's heroic act in Sea City had long spread across the 3 cities. Qin Feng was generally regarded as the hottest aptitude user in town now. Why the happy face? I thought you were unwilling to let me go at first. Qin Feng asked the chubby Shuexingfu. Haha, am I such a short-sighted person? Qin Feng shook his head. Now that's some lame hindsight. Shuexingfu was not embarrassed and maintained a big smile. He reported the statistics to Qin Feng. Mayor, including the items in the truck, the materials that you have retrieved along the way fetched a total of 30 billion. That was an astronomical amount. Shuexingfu had no idea how Qin Feng achieved this. The other materials were carried back by Bai Li. It was stored in the garage and passed to Shuexingfu by Qin Feng when he was back. Shuexingfu thought that Qin Feng had brought along an enormous spatial equipment, so he raised no doubts. Still, he was baffled by the quality and quantity of the materials. There were more than 10 king-tier materials alone, though there was no ability core and power core. Nevertheless, these materials would still be worth a handsome price. Of course, the gain this time was still lesser than the time Qin Feng went to the island. He had robbed from others that time and found the hidden treasures. That was why he earned more from that trip. All right, I will entrust the materials to you then. Shuexingfu nodded and changed the topic. Mayor, I made an unauthorized decision and took in an item during your absence. I feel that it might be useful to you. Oh, what is it? Qin Feng was intrigued. Shuexingfu took out a jade token. The token was about the size of a palm. Its color was as dark as ink and definitely a well-refined black jade. There was Chinese calligraphy imprinted on it. Wu 1. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. It's a battle god token. Xue Xingfu narrated exultantly. A giant rift appeared out of thin air outside Nyoming City 2 days ago. Through the rift, one can see a mountain housing great energy. There's a stone slab in front of the mountain. On it was carved all sorts of ancient calligraphy. Roughly, it says that someone known as Battle God had left behind his legacy hoping that it would be inherited by someone worthy. After that, rifts began to appear in multiple locations. This Battle God token is the ticket. However, there's a bunch of them, roughly 5,000 being dispersed. How much did you pay for this? Qin Feng asked. Xue Xingfu replied, 10 million. Even Xue Xingfu had misjudged the value of this token. Did I spend too much? Xue Xingfu asked carefully. Though the Battle God tomb showed a lot of promise, nobody knew what was exactly in it. Besides, since there were so many tokens distributed, Xue Xingfu was concerned that this might be a fraud. Not at all. Give this to Zhou Hao. Qin Feng said. Xue Xingfu was stunned. He then asked, what about you? Me? Well, I am going to rob it from someone, of course. Qin Feng smirked. Xue Xingfu was almost choked by his own saliva. Robbing was something only those from the Dark Coalition would do. How could Qin Feng say this out loud in broad daylight? Please remember you are the leader of Fengli. Xue Xingfu reminded him. Qin Feng replied, don't worry. I am going to rob none other than those from the Dark Coalition. I bet it's not going to be easy. If 10 million is not considered a lot, then I can bring in a few more. That way, we can send out more people from our colony as well. What do you think? Don't bother. Even if they obtain the inheritance, they have little chance of coming back out alive. Qin Feng was well aware of how dangerous the tomb could be. The source of danger did not come from beasts, but other human beings. There were 5,000 tokens out there now. Soon, a lot of powerhouses would learn about the value of this otherworldly powerful tomb. Hence, not only would the value of the token be getting higher and higher in the future, the people that enter the tomb later would also become stronger and stronger. There were 2 criteria to enter the tomb. First, the person must be aged 20 or below. Second, his or her inner power must be able to form a cloud, which meant that the person had to be at least an F-tier ancient warrior. Not that they could find another person matching the above criteria in the colony. Even if there was one, the addition of 1 or 2 persons made no difference in the face of 5,000 competitors. This would be a fierce contention, and Qin Feng expected to see a lot of blood. Zhou Hao was strong enough, and he could definitely survive the tomb with Xiao Huang's aid. Others might not be as lucky. Thus, Qin Feng decided to give this opportunity only to Zhou Hao. If you say so, Xue Xingfu gave up on the idea. By the way, have you collected the Beast King cores as I have requested? Qin Feng asked. I have amassed 30 of them at the cost of 20 billion. Money could buy you anything in this world. Even the precious Beast King cores that were put on sale in the black market. Xue Xingfu had anonymously gathered multiple cores during Qin Feng's long absence. Good. Bring them to me. Noted. Xue Xingfu had no idea what Qin Feng used the cores for, but he mourned the lavish spending. He did not stay for long after passing the cores to Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave all the cores to Bai Li. He then called Zhou Hao to meet him in the hall. Zhou Hao had been training intensively recently, and his strength had increased rapidly. Currently, he was an F4 tier aptitude user. Though his improvement was not as rapid as Qin Feng, he was still evolving at an unbelievable rate. This was all thanks to the Golden Queen Ant. Take this and depart to Nyoming immediately. But don't enter the city first. Qin Feng instructed him about the Battle God tomb. How about you? You fit the criteria as well. Why don't you go by yourself? Judging by your power now, you could get the inheritance with ease. I don't need you to make way for me, Zhou Hao said. Qin Feng stopped Zhou Hao's hand that was about to reject the token and explained, I will get my own token, but I am probably going to join with a hidden identity. Zhou Hao, who was puzzled, asked, why a hidden identity? Xiaobai is going to follow me, but she wouldn't get past the entrance in human form. Besides, I should not be going there with my current status as a mayor. Besides, the competition would be tough this time. If I am to kill those influential people in there, things would turn real chaotic. Zhou Hao was baffled. Influential people? Yeah, such as descendants of various famous families. or even people from Dragon City. Qin Feng answered. Zhou Hao finally understood what Qin Feng meant. I get it now. Please be careful out there. Don't worry. When you see me, just pretend that we are strangers, Qin Feng said. Noted. Zhou Hao left with the battle god token after they were done talking. Niuming was rather far from Fengli. It would take days to reach, so one would need to depart earlier. However, Qin Feng did not move. Not only that, but a lot of people had seen Qin Feng inspecting Fengli's ongoing development. From Wanzhong's branch, the underground market, to the establishment of the orphanage and defense system, Qin Feng had gone through each of them. His final inspection was the factory, where Lu Jinshan was in charge. After relocating to Fengli from Han Town, Lu Jinshan had been working behind the scenes all this while. This was because Qin Feng was simply too capable and had brought home numerous materials all the time. If they were to rely on others to process the materials or just sell the raw materials, it would assuredly not bring the biggest profit to Fengli. As such, Lu Jinshan was elected the head of research and development. They set up a factory and focused on how to produce equipment from raw materials. Self-sustenance was their ultimate aim. Qin Feng did not want other powers to hold on to industries essential to Fengli. As the materials brought back by Qin Feng were usually of good quality, most equipment forged by Lu Jinshan was E-tier. He was confused by Qin Feng's order a few days ago, but he had finished the task without any questions asked. Inside the office, there were only Lu Jinshan, Qin Feng, and Bai Li. The workers did not suspect a thing. Mayor, I have forged the items as you have requested. As he spoke, Lu Jinshan brought out a case and opened it. In there laid a silver battle suit, a pair of daggers, and a white mask. These are all made with F-tier Beast King materials. The outcome is better than expected. There's this cape, which is made from Dark Knight Bat. I purposely removed the glow on it, so the user could blend in with the darkness. These two daggers are made from the F7 Tier Beast King Black Mantis's blades. This mask is made from a special material that could block out consciousness and is anti-venom. It also boosts the wearer's senses. Lu Jinshan introduced the equipment one by one. The set of equipment had been previously made by Lu Jinshan under Qin Feng's instructions. Not only that, the boots even contained everything he would need and were 5 centimeters higher. Such an outfit was obviously meant for moving around cloak and dagger, so he could hide his identity. Test it to see if it works. Well done. This is very well done, Uncle Lu. But you need to keep this secret. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Lu Jinshan did not even ask what Qin Feng wanted to do with them. Qin Feng put the equipment inside his spatial rune equipment and swaggered around the factory as he toured the interior. There was only a few days left before the Battle God tomb would open. Even if he could fly, he would not reach in time. Xue Xingfu had his doubts, but he kept his thoughts to himself. That night, the moment Qin Feng put on that combat uniform and put on a mask, it was as if he had turned into an entirely different person. After he had gained the magical tesseract, Qin Feng no longer needed the combat uniforms that Lu Jinshan could provide, but the tesseract did not retain the silver glow from man-made objects. Normally, it would be easy to recognize Qin Feng, but now it was actually even easier. Xiaobai, I'm afraid this is going to be inconvenient for you. Qin Feng said. No worries. In fact, I can maintain whatever form I want. Bai Li was originally a beast type. Maintaining a body shape was something she could easily do. However, she felt that it was easier to be around Qin Feng in her human form. After all, the human shape could be adorned with plenty of beautiful clothes, so Bai Li was quite reluctant about the idea. However, she also knew that Qin Feng was going to go on a bloody rampage inside the Battle God tomb, and she could not be exposed. The best way was that she maintained her Ultra Beast form. Of course, she did not need to do it immediately. I'm about to start, Bai Li said. Qin Feng nodded. Begin. It was already too late to go to Niuming City by car, but Qin Feng had an even better idea. Naturally, that would be spatial transmission. Bai Li's spatial transmission could be used so long as there was a spatial waymark, allowing back and forth travel being 2 distances with no problems. However, she had mild difficulty for places she had not been to, because she could not pinpoint the location. Even when Qin Feng had provided a token, there would still be some issues. Bai Li raised her fingers, and her palms began to glow with a silver light, something he had seen before while on that Dracocroc island. The silver light lingered in the air before rotating and expanding into a spatial passage. The disk was about 2 meters tall and had a dark void forming inside it. Once the void connection was formed, the spatial waymark was established. "Let's go." Bailey grabbed Qin Feng's hand and immediately jumped into the spatial passage. Even if it was just for a moment, it still felt like an eternity. When Qin Feng's vision returned, he found himself floating in mid-air. There was no footing to be found beneath him either. It was a good thing that he had already prepared himself, pushing a button to unfurl the glider wings on his back. Swish! When the glider wings opened up behind him, he pulled Bailey closer and put an arm around her slender waist as the two slowly glided toward the ground. Fortunately, they had appeared about 20 meters above ground and quickly landed. There was a brief chance that they would have actually appeared closer to the ground, which would have promptly caused a miserable landing. Once they found solid ground, Qin Feng retracted the gliding wings and at the same time, put on the cloak that Lu Jinshan had given his outfit. Bailey also began to undergo transformation. Her body gradually began to shift as her clothes dissipated and were automatically stored in her space, the silver light shrouding her, ensuring her modesty as her silhouette suddenly grew to up to 2 stories tall in the blink of an eye. She was about 5 meters long with a body covered in snow-white fur that appeared cloak-like under the moonlight. Her eyes bore a silver glint and had long eyelashes. Behind her were 3 fluffy and soft-looking tails, moving with flexibility through the air, which seemed quite comfortable. At this point, Qin Feng had to look up to see Bai Li's face. Who was to say that Bai Li was just a child? She was all grown up. The fox held her head high in the moonlight, bearing a prideful and beautiful visage. Soon, she began to rapidly shrink, and in the blink of an eye she had shrunk into a size where she was about the size of both Qin Feng's palms with her 3 fluffy tails half the size of her body. Now she looked small and adorable. Bai Li hopped onto Qin Feng with an energetic bounce. "Let's go." Qin Feng gave her a pat on the head before taking out his communicator and synchronizing his location. He was only about 3 hours away from Nyoming City, near a small colony near Hanchuanku. At this rate, it seemed that he was going to reach the city before Zhou. That was where Qin Feng wanted to go. In his previous life, when the news of the tomb surfaced, ancient warriors came from all directions. There were even some ancient warrior families that had sent their young ones over. Among the ancient warriors, they all had their own distinguishing capabilities, but there was an ancient warrior that practiced a blood-based martial method passing through Hanchuanku. Nowadays, people called them dark ancient warriors. Qin Feng did not come here to do good deeds. He came to kill people and collect loot. The person he wanted to kill was the child of this family of ancient warriors, Shui Yuan. The Shui family was without a doubt a well-known family among ancient warriors. This name was not a standard family name, but instead it came from a title given after the end times. After generations of using this title, they naturally adopted the name as their family name. The ancient warrior family was powerful enough to be compared to the organizations. In fact, they were quite effective business people. Killing their heir was just asking for trouble. That was why Qin Feng had to hide his identity. He wanted to kill more than just that one. Whoever wanted to gain the inheritance from the battle god's tomb would be met with hostility. They were all enemies. Qin Feng quickly took advantage of the night and approached Hanchuanku. The city gate was already closed. When Qin Feng arrived, the guard on his night shift quickly locked onto the mysterious shape clad in a dark cloak, but did not dare stop him. When he caught a glimpse of silver under that cloak, he swallowed hard. Creak. A small door near the side of the city gate opened up. "Sir, this way please, please." The guard quickly got out of the way after that. Qin Feng deliberately lowered the pitch of his voice when he responded and walked into the colony. The colony of Hanchuanku was not very big, cramped but well-equipped. In fact, it was like Qingbei in a lot of ways. He eventually found the most luxurious hotel to stay in and only came out when it was noon the very next day. Beep beep. An emergency signal rang out from Qin Feng's communicator. It was the regional news. "Attention all aptitude users. A beast wave is occurring 20 kilometers away from Hanchuanku's north wall. Please come and provide your support at the front. This is an emergency battle and there will be merit rewards. Hurry to the colony bus to be taken to the battle site." Spring was the peak of small-scale beast waves. They were not like sea beast tides. These things happened everywhere. Qin Feng did not think too much about it and rushed to the departure area. The moment Qin Feng stepped onto the bus, the screen on it began to provide updates, greeting people with scenes that were being captured by drones. The range of this beast wave was not that wide. It mostly consisted of G-tier Ultra Beasts. After all, this was a safe colony, and the level of Ultra Beasts nearby was not usually very high. However, there was a Beast King among that large number of Ultra Beasts. That was why there was an emergency broadcast for all the capable aptitude users in the colony. The F-tier aptitude users who heard this that felt like they had the power to do something decided to participate in a heartbeat. A Beast King. How rare of a sight. The bus was not even full yet. There were only a few dozen passengers, but the driver could not wait any longer. He put the pedal to the metal, speeding down the street to the point where the portals had to block the roads so that the bus could pass. In less than 15 minutes, they had already left Hanshuangku and were wildly driving into the wilderness. In about 10 minutes, the passengers heard gunshots from the aptitude users that were fighting back as they retreated. By now, the Ultra Beasts had made it close to the agricultural zone. There were small defensive outposts near the area that could be bolstered. Qin Feng and the rest quickly got off the bus and saw just what they were up against. It's a wolf pack. Pale Wolf Beast General. That white one must be the Beast King. Holy SHD. Are there any F-tier that can block that? The people briefly argued noisily amongst themselves, but they were quick to join the battle. They were afraid of how dense the wolf pack was, but they could not back out now, also going with the tactical retreat. Soon, F-tier aptitude users arrived, and it was not just one of them. There were two of them that came in on patrol cars. They were dressed in special patrol uniforms of the Hanshuangka colony. They were obviously squad leaders. Leave the Beast King to us. You lot handle the rest. One of the squad leaders commanded while raising a hand and shot out a beam of light. It was purple. He appeared to be an electric ability user. The beam of lightning rushed out to meet the Pale Wolf King in the blink of an eye. Whoosh. The figure of the Pale Wolf King dodged away from the attack, but the other Ultra Beasts that did not move as quickly dropped to the ground from the electrical attack. Hurry up and help me deal with this A-Shoal. The electric ability user called out. Leave it to me. Another person said, rushing forward and plowing through the G-tier wolves that were no match against him. F6. Tier Ancient Warrior. These G-tier Ultra Beasts were too easy to kill. Moving quickly, the Ancient Warrior slammed a palm into the Beast King, intercepting his opponent's attack on the ability user, who continued to unleash his power at the Ultra Beast. The battle was fought in a dazzling manner. Qin Feng did not want to intervene. If he did anything, he would have been exposed as a D-tier aptitude user. Fortunately, he did not need to wait too long. Another bus had arrived to drop off its passenger. A young man with fiery red hair jumped right out of the vehicle. From the first glance, he did not look any younger than 17 years old and wore an F5 tier aptitude user badge on his chest. It was Shui Yuan. Qin Feng was not too far away from him. At this time, the other party had just gotten out of their bus, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the Beast King. Now that's quite the prize, he said to himself, rushing forward into the fray. Shui Yuan's F7 martial prowess was obviously powerful. Sanguine arts. Shui Yuan raised his hand before slamming his palm into the Pale Wolf's back. There was no crack that came from the Pale Wolf King's spine being broken. Instead, the attack left behind a bloody handprint where it landed. Then the Pale Wolf King's waist began to droop, as if it had no bones to support it there. This was the power of the Sanguine Palm. Whoa! The Pale Wolf King let out a pained howl. Shui Yuan raised his hand again, slamming his palm directly onto the top of the Beast King's head. Crack! The bloody palm was extremely powerful. One moment, a blood-red palm print appeared, and in the next, the Pale Wolf King was dead on the ground, bleeding from its eyes and nose as its aura disappeared. The Pale Wolf King had been slain. The ability user and the ancient warrior from the patrol team were quite shocked when they saw this, looking at Shui Yuan with a trace of awe. Thanks for your help, bro, the ancient warrior said with a smile. Shui Yuan ignored the man, reaching out with a hand like no one else's into the Pale Wolf King's chest cavity. As the hand pierced into the flesh, it made a mess and coated the arm in a layer of blood. Soon, the Pale Wolf King's energy crystal core was ripped out and placed into his spatial rune equipment. That made the patrol team members stop in their tracks. Bro, We spent a long time fighting that pale wolf king. You killed it in the end, but shouldn't we be splitting the spoils? Don't you think it's a bit rude to be behaving like this? Shui Yuan revealed a dagger in his hand that was shaped similar to that of a scalpel, designed to harvest materials. He glared at the ancient warrior before smirking. You're both trash, and you want me to share the spoils with you? The man stared furiously at Shui Yuan. What did you say, kid? The man was a rank higher than Shui Yuan and believed that Shui Yuan was about as young as he looked. That did not stop him from having the desire to teach the little punk a lesson. Do you know whose territory this is? You can't just do whatever you want here. Be sensible and take those out before you humiliate yourself. Bro. Humiliate myself? Shui Yuan chuckled, striking his hand out. The attack was quite straightforward and not very fast. The ancient warrior saw this and was a little bit nervous. He had seen what that palm could do and knew that Shui Yuan was tough, but he did not want to admit it. With his internal strength condensed in his palm, he fiercely struck out. Slap. Their palms collided. The smirk lingered on Shui Yuan's face, and the strangest thing was that his eyes began to turn blood red. The ancient warrior suddenly let out a scream. His entire palm, including his bones, had melted. His meridians had been scoured, and the flesh now a bloody pulp. In the blink of an eye, his hand had melted into a stump. Even though he had destroyed his opponent's hand, Shui Yuan did not plan on sparing him so easily. I didn't get to practice some blood-sucking today. Good thing there's plenty of people here, so come at me. Shui Yuan once more raised his hand, bringing it down toward the top of the ancient warrior's skull. It was at this moment that another figure suddenly appeared. A black cloak. Under the cloak was a combat uniform that glowed with silver light, and even a fleeting glance made it known that it was made out of Beast King materials. A pair of black daggers jumped out from under the cloak and cut at Shui Yuan's neck. This person was Qin Feng. Ah. Shui Yuan croaked, but quickly changed his stance as a blood-red light condensed in his hand and shot out toward Qin Feng. However, the condensed internal force blast was blocked by a wave of internal power. Qin Feng's internal force was huge. How could he have been hit by the other's blood-colored internal force? Not giving the other another chance to fight back, Qin Feng relied on his tough physique and speed to pierce through Shui Yuan's chest with a dagger. PFF. A soft sound was heard as Shui Yuan stopped moving. He looked down at the dagger that was stuck inside his chest with disbelief. It hit something vital. There was no doubt that he was going to die. Shui Yuan could hardly believe it. He was his family's most talented user and had already laid a foundation even before he awakened his ancient martial arts. He could kill people when he was 10, and by the time he was 19 he had already mastered the sanguine arts and even the sanguine palm. He did not expect that he would die. Especially not today, not at the hands of some unknown person in a weak little colony. Shui Yuan's eyes carried a loathing stare. Who are, NGH? Blood began to pour out of his mouth. When he grabbed Qin Feng's wrist, he was unable to muster any internal force. Asteroid assimilation. Qin Feng absorbed all of Shui Yuan's internal force. Although there was not much in an F-tier aptitude user, it was better than nothing and could not be wasted. By then, Shui Yuan had completely lost the capability to fight back. You want to know who I am? How could you remember your enemy after killing so many people? Qin Feng replied in a hoarse voice. In his mind, he was starting to recall a memory before his rebirth. Back then, Qin Feng had reached the age of 19, and it was the 3rd year since he had been injected by the awakening serum. After a lot of battles, he traveled extensively and eventually reached E-tier. It could be said that he had already left the shadow of that laboratory by that time, having gained a few close friends who had even agreed to reach D-tier and go to the front together. As a result, they encountered Shui Yuan during a logistical escort mission, and it ended up with the entire platoon of 300 people who he had fought alongside with, to all die tragically. Qin Feng too was hit square in the chest by that palm attack. The only thing he could have done then was breathe. Too many people died during that battle. And even with 1/10 of the absorption ability remaining, the number of deaths around him managed to preserve his life, saving him from death. Bearing the loss of 300 people he used to know almost broke him. Shui Yuan. That was a name in his turbulent life that he would never forget. A name that he wanted to set aflame and grind to dust. He had no way of revenge before his rebirth. Shui Yuan advanced too quickly. By the time Qin Feng reached A-tier, Shui Yuan was also A-tier, and always stronger than him. Just like Lu Meng with his asteroid assimilation, he was a heinous devil. If the two really fought, it would be Qin Feng who would wind up dead. Now, it was completely different. Shui Yuan had not risen yet, and as for the rest of the Shui family, Qin Feng was not afraid of them. Today was the day that he turned things around. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty, murderous intent, but it was covered up by his mask, making it impossible to distinguish his emotions. Soon after, Shui Yuan had all of his internal force taken away, and with his heart pierced, the hand that was gripping Qin Feng's wrist finally fell. Qin Feng drew out the dagger along with a spurt of blood. Shui Yuan's body collapsed to the ground after no longer having support. This all happened within a short span of time. Nobody could react at all. At this moment, a loud shout came through. Cease. Near the beast wave, a giant tree branch was knocked down, and the suppressing aura of an E-tier ancient warrior began to roll over the entire field. It was not just the aptitude users, but the entire beast wave of pale wolves began to flee with their tails between their legs. The beast king was dead. The smaller wolves could not maintain their rank and file, and they began to break apart, but nobody cheered at this scene. All because of the ancient warrior that had suddenly appeared. E-tier. For the aptitude users of Hanchuanku, that was the level of generals and mayors. Such presence always left people in awe. Now, this person was angry. Would it not mean that more blood would stain the ground? The ancient warrior rushed forward with incredible speed, closing the distance within 4 to 5 seconds. Young master. The man cradled Shui Yuan, eyes widening at the realization that the wound in his chest would not stop bleeding and that his aura had disappeared. He was dead. Even if there was any sort of divine intervention, there was no way to save him. You. The man lifted his head, staring daggers at Qin Feng. The people around them finally saw this man's face. He looked to be in his 50s, had the strength of an E5-tier ancient warrior, and had a sinister expression on his face that was only emphasized by the scar that traveled down from his cheek to his neck. This person's appearance made the onlookers stare blankly for a moment. Beep, beep, beep. Those nearby did a scan with their communicators and soon found out who they were looking at. He's a lackey from the Shui family. The Azura Palm, Zhang Wen. A wanted E-tier criminal. Everyone was suddenly more afraid, which was crippling under the effects of this menacing aura. A few began to slowly back away with difficulty, and some even wanted to crawl away. Zhang Wen was definitely someone who would kill a man without so much as batting an eye. What was more, the man had just called the recently deceased young master, which made them change their view on things. The dead guys from the Shui family. Wait, the Shui family's young master died near us. He's gonna kill us, isn't he? That was very possible. Those with dark influences, even when they had only lost one member, would go out on rampages to eradicate whole families and wipe out entire bases just to get revenge. Those in the field were no match against Zhang Wen. They glared at Qin Feng's back, all blaming this stranger for being the cause of their troubles. Lad, you're going to die today. No, I'm not just going to kill you. I'm going to make you beg me to put you down. Zhang Wen roared. He was in charge of bringing the young master to the tomb, and because he was wanted as a criminal, he could not be near Shui Yuan. Not only that, Shui Yuan had enough strength that even an F9-tier aptitude user could not face him. But this random stranger had just appeared out of nowhere and killed him with a simple dagger stab. If he did not capture Qin Feng, he was going to have a hard time explaining this to his bosses. No, even if he did capture Qin Feng, he was still going to get in trouble. This made Zhang Wen hate Qin Feng even more. He wanted to tear this person into pieces. Me die? It won't necessarily be me who's dying today. Since you're on the side of an evildoer, you must not be a good person. If that's the case, you'll die too. Qin Feng said, suddenly approaching as dark runes began to envelop him. Phantom steps. Qin Feng shifted, afterimages appearing where he once stood. He was like a ghost, briefly revealing his murderous intent as he rushed toward Zhang Wen. You got guts. Zhang Wen was furious, raising his hand to try and slap Qin Feng. Sanguine palm. While Zhang Wen was only a servant of the Shui family, and the moves that he was taught were not as powerful as Shui Yuan's moves, he had a powerful internal force, and his sanguine palm brought with it a gust of bloody rain. There were countless souls that had been bloodied by his hands. The giant palm print began to approach Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not face it head-on, choosing to avoid it. He was extra nimble, with phantom motion steps activated. He did not want to use the move before, because he was afraid that people might notice the dark runes. But now he did not care. His body was almost entirely shrouded in black mist. His movements were very familiar to the eyes, but nobody would suspect that he was the illustrious mayor of Fengli. After all, the specter motion steps was a very common move among ancient warriors. Since he used those moves so well, it seemed quite out of the ordinary. With a stagger, he had already flanked Zhang Wen before bringing his daggers toward his opponent's waist at an awkward angle. Too fast. Zhang Wen was surprised. He would have definitely been stabbed at such speed, but he steeled himself, preparing to take the blow from Qin Feng. He swung his hand, wanting to trade a blow for a blow. In Zhang Wen's eyes, since Qin Feng had killed Shui Yuan, he probably was not that strong. After all, the people who were strong usually found it disdainful to kill someone lower level than they were, and even if they were strong, they were not Zhang Wen's match. He knew all the E-tier aptitude users in the 4 cities of the North Seas, and it was impossible for a strong user who was using the specter motion steps to have made an appearance. After such an analysis, Zhang Wen subconsciously felt that Qin Feng did not have any power. Maybe that internal force in those daggers would not be able to pierce through his defense. Zhang Wen ferociously struck out another palm attack, trying to hit Qin Feng with it, only to have it blocked by Qin Feng's raised arm. The dagger in his right hand managed to pierce Zhang Wen's waist. Not only that, the left arm that had blocked his attack came toward him in a vicious strike. Zhang Wen's eyes widened, stiffening his legs and leaning back as far as he could in order to avoid the blow. Otherwise, that hit would have slashed through his throat. He did not expect his opponent to be so fierce. Not only that, his waist was not as invincible as he had thought. The E-tier purple armor was damaged. A powerful internal force was wrapped around the dagger as it was violently jammed into him. Serious damage. Zhang Wen uttered before rapidly backing away. However, his retreat opened up a large wound. If it were not for the function of the rune equipment and his protective layer, Zhang Wen would have been split open and his intestines would be spilling out. His internal force worked quickly to cover the wound as he pulled out a packet of medicine to apply on his injury. Zhang Wen had a look of uncertainty on his face, staring at Qin Feng with suspicion and anger. "Who are you?" Qin Feng's power was beyond his expectations. The time he struck Qin Feng with his sanguine palm, he felt the vibration of his opponent's internal force barrier. This trick had no effect on Qin Feng. "It doesn't matter who I am," Qin Feng said indifferently. He knew that Zhang Wen had clearly seen the strength of his inner force. Then again, why would that matter? "Because you're going to die today." Qin Feng was not the type to gloat or explain himself, lest the other party dies with their question answered. It was best if they died entirely in the dark. He did not speak anymore and once again activated his phantom motion steps. This time there was heavy use of dark runes as Qin Feng's form split into countless shadows, his actual form unable to be picked out from among them. This attack was also very fast. Zhang Wen tried to use his hands to defend against Qin Feng's assault, but his efforts were fruitless. Swish, 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 swish. Wounds appeared on Zhang Wen's body, his protective inner armor having been broken. It seemed that its defensive force did little to block Qin Feng's daggers. Although Qin Feng was wearing F-tier gear to cover up his identity, his daggers were E-tier king grade. No matter how good Zhang Wen's treatment was in the Shui household, he would still have never gotten the chance to use rune equipment made out of E-tier Beast King materials. "Didn't you say you wanted to make me suffer before? How do you like this now?" Qin Feng said, remembering the aftermath of the escort caravan after Shui Yuan's rampage. His opponent struck a palm out, but instead of killing him, Qin Feng drew more blood in order to diminish his opponent's power. Qin Feng's pupils began to turn blood red. "Ah!" Zhang Wen screamed, surging all of his internal force as if trying to repel Qin Feng, but all was in vain. At this point, Qin Feng felt something move around in front of his chest. He then realized it was Bai Li. She was still nestled in a pocket. Zhang Wen's screams might awaken her. That snapped him back to his senses. With this kind of torture, even his mentality had changed. He did not continue, planting a palm on Zhang Wen's abdomen. "Activate asteroid assimilation." The vigorous internal force was immediately drawn away. Zhang Wen could not react at all this time. He had been hit and was involuntarily twitching all over as his internal force left him like water from a broken dam. If this continued on, even without Qin Feng doing anything else, he would still surely die. However, Qin Feng did not bother waiting, bringing the daggers down on Zhang Wen's head without hesitation. Swish! The head bounced up into the air for a moment before falling down onto the ground. Zhang Wen had been slain. An E-tier aptitude user, having been so easily killed, shocked the aptitude users who had not run away. They were deadly quiet, afraid to make a sound. Qin Feng went on without stopping, picking up spatial rune equipment from Zhang Wen's body. He used his consciousness to sweep through it, but it was just some items like an expanded edition of martial arts studies and some powdered medicine. He casually stuffed that into the rune equipment in his pocket and picked up Zhang Wen's head. This head was also worth 300 million. After that, he went to search Shui Yuan's body and found his spatial rune equipment. After a quick check with his consciousness, he found what he wanted, a battle god token. Of course, there were also many spirit herbs, ancient martial arts manuals, ultra beast materials, and so on. Shui Yuan was much richer than Zhang Wen was. Qin Feng did not hesitate and pocketed that as well before starting to leave. The ancient warrior from the patrol team came over, hurriedly shouting, "Sir, this." He could not find any words. That was what fear looked like. Qin Feng deliberately replied in a baritone voice, "What? You want some Beast King materials?" The man's face twitched, and he quickly said, "Sir, how could you still be thinking that at a time like this? Do you know who they were?" Qin Feng nodded. "If I didn't know, I wouldn't have killed them." The man was speechless, but that left his mouth full of bitterness. Qin Feng knew, and even though he knew, he still went on and killed his opponent. That was a lot of gall. Of course, the power that he had was something they did not. "Sir, the Shui family is an infamous dark ancient warrior family within the Four Cities. We can't afford this kind of trouble." Qin Feng chuckled. "If it weren't for me, you'd be dead. Are you saying that I shouldn't be nosy, that I shouldn't have tried to help you?" The patrolman trembled, unwilling to say anything else. The electric ability user from before stepped up, respectfully speaking to Qin Feng. "Sir, the events today have been settled conclusively. Please protect us for a while. We don't want to die." Qin Feng immediately refused. "I don't have that obligation. If you value your lives, then you'll pretend this never happened." He grabbed Shui Yuan and Zhang Wen's bodies and tossed them into the distance. There were still a few pale wolves that had not fled, and they saw food appear out of thin air, blood freshly flowing from their wounds. They exposed their fangs and rushed forward to tear into them. Within a few minutes, the two bodies were eaten by the wolves, and there was nothing left. 1. This is roughly translated from a martial arts move called, which means Iron Bridge, as the user needs to stabilize himself before doing the move that involves straightening his back. Think that bullet time scene from The Matrix for a proper visual. It was said that whatever a person did no longer mattered after their passing. As such, further harm should not be done to the body. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng decided to literally throw Shui Yuan and Zhang Wen's bodies to the wolves. There was not even a body left to bury. The onlookers were taken aback, fearing Qin Feng even more. They believed that he was not a good person either. Maybe he was also a wanted criminal, and what they saw was a villain dealing with another. The two from the patrol team did not have anything else to say. Qin Feng decided to ignore them. These people died in the hands of Shui Yuan before Qin Feng's rebirth. Now, he had changed their destiny. That was the greatest gift he could have given them, so he did not think that he owed them anything. As for whether or not they would be implicated by the Shui family's rage, he would think not. After all, he planned to provoke the Shui family into a greater rage. After he threw away the corpses, he took the vehicle that helped the wounded back to Hanchuanka colony. Among the wounded in the vehicle was the F-tier ancient warrior who got his hand dissolved into a bloody sludge. He did not dare say anything. When he arrived at Hanchuanku, Qin Feng searched for the bounty hunter's hall with his communicator and got off the vehicle when he was nearby. Those within the hall watched him vigilantly as he entered. To them, he had a strange figure. "Sir, how may we help you?" the staff member at the counter asked. Submitting a wanted person. Qin Feng threw Zhang Wen's head onto the counter. The person did not ask many questions and immediately scanned the head for information before being taken aback by surprise. "Zhang Wen, such a person was killed?" The death did not mean anything, although it was surprising enough. Just like the uproar that Qin Feng caused when he turned in she-wolf. As for Zhang Wen's origin, that had caused a few headaches. This was one of the Shui family's people. Before you hit the dog, you need to know who their master was first. There were consequences to these actions. The staff member swallowed hard. Hurry up. I want the money. Qin Feng urged in a hoarse voice. Yes, sir. Please provide your communication number and bounty hunter status. Qin Feng provided his number, but his identity was blank and he had not registered. Sir, would you like to register as a hunter in our bounty hunter network? Please enter your hunter name and strength, and we will automatically create a file for you. Qin Feng said in his baritone. Call me Blood Hunter. Blood Hunter, someone who hunts down those from the Shui family. That kind of name was way too specific. The staff member did not dare make any comments, and the direct application was approved. At the same time, Zhang Wen's 300 million bounty was directly transferred to Qin Feng's new communication number. On the bounty hunter network, Zhang Wen's number was now marked as complete, and the person who completed this was naturally Qin Feng's new name, Blood Hunter. Not only that, the network could be used to communicate with other bounty hunters, and powerful hunters could accept assigned tasks so long as they could accept the price and provide accurate information. That was why the network site had an interactive platform that allowed it to broadcast news. Qin Feng immediately uploaded a picture of Zhang Wen's head and sent out a small paragraph of text. Zhang Wen. How so? He smiled coldly under his mask and left the bounty hunter hall. He then went to the largest car exhibition in Hanchuanku and happily looked at the displays. Meanwhile, on the west side of Nyoming City, among the rolling hills, laid an elegant-looking village. Those that did not know the truth would have thought it was paradise. It was actually the Shui family's home base. It had an out-of-time quality to it, as if it had captured the essence of the world thousands of years ago and preserved it there. With blue bricks and black tiles, all the houses were built close to the ground with jade carvings laid upon them as beautiful decorations. While the exterior's aesthetic was antique, the interior was very luxurious, and there were electronic products left and right. Around this time, everyone in the Shui household's communicators flashed blood red as a beeping sound was heard. Their faces fell when they looked at their communicators. The son of the 7th generation, Shui Yuan, has been slain. Attendant, Zhang Wen, has been slain. Everyone was shocked by the news. This message was naturally based on the pulse of Shui Yuan's hand that wore the communicator. If the communicator was lost or damaged, it would be impossible to send this message. This would have only been sent if he really did lose his life. Shui Yuan's father was the first one to go mad. How is this possible? Xiao Yuan was only gone for 2 days. How could he have died? This must be a malfunction. And Zhang Wen, where is he? Piece of trash. Shui Linhan roared. The Shui family was an ancient martial arts family, and perhaps it could be considered to be in its late degenerate stage as it could no longer live in seclusion. But they were definitely part of the top ones among the 4 cities of the North Sea. The families in Shenyang might seem very bullish or overbearing, but when compared to the Shui family, they might as well be on their knees. The old patriarch of the Shui family was still on his retreat and was a C-tier ancient warrior. Now, the acting patriarch was a D-tier ancient warrior and one of the Shui family's elders. The other elders were also D-tier as well, having exactly 7 of them. 7 D-tiers. There were not that many in the 3 cities along the sun, and this was just a small family, which showed how powerful the family was. Of course, Shui Linhan was not an elder and was of the 6th generation. He was still strong, but the family's resources were inclined toward the younger generation, and a person's aptitude was limited. Once you have reached middle age, it was harder to go forward, especially for ancient warriors. Some people would never touch the edge of D-tier for an entire lifetime. Shui Linhan was at E8 tier, and it would take him about 5 to 6 years before he could reach D-tier. However, what made him proud was his genius son, someone with natural talent, and would soon surpass him. Who could have known that a trip to the battle god tomb, along with a bodyguard no less, would have ended up in such a tragedy? 13th Elder, please don't get angry. A servant looked at Shui Linhan's fit of anger and was worried that the man would get so enraged that he would just go insane. How would Shui Linhan have listened to something like that? My son is gone. My son is gone. And you want me to not get angry? Leave. Shui Linhan proceeded to backhand the servant across the cheek. The force of an E-tier ancient warrior cracking a blow was enough to make the servant's neck make a crunching sound as it broke, sending the body tumbling into the wall. Nobody was sure if the person died on impact or before. Shui Linhan flipped his table soon after. The other servants were scared for their lives and could only try to avoid their master's immediate rampage. They were also terrified that Shui Linhan would kill everyone. One brave soul peeped out from behind a fallen bookcase and meekly said, "My lord, now the most important thing is to find the murderer and avenge young master's death." After hearing these words, Shui Linhan finally regained his senses. He quickly clicked on a video on his communicator. It was a feed from Shui Yuan's communicator, and it naturally showed him the last thing his son saw before he was fatally wounded. Qin Feng was standing directly opposite Shui Yuan. It revealed that Shui Yuan was injured as the hand that wore the communicator was grabbing Qin Feng's wrist. Qin Feng's body could be clearly seen from the video. It was just a black cloak, a standard combat uniform, and a pale mask. Even the parts where the eyes were had special lenses where the eyes could not be seen. This kind of enemy left no clues. Translator's note: the translation of blood hunter sticks the Chinese word for blood between the Chinese words for hunter. Zoohunter just doesn't sound as cool. Also, some life advice. Don't tell someone who's angry to calm down. That doesn't work. Shui Linhan examined Zhang Wen's video again, which showed the same automated scene over and over. Qin Feng's silhouette was faint, and he could just barely identify him as the person who had killed Shui Yuan. There was nothing much he could see in the video. Scum, scum, scum. Now with his son dead, Shui Linhan was more furious than ever. Shui Linhan was part of the first generation of homicidal maniacs. While watching the scene, he had the urge to rush out to find the person in the video and crush him into millions of pieces. 13th Elder, 7th Elder wants you in the main hall. Shui Linhan understood that this was a message which was received by everyone. He contained his anger as he strode out. Soon, he had arrived at a large, old house. This main hall was also a meeting ground for the Shui family to discuss important matters. Here comes the 13th. All of the elders were sitting on their designated positions, and they were all in a bad mood. Shui Yuan had a very high position in the Shui family. He was destined to become an A-tier aptitude user in the future who could lead the Shui family out of the 4 cities of the North Sea. It was evident that he was very strong and capable, and after his awakening at the age of 16, he had never once disappointed the family. He was the first generation of youth in the Shui family. How could they not be furious when such a prodigy had been killed? 7th Elder, I want to leave the village to avenge my son's death. Shui Linhan exclaimed. It was impossible to suppress his anger, which was already at its peak. It's easy for you to say. Zhang Wen was quite strong as well, yet he still suffered a quick death. If you go there yourself, wouldn't that be a suicide mission too? The 7th Elder raged. Are we just going to let it go? And let Xiao Yuan die in vain? Shui Linhan looked at the people around him with bloodshot eyes. Some of them were staring blankly, while others averted their gazes, not daring to meet Shui Linhan's gaze. After all, the strength Qin Feng had displayed was not weak. The 7th Elder, who was now presiding over the situation, finally spoke up to appease the tension in the hall. I didn't say that we would give up on revenge, but as a part of the Shui family, he wouldn't hesitate to kill us either. The 5th Elder beside him also spoke up. All right, let's say we'll take revenge. Do you know where this man is now? This time, Shui Linhan was silent. He certainly did not know where he was. Not only that, the person who had killed Shui Yuan and Zhang Wen was in disguise, and he could easily escape just by removing the disguise. This was clearly carefully planned out. Don't worry, 13th. The 5th Elder said while waving his bony arms. A young man from the 7th generation stepped forward and showed Shui Linhan his communicator. Look at this. Shui Linhan took one look, and his eyes flared with anger again. He's provoking us, and he's plotting on us. The 7th Elder exclaimed. He could have just walked away after killing Shui Yuan and Zhang Wen without exposing his identity, yet he went to the bounty hunter network to register his identity. I'm afraid he's waiting for us to find and kill him. He's either being too overconfident or he has someone to back him up. Shui Linhan did not say anything, but it was clear that he was not listening to whatever the 7th Elder was saying. So what if it were a conspiracy? Shui Linhan was counting on his son to grow up so that he could live a good life in the future. And now? Now it was all over. I don't care if it were a conspiracy or a plot. He better not let me find out who he is or who did it. Even if he's from one of the other 3 ancient warrior families, if they dare to kill my son, I'll kill their children and grandchildren in the worst possible way they can ever imagine. There were 4 ancient warrior families in the 4 cities of the Northern Sea. Besides the Shui family, there were the Yang family, Ti family, and Ho family. The Northern Sea was a place with remarkable, talented individuals, all of whom would try to conceal their true capabilities. It was a stretch for Shui Linhan to say those words. However, their family was already involved in the Dark Coalition, and they were not surprised by Shui Linhan's words. I understand that. So this time, I'll go with you, said the 5th elder. The 5th elder was called Shui Yuheng. He was the 5th-generation disciple of the Shui family. He was already 63 years old, but he looked as if he was in his 70s or 80s, all because of the injuries his body had suffered in his early years. Although weakened, he was still stronger than most people. After all, he still had the capabilities of an E-tier aptitude user. With him deployed, their plan would work much better. Shui Linhan felt a jolt of happiness in his heart. Thank you, uncle. You'll help us to avenge Xiao Yuan's death. Don't worry. Those who provoked the Shui family will not be left alive. The 7th elder gave up in his persuasion. It seemed that their plan for revenge had been set in motion. Soon, the Shui family had assembled their troops. With the mobilization of the D-tier ancient warriors, the troops that followed was inevitably a rather strong one. As one of the ancient warrior families, the Shui family was even more particular with their troops. In total, there were more than 20 young warriors, all of whom were F-tier aptitude users, followed by 3 more E-tier aptitude users. The troops boarded 7 to 8 luxurious hover cars and headed toward Hanchuanku. In fact, they already had eyes in Hanchuanku, and they even used force to pressure the colony to hand over their people to obtain information about Bloodhunter's location. What they did not expect was that Bloodhunter had yet to leave. Qin Feng had no intention of leaving. He strolled through the displayed cars for 2 hours. Some people were even throwing strange looks at him. These people either found Qin Feng's outfit odd, or were the ones that were ordered to spy on him. Qin Feng did not bat an eye at them as he already had his gaze fixed on a car. Silverbolt. The extended car body had a very comfortable interior and a very spacious rear compartment. It was priced at 30 million. This newly released model had a whole bunch of functions that were highly praised by the salesman. Having 10 years of experience before his rebirth, Qin Feng knew what was best for a car, and the Silverbolt was considered as a classic model. I'll take this, Qin Feng said. Oh yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The man led Qin Feng to the checkout counter, and after making the payment, the Silverbolt became Qin Feng's new car. He could not bring out the Umbra Stallion or the extended version of his luxurious hover car, or else it could expose his identity. And now, there was no need for him to worry about that anymore. Once Qin Feng got in the car, he revved it up and drove toward the city. At the same time, he saw many people holding up their communicators and filming his new car. Qin Feng drove the car toward the northern city gate, and Hanchuanku slowly disappeared from his view. He was driving toward the direction of the Battle God tomb. However, his speed was not that fast. Half an hour later, Qin Feng saw more than 10 cars speeding by in the middle of the wilderness. There was a bloodied palm on the rear side of these cars. These ancient warrior families would always come in groups. Each time the young members were killed, the elders would seek revenge. It was just that Qin Feng did not know who was coming this time. Qin Feng slowed down his car, but the cars on the other side of the road accelerated toward him. Soon, Silverbolt was completely surrounded. On the road, it seemed that even the ultra beasts were affected by the dense atmosphere and did not dare to appear. They had all retreated to their safe spots. Qin Feng smirked as he stepped out of his car. At the same time, the others had also stepped out of their cars, all of them surrounding the Silverbolt. All of them were dressed in what seemed to be unified outfits. In the cool early days of winter, the undertones of reds and blacks on their outfits glimmered and exuded dominance. These people who were ordered to hunt him down first were the young generation of the Shui family. They looked at Qin Feng with a glare that was full of appraisal, scrutiny, and excitement. It was as if this time they were ordered to teach him a lesson. In fact, these young men were happy that Shui Yuan was murdered. Or else, they would never have the chance to make a debut for themselves. Too bad this person was going to die. As such, there was a hint of pity laced with apparent glee in their expressions. Just you guys. Qin Feng lowered his tone and said in a hoarse voice. With just a wave of his hand, he placed the silver bolt into the spatial rune equipment that he was carrying. There was no way he would let his newly bought car be damaged. Even though it was just a wave of his hand, those young men's eyes were shining with admiration. To fit a car as large as the silver bolt, the spatial space must be at least 20 cubic meters. It would require at least 100 million to possess such spatial equipment. For these young men, that was a very high price. Even the F-tier aptitude users were getting a bit flustered. Creak. The car door of the most luxurious and domineering hover car opened up, and the young men's faces were replaced with a more respectful look. 3 middle-aged men stepped out of the car, all of whom were E-tier ancient warriors. Then, an old man alighted from the car as well. Qin Feng's pupils narrowed behind his mask. I didn't think that the Shui family would actually send an elder. Qin Feng immediately recognized him as Shui Yuang. He seemed like a weak, dying old man. Before Qin Feng was reborn, he was aided by Shui Yuan to heal the injuries on his body, thus further enhancing his strength and allowing him to reach C-tier, which then helped him to make a name for himself in the Northern Sea region. Shui Yuang was a vicious killer, and his methods were not at all inferior to Shui Yuan's. Or rather, there was not a single decent person in the entire Shui family. After all, their family practiced sanguine palm arts, which required fresh blood. They had massacred countless ultra beasts and were very tough. Moreover, they would abduct any ordinary civilians that they wanted. In the eyes of this ancient warrior family that had fallen into the depths of madness, the ordinary civilians were incomparable to them. They were of a different kind, and they did not even consider these ordinary civilians as human beings. They were considered slaves, goods, and sheep to be slaughtered. When Qin Feng thought of this, his eyes were immediately filled with murderous intent. His eyes swept through these young men one more time. It appeared that the few he had killed before his rebirth seemed to be here as well. Now, they had finally crossed paths again. Of course, this was yet another bloodbath, and only one person would survive in the end. And that person would be Qin Feng. At the same time, Shui Yuheng was also examining Qin Feng. How dare you lay a finger on the Shui family? Bring me the one behind all this, and I might leave your body intact. However, Qin Feng smiled defiantly. The one behind all this? I'm afraid I would have to disappoint you. I simply wanted to kill your people, and so I did. To Qin Feng, who had gone through rebirth, there were tens and thousands of reasons for him to kill the Shui family. It was only that in the present he had yet crossed paths with the Shui family. But so what if that were the case? There need not be so many reasons to kill them. Good. Boy, today I'll avenge my son's death. Be prepared to die. Shui Linhan could no longer contain his fury and was the first person to lash out. He dashed toward Qin Feng. He was indeed stronger than Zhang Wen, but he was still too weak when compared to Qin Feng. Now, Qin Feng was invincible even when compared with enemies of the same tier. He had the physical strength of a beast king, and his inner cloud had reached the 35th layer through his last training. And his strength was 4 times more that of Shui Linhan's. For that, there was no way Shui Linhan could defeat Qin Feng. In a flash, Qin Feng unleashed his internal force and made his first move. Phantom motion steps. For a moment, Qin Feng's shadow was so heavy and dense that no one could see where Qin Feng's physical body actually was. Qin Feng infused his dagger with internal force and stabbed Shui Linhan's heart from the back. Scram! The old Shui Yuheng suddenly let out a roar and rushed forward. With a false step, he immediately moved forward and shot out his bony arms to shield Shui Linhan from the back. Qin Feng was at the exact same position at the same time. He raised his arm holding the dagger and was going to chop off Shui Yuheng's arms. Shui Yuheng changed his stance at once and slapped Qin Feng's arm with his palms. Qin Feng retracted his arm and struck him with his elbow. He concealed the dagger and was ready to stab at any moment. Bam! 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 The two made quick counters. Ah! Shui Yuheng screamed as Qin Feng's arm was raised and ready to strike again. While Qin Feng and Shui Yuheng were exchanging blows, Qin Feng's right arm was striking at Shui Linhan again. Shui Yuheng interrupted his backstab once, but this time it happened right under his nose, and yet there was no way he could stop it. B-Star, Shui Yuheng was furious. His old face was trembling with anger as it made a terrifying expression. Qin Feng was unfazed and he used phantom motion steps again. When coupled with the powerful dark rune, his phantom motion step became a powerful technique. Damn it, this ancient warrior has enhanced his phantom motion steps. He's just way too strong, and his skills are just out of this world. 13th Elder, let me help you. Watch out, 5th Uncle. The 3 remaining ancient warriors stepped into the battlefield. Sanguine Palm Arts, Inferno Blood Secret Art. The 4 of them fought all at once. It was difficult to fight with 2 fists against 4 hands. Humph. Qin Feng sneered and put his hand into his pocket, and in the next moment, Qin Feng tossed out a white mass. It was Bai Li. Bai Li made a few tumbles in the air and landed on top of a car. Her 3 tails wagged and curved into flattering arcs which could capture one's heart. She was clearly a cute, adorable pet. However, everyone's gazes quickly shifted back to the battlefield. With Bai Li now summoned, Qin Feng's attacks had become much stronger. Blood transformation. One of the E-tier aptitude users slapped Qin Feng on the chest. Qin Feng's F-tier Beast King combat suit began to emit a silvery glow, then the glow seemed to have been shattered by the solid slap attack. A success. A trace of joy flashed in the man's eyes, but the joy quickly turned into shock. Asteroid assimilation. Qin Feng's body became a powerful vacuum with a huge suction force. The man could not move his hand after landing his palm attack on Qin Feng's chest, and he began to feel a backflow of his internal force. Qin Feng quickly sliced and stabbed with his dagger. Swish, swish, swish. With 3 cuts and 6 stabs, the dagger had gutted the insides of the warrior's abdomen. His intestines were all churned into mush, and the internal strength of his dantian was completely drained away. Arg! The man hastily retreated, but he had been stabbed too many times in just a short amount of time, and blood was gushing out of his wounds. He then collapsed on the ground. Deacon Wang. How is that possible? The Shui family was shocked, and everyone was staring with terrified gazes. In such a short battle, Qin Feng had yet to display any of his techniques. He only relied on his strong body and dense internal force, yet he still managed to cripple one of Shui Linhan's arms and had taken away the life of E-tier Deacon Wang. With such power and strength, it was simply too overwhelming for them. Everyone, stand down. Retreat. Shui Yuheng finally noticed that something was wrong. Although the person in front of him was only E-tier, his internal force was incredibly thick and dense. He was in no way any weaker than him. Looks like you came prepared, Shui Yuheng said in a deep tone. Qin Feng smirked. It's never too late for a man to get his revenge, and as for the Shui family, sooner or later, your day will come. Before Qin Feng's rebirth, he died before he could get his revenge. And now, it was the perfect timing for revenge. And it was just a matter of time. Shui Yuheng's face was pale. The Shui family had roamed the 4 cities of the Northern Sea for years, so undoubtedly they would have enemies. They had faced a lot of enemies in the past, and had even tried to eliminate them all from the roots. It was possible that they had left out a few. Shui Yuheng did not know who Qin Feng was, and he had no intentions of getting to know him. All he knew was that Qin Feng was their enemy. People of the Shui family retreated after hearing Shui Yuheng's orders. The only person who did not retreat was an E-tier deacon, and even Shui Linhan knew that Qin Feng was not a person to be messed with. However, Qin Feng's eyes were locked onto him. Didn't you want to avenge your son's death? Why chicken out now? Qin Feng said in a cold, sarcastic tone. Shui Linhan's eyes were bloodshot red, but he knew that he was no match for Qin Feng after having his arm removed, and his strength was greatly reduced. Now, he could only rely on Shui Yuheng to finish the job. I can't believe that after all these years, I still have to personally come out to clean up the mess, Shui Yuheng said. Qin Feng fixated his gaze on Shui Yuheng. The others were 50 meters away from them. They were all clearly excited. Aptitude users could be taught and cultivated, and they could also gain knowledge and experience from watching 2 advanced aptitude users fight. Here, it was evident who the true ancient warriors were. The skilled warriors were not afraid to display their skills, and whatever they do, the crowd would still be enthralled by their skills. Qin Feng was also somewhat looking forward to the battle at this point. If Shui Yuheng was an ability user or a gunner, Qin Feng would definitely turn around and run. But on the contrary, he was just an ancient warrior. Qin Feng was not afraid, and his expression revealed a hint of anticipation. The more powerful the enemy was, the more powerful the internal force he could absorb after killing him. Inferno blood. 2 words were firmly spat out from Shui Yuhing's mouth. As soon as the words were heard, Shui Yuhing's appearance changed drastically. He was originally an old man in his 70s or 80s with a hunched back. Now his back was slowly straightening, and his old, wrinkly body was starting to gain some weight. His hair became dense and was as dark as ink, and his loose, wrinkly skin firmed up and became smooth. The dark-age spots on his face gradually faded, and the color of his skin changed from aged yellow to tender white. In just the blink of an eye, it was like time had reversed his body to how he looked like almost 60 years ago. Shui Yuhing's appearance had turned into a 20-year-old youth. With just a glance, it was surprising to see that he looked even younger than Shui Yuan, but his eyes still had the same calm composure. His once baggy clothes seemed to have been filled up by his muscular body, and his posture was now upright. He looked handsome and charming. The Inferno Blood secret art had drastically improved his vitality and reversed his aging, returning him to his youthful self. Even Qin Feng could sense that there was a major difference between Shui Yuhing's D-tier aptitude strength from then and now. You gave me no choice but to use Inferno Blood art. Do you have any idea what kind of price you'll have to pay? Qin Feng did not reply. Today, everyone from your colony will die, and it's all because of you. Shui Yuhing continued indifferently. If Qin Feng were an ordinary person, he would definitely feel the pressure increasing after hearing those words. Shui Yuhing was indeed a cunning old man. Before engaging in a battle, it was important to have a calm state of mind. I know that is the Shui family's Inferno Blood art. The younger you want to become, the more fresh blood you require, but don't get too cocky just yet. Speaking of youth, even if Shui Yuhing had reversed his age, he was still not as young as Qin Feng. Being in his prime, Qin Feng's body was strengthened to the utmost tier, and he was in no way weaker than Shui Yuhing. Then I'll let you witness the destruction of your colony with your very own eyes. You'll be responsible for their deaths, and you will die amidst guilt. This seemed to be the kind of theatrics that the Dark Coalition was all too fond of. All of them loved to disrupt the world's justice, peace, and order. Moreover, they also liked to use guilt to put those heroes under great pressure, which would eventually make them go insane. But all those tactics did not work well on Qin Feng. There's no need for so much crap when clearly the person that's going to die is not me. Qin Feng spoke with unparalleled confidence. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Shui Yuhing roared, and in the next moment, a huge internal force vortex formed around him. The vortex was like a low-pressure atmosphere, making the surrounding people gasp for more air. With his internal energy fused into one, transparent water ripples formed around him. D-tier ancient warriors were worlds apart from E-tier ancient warriors. He turned his internal energy into liquid, forming it into water droplets. Condensing his aura to liquid was a complete change in state of matter. The members of the Shui family that were 50 meters away could hardly breathe and unconsciously backed away. Some of them were even pushed onto the ground by the tremendous air pressure. Qin Feng began to unleash his internal force around himself to protect his body. The internal force that had enveloped his body formed into a whirlpool, but when compared to Shui Yuhing's, his was white and seemed to appear like a mist. Shui Yuhing cackled. There's no need to push yourself so hard if you're not strong enough. You're releasing your internal force now, and soon it will deplete in no time without needing me to give you a good beating. Are you planning to surrender without a fight? Then, we'll see whose internal force will deplete first. Shui Yuhing had suffered injuries in his early years which had obstructed his D-tier strength from reaching D1 tier. From E-tier to D-tier, 10 layers of the Sea of Clouds internal force in the Dantian could be turned into a pool of internal force water, and what Shui Yuhing now had was a pool of internal strength. However, Qin Feng had 35 layers of Sea of Clouds, which was incomparable since it was 3 times of what the other party had. Neither of them showed signs of backing away, and in the next moment they were both dashing toward each other. The internal force exuding from their bodies had been stirred into a mass and formed into an energy wave that was spreading outward. Boom! The hover cars around the two of them were all blasted a meter away, and even the steel plates were deformed. It was just a mere clash between two internal forces. Boom, boom, boom. The two began with their attacks. Sanguine palm art. A powerful palm slapped through Qin Feng's shadow. Shui Yuheng channeled his internal force through his huge palm, which was then directly slapped onto the highway. The ground was smashed with a 2-meter large crater. Whoosh! Qin Feng appeared behind Shui Yuheng with his sharp dagger pierced into his internal force layer. Creak! A sharp sound pierced the air, and the two internal forces collided with one another. Die! Shui Yuheng countered with a strike that was blazingly fast. Shui Yuheng's strength had indeed increased in astronomical levels. During his previous battle with Qin Feng, his moves were calm and composed, but his attacks were vicious and powerful. Yet, he still had not landed a single blow on Qin Feng. Having his younger self back, Shui Yuheng was clearly excited, and he fought with exhilaration. His speed had dramatically increased, and he finally landed a blow on Qin Feng. Bam! Swish! Qin Feng received a palm blow on his shoulder, and the shoulder part of his battle suit instantly dimmed and was damaged. Although no one could really see it, there seemed to be a scraped mark on his physical body. Shui Yuheng's hair fluttered in the wind after being cut off by Qin Feng. A tiny wound appeared on his cheek, with a trace of blood dripping out. Both of them had now changed positions. The corner of Shui Yuheng's lips twitched. He raised his hand to wipe off the trace of blood on his cheek, and his hand was immediately stained with blood. His appearance became hideous and dangerous. You are knocking on death's door. Shui Yuheng pounced at Qin Feng like a provoked, rabid dog. The battle between Shui Yuheng and Qin Feng was intense. The highway they were on was not far from the entrance of Hanchuanku, and on the highway, the tremendous pressure of their internal force could be felt from miles away. The oncoming caravans came to a halt as the passengers were too frightened to go any further. Who the hell were they? Were they having a mighty duel? However, the fight between the duelers was getting more and more intense. Qin Feng's internal strength was not weak, but his moves were clearly at a disadvantage. Die! Shui Yuheng swung his fleshy palms in mad pursuit of Qin Feng. Qin Feng had received many palm blows, but what made Shui Yuheng even more furious was that Qin Feng was unfazed by the attacks. Could it be that his sanguine palm arts had lost its effect? Or maybe his enemy had found some way to subdue the attack's effects. Shui Yuheng had no choice but to give in his everything. The entire highway was caved in, and the hover cars that surrounded them were destroyed beyond recognition. Pressure point strike. Shui Yuheng suddenly changed his attacking style and struck his finger at Qin Feng with lightning speed. He channeled his internal strength into his hand and condensed it at the fingertips. With immense power, he instantly struck his finger on Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng's body was wounded, but they were merely light scratches on his skin. However, this time, the finger strike had caused him to not be able to move his entire body. This was an advanced ancient warrior technique used to block meridian points of the body. This was more commonly known as the touch of death. This technique was a lost art, and it was even more unlikely to have the same effect as told from the legends before the end of the world. It was said that with just a blow, the person would not be able to move for a very long time. Qin Feng felt that the qi and blood circulation within his body were obstructed, and his meridians were instantly cut off from flowing, causing his internal force to go awry and his body to stiffen. But yet, the effect was just a fraction of a second and not even the blink of an eye. The effect of his devouring ability was clear at this moment. Qin Feng's meridians were tough and wide. They were not something that could be easily attacked. It was just that he was slightly caught off guard by his opponent's highly advanced attack. Shui Yuheng grimaced as he raised his palm and aimed at the crown of Qin Feng's skull. As long as he was able to land the slap, Qin Feng would definitely die. Even when it was a moment of life and death, Qin Feng was still extremely composed, but the color of his eyes was even darker. Whoosh! The same black line appeared directly from Qin Feng's eyebrow and landed on Shui Yuheng's skull. Shui Yuheng's vision instantly went black, and he lost all 5 senses. He became hesitant of his attack. Even though it was only just a few milliseconds, he was still on par with Qin Feng when Qin Feng had been hurt. Qin Feng instantly leaped backward. With his many years of experience, Shui Yuheng slapped once again. Only this time, his palm missed Qin Feng, and the ground where Qin Feng was before was instantly enveloped by a deadly aura. A humongous crate was formed on the ground. Swish! Qin Feng appeared behind Shui Yuheng. His dagger was ready to stab. With his keen senses, Shui Yuhing felt the murderous aura coming from behind him, and he frantically pushed out his internal force. His internal force boiled and burst out in a chi wave. Humph! Qin Feng sneered as he released his internal force at the same time. This time, he amplified his internal strength even more. Boom! Their internal forces clashed against each other, emitting an explosion. Qin Feng continued to stab with his dagger. This time, he struck his opponent right on the spine. Shui Yuhing was sent flying and was blasted 4 or 5 meters away. His motionless body tumbled and rolled on the ground 4 or 5 times before it came to a halt. Ah! Fifth Elder, look out! Fifth Grandpa. Those who were watching the battle from afar did not expect the fight to go this way. They could not believe that Shui Yuhing was actually sent flying. There was no way Qin Feng would spare his opponent that easily. He advanced toward his opponent again. Shui Yuhing came back to his senses. He used his internal energy to dispel the runes. What kind of attack is this? Shui Yuhing was a little perplexed. Qin Feng hooked his lips and smiled. An attack that will finish you off. Qin Feng would not engage in any gentleman's duel etiquettes or rules with Shui Yuhing. Before this, he only used ancient warrior fighting styles and kept his final move as his trump card, but he did not expect Shui Yuhing to actually use his special move. Hence, he figured that he should not hold back either. It did not matter how he won. As long as he was able to kill his opponent, no one would care about the result. The winner would triumph. Qin Feng quickly chased after Shui Yuhing. Shui Yuhing slapped the ground with one hand and dodged his attack. This time, a black light rushed toward him once again. He dared not accept his inevitable fate, but the light was now only an inch away from him. Pressure point strike. Having expended a huge amount of internal force, he sent out another finger as the two clashed against one another. Boom! The deafening explosion almost shattered their eardrums. The bloody mist and black light exploded upon contact. Shui Yuhing was left breathing heavily. The 2 consecutive pressure point strikes had consumed too much of his internal force, but he had to do it to defend himself. In just the blink of an eye, Qin Feng sent out another ripple of dark light. Shui Yuhing finally figured out the attack and was truly shocked. Dark ability. This was not even a move at all. Unfortunately, it is already too late even though you have figured it out, Qin Feng said as the light struck Shui Yuhing, causing him to lose his sight. Shui Yuhing tried to dodge, but he had lost all 5 senses, and he had no idea which direction he was facing. Even if it was just a fraction of a second, it was enough for Qin Feng to approach him. Qin Feng stabbed Shui Yuhing with his dagger again. Their internal forces clashed once again. Boom! Shui Yuhing was blasted backward for over several meters. This time, the injuries he sustained were deadlier than before. Ugh! Shui Yuhing spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood began to flow out of his chest. Not only that, his back was also stained with blood after being stabbed by Qin Feng. Age began to show on Shui Yuhing's face. His youthful appearance became more middle-aged looking now as wrinkles started to show and his skin began to sag. Due to the injuries he had suffered, the effects of the Inferno blood art were starting to fade away. Qin Feng would not give his opponent the time to rest. He dashed forward again and kicked Shui Yuhing right on the neck. If the kick were to land successfully, Shui Yuhing would surely die. Stop! An explosive voice rang out. It was one of the capable deacons left in the Shui family who suddenly burst into attack. He shouted for Qin Feng to stop, but he himself was not planning to stop as he tried to slap Qin Feng with his palm. However, his slap did not even go through Qin Feng's internal force. Scram! With a slight tremble of his periphery, Qin Feng expanded his internal force, instantly knocking the man out as his body smashed into the front of the Shui family's most luxurious car. Bang! The aptitude user groaned in pain. He felt that his organs were messed up from the impact. Qin Feng did not hold back this time. His internal strength was too powerful and was 10 times that of this man's. If he were to unleash it all at once, it would naturally suppress and crush the other party. Die! Shui Yuhing then seized this opportunity. His entire body was now covered in blood as his hands turned into claws, and he tried to grab at Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly turned around, but this time it was too late, and he had no choice but to endure this blow. Poof! His shirt was pierced through and his inner armor scrapped. Shui Yuhing's claw attack pierced through Qin Feng's shoulder. However, this claw attack, which would normally break bones, when landed on Qin Feng's body, could barely reach the bones at all. Shui Yuhing felt that he had just clawed onto an extremely tough black iron. It was because Qin Feng had the body flesh of a beast king, and there was no way Shui Yuhing could pierce through his flesh that easily. Asteroid assimilation. Qin Feng seized this opportunity, and without hesitation, he dropped his dagger and placed his palm on Shui Yuhing's dantian. The asteroid assimilation skill was finally unleashed. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.